Oh my god. Was so much happening. I was I was so overwhelmed with the amount of comments that's been happening. For the past few hours I've been just sitting and trying to obsessively respond to everything. That was just crazy. Let me make sure chat is visible for me. Yay. Okay. I need to calibrate my tablet first before I start drawing. And I wanted to switch. There was a specific video I wanted to switch on. Which one was it? I'm not sure anymore. Okay. Tablet time. Where's my tablet? Calibration.
Today's video is sponsored by Wondershare Filmora. Ever found yourself watching a YouTube video and thinking, hey, I could do that? Well, that's exactly how I got started 6 years ago. But back then, I didn't have any experience with editing.
I'm taking a break from rigging.
If you'd like to start making your own videos,
I want.
you should
Oh
download
god,
Wondershare
it's
Filmora,
bright.
the popular and easy-to-use editing software. It's perfect for beginners and experienced editors alike. It's free to try and comes with loads of preset templates like effects, filters, transitions, and even raw
monitor
calibrated.
Making it
super easy to jump in and start creating. Here, let me show you how it works.
I feel like I just so need a break from rigging.
Transitions and music, and just like that, you're underway.
Where's my man Zen's model?
Filmora
Oh,
helps
hold on, hold your horses.
They just released their latest version, V10.5.
He still doesn't know what
which
he
includes
even
awesome
wants.
features like auto reframe, AR stickers, audio effects, and the film stock effects library integration, all of which help to streamline the editing process. There's even a paid add-on option called AI Portrait, which removes backgrounds without needing a green screen or chroma key.
Hi,
So if you
Brian.
want to become a content creator but don't know where to start,
How it goes? I'm here to look. Aw, that's so sweet of you. Thank you so much.
The free trial will have a watermark.
And hectic. Everything's going hectic. I hope you're having a good day though, Brian. But yeah, so this is the model I'm working on for Zen. I think, I don't know, should I change the top for him?
Find that link in the description, and happy creating.
Like, I'm not changing the face. I love the face. I think the face really fits Zen. Especially considering, like, he doesn't want the bunny thing anymore.
Even about themselves.
But I'm not so sure about the top.
Today we're examining 3 posts from the dark side of Reddit.
I was thinking maybe like a
favorite drink ready.
skin tight thing.
And prepare yourself, because we're about to dive into some dark digital waters.
Glitching for some reason. It's actually like full on glitching. Thank you so much for the Twitch follow. I really appreciate it.
Terrifying is a subreddit that's easy to get lost in for an hour or two.
Why did I say it so weirdly?
As the name suggests, it focuses on things that are unexpectedly unsettling.
Okay, is it glitching?
Scrolling down, you'll find loads of
I think
weird
it's fine.
insects,
I think it's because my VTube studio was full screen.
And for the most part, there's a light-hearted play
full
of the images and videos.
Oh, hell, it's like one after another YouTube subscribers.
But all the weird and wacky things you might stumble across are oddly terrifying.
Holy
Occasionally,
shit.
You'll find a post that's legitimately horrifying. Last year, user Menses posted this video of a suspected rabies patient.
Yeah, so I was thinking maybe for Zen.
The patient's displaying one of the signature symptoms of rabies.
What the fuck?
Hydrophobia, an intense fear of water.
Wait, that's a thing? I didn't know that. Poor guy. No. Is he okay now, though?
Now, I have to admit that although I knew rabies was deadly, I didn't exactly know what it did to the human body, or the human mind. The fact that it caused you to be scared of water was news to me. So I went down to the comment section and dug a little further. That's where I found a link to a post made by user Zeri Masterpiece, a person who spent a lot of time working with rabies and is far more knowledgeable than most on the subject.
That is so scary.
That their post is as bone-chilling as it is enlightening. Here's what they had to say. Rabies. It's exceptionally common, but people just don't run into the animals that carry it often. Skunks especially, and bats. Let me paint you a picture. You go camping, and at midday, you decide to take a nap in a nice little hammock. While sleeping, a tiny brown bat, in the rage stages of infection, is fidgeting.
Hi, Micah. Of course I remember you.
And thirsty due to the hydrophobia, and you snort, startling him. He goes into attack mode.
Let me first delete.
You're asleep, and he's
the invisible layers.
So weighs around 6 grams. You don't even feel him land on your bare knee, and he starts to bite. His teeth are tiny, hardly enough to even break the skin, but he manages to make the equivalent of a tiny scream that goes.
Thank you so much for the YouTube sub, Siren.
Rabies does not travel in your blood. In fact, a blood test won't even tell you if you've got it.
Hope you're having a wonderful day.
None the wiser. If you notice anything at the
From
right
where?
side of the roof, you assume
from yesterday's stream. You were surprised I pronounced your name right.
The bomb has been lit, and your nervous
system. Not that senile yet.
The rabies will multiply along your nervous system, doing virtually no damage, completely undetectable. You literally have no symptoms. It may be 4 days, it may be a year, but the camping trip is most likely long forgotten.
Here.
Then one day, your back starts to ache, or maybe you get a slight headache.
Ears.
At this point, you're already dead. There is no cure. The sole caveat to this is the Milwaukee Protocol, which leaves most patients dead anyway, and the survivors mentally disabled, and is
well
seldom
done, huh?
There's no treatment. It has a 100% kill rate. Absorb that. Not a single other virus on this planet has a 100% kill rate. Only rabies. And once you're symptomatic, it's over. You're dead. So, what does that look like? Your headache turns into a fever.
Let me just make the ruler for the entire thing.
You're fidgety, uncomfortable, and scared. As the virus that has taken its time getting into your brain finds a vast network of nerve endings, it begins to rapidly reproduce, starting at the base of your brain, where your pons is located. This is the part of the brain that controls communication between the rest of the brain and body, as well as sleep cycles. Next, you become anxious.
It worked.
You still think you only have a mild fever, but suddenly
you said you were 777. Yeah.
And it doesn't occur to you
not 999.
This is because the rabies is chewing up your amygdala. As your cerebellum becomes hot with the virus, you begin to lose muscle coordination and balance.
Okay, so
you think maybe it's a good idea to go to the doctor.
Let's start with the sketch.
But assuming a doctor is smart enough to even run the tests necessary in the few days you have left on the planet, odds are they'll only be able to tell your loved ones what you died of later. You're twitchy, shaking, and scared.
Let's see if I can figure out
what's going on. But with the virus really fucking with your amygdala, this is amplified 100-fold. It's around this time the hydrophobia starts. You're horribly thirsty. You just want water, but you can't drink.
I genuinely, I might be stupid, but I genuinely did not know that
this has become a
legitimate,
active fear of water. You're thirsty, but looking at a glass of water begins to make you gag, and you shy back in fear. The contradiction is hard for your hot brain to see at this point. By now, the doctors will have put you on IVs to keep you hydrated, but even that's futile. You were dead the second you had a headache. You begin hearing things, or not hearing things at all, as your thalamus goes. You taste sounds. You see smells.
What?
Everything starts feeling like the most horrifying acid trip anyone has ever been on. With your hippocampus long under attack, you're having trouble remembering things, especially family. You're alone, hallucinating, thirsty, confused, and absolutely, undeniably terrified. Everything scares the literal shit out of you.
What are you watching? Lazy Masquerade.
In lab coats.
We usually watch creepy stuff while doing art streams.
And it's only been about a week since that little headache you've completely forgotten. Time means nothing to you anymore. Funnily enough, you now know how the bat felt when he bit you. Eventually, you slip into the dumb rabies phase. Your brain has started the process of shutting down. Too much of it has turned to liquid virus. Your face droops. You drool. You're all but unaware of what's around you. A sudden noise or light might startle you, but for the most part, it's all you can do to just stare at the ground. You haven't really slept for about 72 hours. Then, you die. Always, you die. And there's not one fucking thing anyone can do for you.
Watch Markiplier?
There's the question of what to do with your corpse.
I don't really watch him.
Burying it is the right thing to do, but the rabies can survive in a corpse for years. You could kill every rabid animal on the planet today, and if 2 years from now, some moist, preserved, rotten hunk of used-to-be brain gets eaten by an animal, it starts all over.
What the fuck?
Yeah, rabies scares the shit out of me, and it's fucking everywhere.
I didn't know it's that serious.
It's a messed up breed, and paints a very grim picture of an unfortunate person's final days. Zeri Masterpiece goes on to explain that although deaths from rabies are rare in the USA because of an aggressive treatment protocol, rabies itself is extremely common, and in other parts of the world, like India, it claims tens of thousands of lives every year.
No, I'm not gonna watch Markiplier on stream, sorry.
After discovering that post, this video becomes a hell of a lot more scary. Knowing what this guy was going through, what he was about to go through, how confused he must have felt.
Did he survive though?
And the fact that by now, he's already long gone.
No.
In this video, he was already dead. He just didn't know it yet.
Fuck. Maybe this higher.
Aoki Mum was an active member of the Reddit community. A mother to 5 boys and 2 girls, she participated a lot in conversations with other parents, discussing family finances, recipes, parenting strategies, and the like. It's clear from her message history that she was a devoted family woman and parent. For instance, she posted, "Life is about making good job or income choices, and then making the best money choices based on your income. I would never give up having any of my children so I could have more money. They are amazing people, and the world will benefit by having them in it, and nothing I could buy or invest in could compare to giving a person a chance."
Hi John Robert, hey, just watched your video of Rev talking about current events and decided to subscribe and saw you went live. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, Rev's videos are really good.
2015, she made her final post on the site,
honestly,
and then suddenly became inactive.
Like me and Zen, we don't really sit online that much, but his videos definitely keep us informed. We don't always share his opinion, but
was much darker in nature.
Seems like a nice guy.
You see, Alki Mum's real name was April Bever. She was 42 years old and was indeed the mother of 7 children. She was also one of the victims in the Broken Arrow killings, in which she, her husband, and 3 of her children were slain.
No.
And what's more, it was 2 of her sons that committed the massacre. On the night of July 22nd, 2015, brothers Robert and Michael Bever, 18 and 16 respectively, lured their family members into the same part of the house, then suddenly and inexplicably began attacking them with hatchets and other blades. April was punctured 48 times in the neck, head, torso, arms and hands. Her husband David was punctured 28 times. Daniel Bever, 12. Christopher Bever, 7. And Victoria Bever, 5, also lost their lives that fateful night. The 2 brothers also tried to slay their sister, Crystal,
Why would
13,
they do that?
But even though her throat was slit and her stomach punctured, she not only managed to survive, but was able to call the authorities for help. Officers arrived in time to save her life and apprehend Robert and Michael. Autumn Bever, who was only 2, was sound asleep and unharmed in another room. Robert confessed to what he and his brother had done, and even stated that had the police not arrived, they were planning to drive around the area and kill 5 people each at various locations until they reached a body count of 50 people. Michael took things further, saying he wanted to claim the lives of 500 people. An outlandish target, but who knows how many lives Crystal saved them by calling the police.
What would drive people to do something so heinous?
Reading through Alki Mum's old, ordinary Reddit posts is absolutely heart-wrenching, knowing what ultimately became of her. She wrote about her sons, lovingly, but in the
Thank
end,
you so much for the YouTube sub, Tyrant Draken. Hope you're having a great day.
That she loved so much too. Both Robert and Michael were sentenced to life. Michael with the possibility of parole. Robert
Hi Billy Donuts, me! I want some Boston cream, thank you very much. Oh my god, now I'm craving donuts.
When we're behind our screens, interacting with strangers online, it's easy to feel this sense of anonymity. Like we can get away with saying whatever we want,
yeah.
we want.
Aren't the recent events literally the evidence of that?
In the past, there have been numerous instances of people making posts, safe in the belief that there won't be any consequences.
Thank you so much for the YouTube sub. I24K Panda. Oh,
there have been people who have confessed to cheating on their partners, only for another user to check out their history, connect a few dots, and realize that it's actually John who's married to their sister. There have been people who have gotten into arguments with other users, said the most vulgar things, only for the other person to find out who they are.
I'm craving donuts now. Same.
Even if
I'm gonna say it, Micah.
Sometimes a group of Reddit detectives will come together to uncover your real identity. That is, if the post you made warrants such drastic action. Some users have even been tracked down and questioned by the authorities, or even jailed for admitting to their unlawful actions.
So you see what I mean by
that, thousands of people
might work better this way?
On the site.
Thank you so much for the YouTube sub, Mr. Guitar Jamming John. Oh, nice name.
Exceptions to that. 5 years ago, on r/.
Which means I have done my job. No.
Asked this question. To those of you who have accidentally killed
someone, should I do the torn top for him, or
of the more than 10,000 replies,
should I stick to the hoodie thing?
Accounts, accidental motor collisions, or instances where the user was either defending themselves or otherwise justified in their actions. Interesting reads, sure, but nothing nefarious.
Maybe I should sketch it out completely and then decide.
Very different. One that eventually caught everyone's attention. A response left by user Archaeology. This still haunts me.
I guess
to
I'll
this
just
day.
start with a face and
As
see where it
kids,
takes
we had a
me.
hideout in this dirt cliff cove kind of thing. This is the best approximation I can find on Google. Only 3 times taller and probably 10 times as wide. There was a neighborhood kid who, in hindsight, was probably mentally handicapped in some way. But to us, he was just the weird, creepy kid. And this was the 80s, and we weren't exactly raised PC. 3 of us were headed to our base, and found Creepy Kid sitting at the top in our guard chair. We yelled at him to get out, and he said something like, "Make me," and started lobbing dirt clods and sticks down at us. We all ran around the side to make our way up. It gets pretty fuzzy here, but all I remember is he fell. I still remember the sound. When we got back down to check on him, he was in a very awkward position, with blood coming out of his mouth. We all just freaked out and ran home, and as far as I know, no one has spoken a word of this to anyone. We didn't go back for over a month, and never said a word of it between us. Again, this was the 80s, so media wasn't like today. Chances are I got a small article in the newspaper B section. Missing mentally disabled child found dead after fall, or something like that. Some users sympathized with Archaeology's story, while others started questioning whether the
Thank you so much for the YouTube sub, Bismarck.
if he was
Hope
pushed.
you're having a great day.
Again, Archaeology said that his memory was fuzzy, but given the title of the thread, many speculated that it was the latter. But through his main comment and various others,
Now it's not even showing me
had given
where
several
it
key
happened.
tidbits of identifying information, and
Damn
behind the
it.
scenes,
Why
other
did that
editors were
show?
doing some sleuthing. One of them seemingly worked out who the victim was. Was it Scott Cleeshult? He went missing in 1988 in St. Charles, MO, correct? That would make you around 10 or 11 at the time he went missing. He would have been 9. Scott was last seen not far from his home.
Wait, let me
in the
first
330
make the
of Lavernus Drive,
thing bigger.
walking near a wooded area known as the Trails. It was just before a fierce thunderstorm swept through the area. As long as 6 weeks after his disappearance, police conducted large-scale searches of the area near Scott's home. The searches involved digging at a labyrinth of caves in the wooded hillside where Scott was known to play with other neighborhood children. I don't know if it is this kid.
Canvas properties.
If it were him, and if the story is what you said, it seems likely his body would have been found. A corpse of a 9-year-old at the bottom of some land formation can get washed away pretty easily in a storm, however. If it is or isn't him, you need to talk to your local PD. This discovery may have hit a nerve, because it was at that point that Archaeology deleted his original confession post. His account has since remained inactive for the past 5 years, and he offered up no further information about the incident.
Let me make the resolution even higher.
It's unclear what happened to Archaeology, whether there was more to his story, or if he ever brought the matter up with the authorities. It's also unknown whether Scott Cleeshult was really the victim in question.
I don't know why I zoomed in at the crotch.
But this post, and thousands like it, prove that you never know what skeletons someone might be hiding in their closet. Heck, maybe you have a few skeletons of your own. If you do, take my advice. Don't go posting about them on Reddit, or you might just end up in a video like this.
Okay, this is so much better.
Thanks for listening, Lazy Legion. A big thank you to all of my supporters here on YouTube and over on Patreon, especially my biggest supporters. Alex Greensall.
I'm gonna preemptively split it a little
Charlie
bit.
Lackey, Connor Lotham, Crawford K. McDonald, Expand On, Gina Valera, Grace Archie, Infamous Sempapi, Leonardo Martinez, Lord 210, Lucas Maniac,
Why does it still seem like a
Myra
little
Lancaster,
small?
Monica Mendoza, Native Beauty, Peter Loggerich, Philip Westra, Procupidine Netta, Ronnie Franklin, Sarah Ramirez, Sean M. Brenner, Scylla Sky, Sloane Crawford, Taylor and Monica Gruenk, The Only Dorita, Miss Crypto, Mrs. Yvonne Rankin, Hungry and Hammered, Hamish K, Tom Brady is Based, Jeff the Killer,
I guess
Lydia
that's the
Glossy,
highest I can make this one.
Yoshi6500, and Phantom Knight. Thank you guys so much for your continued support. Remember to smash that like button or I'll smash you. Be sure to subscribe, and you'll be hearing from me again very soon. Until then, you all stay spooky. And remember, the best things happen in the dark.
Okay, there we go. Yes, this is so much better. I can make it smaller later on, but it's just easier to draw this way. Definitely went like a little too crazy with it. I'll just test it here. Perfect. It's perfect size.
The Unidentified Wiki Pages, an archive dedicated to chronicling John and Jane Does with the intention of informing the public and raising awareness about their cases. Many of the pages found on this wiki make for stomach-churning reads, and today we'll be going over a handful of the most unsettling articles the site has to offer. Today's video is sponsored by Raycon. Raycon's on a mission to prove that you shouldn't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound and essential smart tech listening features. Their earbuds start at half the price of other top audio brands on the market, meaning that you could get a pair and a spare and still pay less than you would with some of the other big name
Right
tech
now
brands.
I'm just like
And they sound
prepping like
just
a
as good,
visual
if
aid
not
for
better.
Zen.
With 8 hours of playtime for their everyday earbuds,
So
custom
this
gel
is
tones for the
obviously not
perfect,
the
most
final
comfortable
layers
in-ear
or
fit,
sketch.
and a whole range of features
More like a visual
their 3
aid.
customizable sound profiles. Raycon earbuds aren't just affordable and stylish, they're extremely convenient and reliable, and make the perfect partner for any activity. Whether you're commuting by train, exercising at the gym, or relaxing with your favorite audio content on the sofa, Raycon gives you the audio quality and build quality that you deserve. I like to use mine while working out, because as you can see, Raycon earbuds stay in place, no matter what. Not to mention, they're sweat resistant. So if you're ready to get your hands on a pair of awesome earbuds at a great price, while also supporting the channel, now's your chance. Click the link in my description box, or go to buyraycon.com/masquerade to get 15% off your Raycon purchase. Be part of the next wave of premium wireless audio with Raycon. On March 27th, 1971, an off-duty policeman was walking his dog in the Newton Road area of Burton, England, when he made a chilling discovery. As he and his canine chum made their way through a wooded thicket by the roadside, the officer almost tripped over a round, off-white object protruding from a mound of earth. Upon closer inspection, he realized what it was. A human skull.
Oh no.
Mortified by what he had found, he immediately called his superiors, and an investigation was quickly launched. After excavating the mound, detectives unearthed a complete skeleton. An analysis revealed that it belonged to a young man, aged somewhere between 23 and 39. Given the state of his remains, he had likely been in the ground for between 9 and 12 months. Whoever he was, he had
that
almost
is
certainly been the victim
horrifying.
of a homicide. His life cruelly snuffed out. The man's hands had been tied behind his back with a cord, and his feet were bound together. He had been placed in his grave upright, in the kneeling position. The only clothes that he had been buried in were a pair of pink and yellow socks. All of his other garments were missing. That sounded to many like the calling card of a serial killer. Some sort of twisted joke. A final humiliation. Despite this definitely being a male skeleton though, a lady's 9-carat gold wedding ring was also found on the right finger of the victim's right hand. The ring had been manufactured in the late 60s by Henry Shoal Limited. Only 5,000 were ever made. Since his skull was the first part of his body to be found poking out of the earth, this John Doe was given the nickname Fred the Head. A little insensitive, perhaps.
Thank you so much for the YouTube sub, Gundam Plays.
Thanks to the wonders of technology, these detailed composites have since been created to show what Fred may have looked like in life. According to forensic experts, Fred had short, brown to black, straight hair. He stood around 5'8", possessed a thin build, and had small hands with well-kept fingernails. Most distinctive, however, were his physical abnormalities. Fred had a significant amount of dental work done to his teeth, and even had a partial upper denture fitted no more than 6 months before his slaying. His jaw would have stuck out more than the average person's, and his chin would have appeared large. Fred also suffered from torticollis, otherwise known as a wry neck, meaning that his head would have leant to the right, making him all the more identifiable. That being said, it's unknown how much this neck condition would have affected his appearance. Veterans of this channel may remember when I covered the Ina Jane Doe, now identified as Susan Hope Lund. Just like Fred, Susan suffered from wry neck, leading forensic artists to create this uncanny composite, which depicted her with a severely tilted head. When her true identity was finally discovered 29 years later, it became obvious that Susan's wry neck wasn't nearly as pronounced as the authorities believed. In fact, it was barely noticeable at all. This effect really emphasized her torticollis in hopes of it jogging the right person's memory, but in the end, since she really didn't suffer badly from the condition at all, it may have actually had the opposite effect and slowed down the investigation. In that sense, we should take Fred the Head's wry neck with a pinch of salt as well. Sure, it may have had a tremendous impact on his visual appearance, but it may also have been a near invisible condition. Unfortunately, the authorities weren't able to match Fred to any missing persons reports, and nobody came forward to claim his bones. Despite having so many recognizable features, nobody seemed to have any idea who Fred the Head actually was. With few leads to work with, the investigation into Fred's demise sadly froze over. One of the main theories circulating online is that Fred may have been the first victim of the Camden Ripper, Anthony Hardy, a man who took the lives of
Wait, I never heard of
in the early
this.
2000s, though he may also have been responsible for 6 additional slayings too. He was brought to justice in December 2002 when a homeless man scavenging in bins found the dismembered body parts of 2 of his victims, wrapped in black bin liners. Not only was Hardy born and raised in the same area where Fred was unearthed, but he also liked to dress his victims in special socks. Mr. No Socks to be specific. Mr. Happy Socks to be even more specific. The fact that Fred was found wearing only socks appeared to be a possible link. However, there are many who disagree with this theory. All of Hardy's other confirmed victims were females, and his rampage began 3 decades after Fred's life was cut short. Still, could Fred have been a test run for a budding young serial slayer? His first taste of blood? Or was this all the handiwork of someone much less infamous, but equally as sinister? The work of a still uncaught killer, or killers. Just last week, a man named Ken Davies, who runs the Fred the Head podcast, announced that he may have uncovered the victim's true identity. He posits that Fred was actually this man, John Gick, a 37-year-old scoutmaster who went missing in February 1969, 18 months before Fred the Head's remains were discovered. The day he vanished, John had travelled to Liverpool from the Isle of Man for a scouting event. At 4 PM, he left his scouts in the care of a colleague, telling them that he had to meet somebody, but that he'd return at 6:40. He never did. At 5 PM, witnesses saw John being attacked by a gang of youths. John then stumbled off by himself, never to be seen again. His van was found abandoned in Liverpool the following day. Now Liverpool is roughly a 2-hour 15-minute journey car ride from Burton. So why does Ken Davies think that John Gick and Fred the Head are one and the same? Well, just like Fred the Head, John Gick is known to have had extensive dental work done to his teeth, and, crucially, also suffered from wry neck. On top of that, the timeline adds up. The physical characteristics are a match, and John Gick was within the age range that experts put on Fred the Head. The authorities are currently looking into whether Fred and John truly were the same person. Hopefully, a DNA test will reveal the truth in the near future. Perhaps then, the perpetrator and their motive will finally come to light as well.
Lunchtime, enjoy your lunch.
After they committed their
also, I had to post a video real quick
Many
today.
Of the cases covered on the unidentified wiki
in the morning.
Because of how horrific their write-ups
there were like some updates regarding Jack Black.
About the victim. For some,
is that me? Yes. I'm prepping a visual aid for you to understand what you want different about him. Thank you so much for the YouTube sub, Lugia. Hope you're having a great day.
And lives and hopes who were all lost to time. Their identities and stories almost completely forgotten. One such example from the wiki would be 1999's Dallas County John Doe, a man whose skeletal remains were found along US Route 80 in Alabama.
I'm splitting them allegations again.
So 99 years old.
As I mentioned, in the video I quickly recorded in the morning, so Jack Black may have just laughed out of nervousness. He's not actually the one who said those things. And basically looks like Tenacious D might not be a thing anymore. It seems like he's breaking ties with them. It was the other guy who said those things.
When he perished, a moldy wallet was found near his person. Inside it was a driver's license, which featured this faded image. This is believed to be the face of the John Doe. Using modern AI software, the image has since been enhanced, allowing us to get a much more detailed glimpse of his face. In most cases, the discovery of a license.
Plus, I need to redo the sketch since I massively increased the resolution.
The same in Dallas County's case too, had the ID not been so old and tattered.
Yeah, they sounded very similar. I agree.
Rubbed away and was completely illegible. As for identifiable clothing, at the time of his end, Dallas County John Doe had been wearing a dark t-shirt beneath a red and blue plaid.
I was tripping. Did you say anything about Jack Black? Yeah.
A synthetic black jacket.
We have like 3 videos on this specific topic now. It's with the attempted. It's everything to do with the attempted assassination that happened.
It's unknown whether he used this .25 cal to remove himself from the world.
Basically,
he had used it to
a lot of content creators, a lot of influencers, a lot of celebrities cracked very inappropriate jokes and basically saying that how the person should not have missed blah blah blah, all that stuff, even though there is a person who passed. There are 2 people who are injured. It's a horrible thing that happened, and a lot of people thought, hey, it's appropriate to be vile. And during a concert, it sounded like Jack Black said like, you know, the inappropriate joke, but apparently it wasn't him, it was the other guy. Like, Tenacious D is made out of 2 people. Apparently it was the other guy, and Jack Black laughed, but it turns out that he might have laughed out of nervousness about the situation, and it seems like he's completely leaving Tenacious D now. And if any of you is Jack Black fan, you know how much Tenacious D means to him. It's like, it's very murky, but I wanted to post a video saying like that update. Cow gas, thank you so much, John. But yeah, I guess we'll see where this is heading. But Yeah, I just didn't want to be part of the problem and spread misinformation, so I quickly rushed out an update video the second I heard it. So yeah. Right now, it seems like it's better not to dogpile and just see what happens. That's all I'm saying. I'm not defending him, and I'm not like dogpiling at him. It's more of a let's see. It's the worst thing you can do is jump to conclusions. Like, how are you better than the people who were saying those vile jokes if you just jump the gun?
Try and protect himself from whoever did.
But how are you doing, buddy? And how are you doing, John? How are you doing, Vortex? Sorry. I'm trying really hard. It's the amount of comments and new subscribers is a little bit overwhelming. I didn't expect any of that.
The pup has never been ID'd and could still be walking among us. Perhaps one day this John Doe will be given back his name. But with
yeah, we're going to sit back because it's very muddy waters. It is. It's very muddy waters, and like I said, I did not like. I just really don't want to be part of the problem.
Cases are far from uncommon.
I want to hold myself accountable.
The unidentified wiki is such an important archive. It helps to raise awareness
Hi,
about cases that rarely,
how are you doing this morning?
Attention, and helps to keep the search for their identities and killers alive.
Thank you so much for the YouTube sub, Nick Groen. I'm good, just playing Power World. How are the new updates? Are they good?
Was a 34-year-old woman living a difficult existence.
A raccoon and emo face? Okay.
By her husband, Craig Allen Wood. The couple lived together in a camping trailer.
I appreciate this.
Property in Williamsville, Missouri. Their relationship was a rocky one.
Yeah, I'm putting my rigging on hold. I need a break from it.
But Craig had,
but in the meanwhile, I'll make a visual aid for Zen to figure out what kind of model he wants.
Caught carrying illicit substances, he told Becky she had to speak in his defense.
Unfortunately, politics is everywhere, and political opinions will make or break sub numbers. I subbed on the moral aspect. Thank you. I don't have any political opinions. I am completely distancing myself from even having a political opinion.
She had last been seen at
the new pals are cool, and the supply drops are helpful. There's supply drops now? Holy shit.
Relationship that she had with her husband.
Once I figure out how Streamlabs like take less FPS,
according to this friend,
we'll definitely play some Power World.
Freaking out and shaking. Her husband Craig had apparently stolen some of her money and destroyed her SIM card, so she couldn't make or receive.
I think me and Zen, we should do like a stream where I just open like random games and fix up the quality and everything.
Now, it's not unusual for a victim's partner to be considered the prime suspect.
Troubleshooting / chilling stream.
But in Craig's case, detectives had a bit more.
So I'm back from hibernation. How was your sleep?
Just 1 year prior to
supply drops and meteors. Holy shit, that sounds so cool though.
And asked him to kill his wife.
Power World is such a good game. It reminds me of when Valheim dropped and it just boomed so hard.
The hitman turned down the offer. Craig then asked him what would happen.
But we're also right now on
inject his wife with bong water.
Oh, sorry, my eye is itchy.
Replied,
we're on a Minecraft kick.
Painful demise. Not long
it's actually pretty fun playing together. Yeah, occasional drops guarded by the. Oh, that's cool.
Doctors were able to save her life, but had to amputate both of her legs.
What are the Steam charts for Power World right now? Like, how many people are playing?
Since he was unable to prove that he was her husband at the time, though, the doctors refused to comply with his request.
Vincent still need
Craig
to
would
also
later
play
approach
the
that
first
same hitman again,
descent.
and told him that he had syringed his wife with the pipe water.
Visual by the first descent is
quote,
not like my
"didn't
cup
kill
of
the
tea,
body."
but
He also mentioned that he knew
what's the
several
harm
good
in
locations that he
trying?
could have hidden her body. Places where she would never be found.
It's turning into early
Becky's
days Rust,
disappearance
and
in
I'm all for it.
2017, that hitman came
Yes.
forward and shared his story.
Yes. Early days Rust
Not
was
only that,
so much
another key
fun.
witness also came forward. The son of one of Becky's friends.
I
This
definitely
unnamed
do not
witness
like
had
how
apparently
Rust
been
is
in the
now,
area on the day that Becky went missing,
but I had so
and
many
claims to have
fun
caught
memories
Craig moving
playing
her
in the
remains
past.
post-slaying. Craig had allegedly forced said witness to help hide
Maybe
Becky's body.
Rust has like vanilla service
According
now.
to the witness, a group of individuals, whom he refused to identify, took his car
That would
and
be
used
so
it to
cool.
transport Becky to another location.
I remember
When the car was
when I
returned
was
to him,
surfing
he
around
found
servers
blood
for
and hair
Rust,
inside
I
it.
found some Harry Potter
investigating
RP
officers
server
asked to
for
take a look at
Rust,
his car,
and it was
the witness
so
told them that
funny.
he no longer had it.
Was so
Terrified
long
of
ago
Craig and his
though.
friends, and not wanting to get involved in this mess any further,
But people were
Craig
like
thoroughly cleaned the
committing
car
to
and
it. It
sold
was
to a
so fun to
stranger.
see that.
By the time
Like
the investigators
no one was
located
weird
the buyer,
about it.
the car had already been sold to a local scrapyard, where it had been destroyed, along with any potential evidence inside it. The day after Becky went missing, the witness's father went over to her and Craig's trailer to investigate himself, and noticed
Rust always
Becky's
had vanilla
cosmetic
service.
items
No, I mean
burning in a
without
barrel
all the
outside.
major updates that happened.
Court documents have since revealed the police's
I don't have
working
Steam,
hypothesis
but I recall it
that Craig
level
had
around
taken Becky's
200,
life
300.
by
Oh
bludgeoning her in
wait,
the head with an ashtray.
what do you play on?
Presumably, some trace amounts of
And thank
human
you
matter
so much
were found on an
for
ashtray
the
in Becky
YouTube
and
sub,
Craig's shared
Angry
home,
Ghost.
though that hasn't been confirmed by the authorities. In the end, the murder charge against Craig was dismissed due to a lack of evidence, though the prosecutors do plan on refiling the charge in the future. However, Craig didn't completely
I really
dodge his
hope
bullet.
you like the
He was
vision I
arrested
have
again
for this
violating his
model.
probation, and is currently serving a 7-year sentence.
But
His
yeah,
son
I'm
in prison has
changing
since
the
told the
hoodie, not
investigators
like
that on
normal
more than one
hoodie.
occasion,
Like you
he's heard
have like a
Craig
torn
sobbing in
black
his
top.
bunk and
Xbox?
saying how he shouldn't have taken Becky's life.
How is Xbox
The
these
search
days?
for Becky's remains is still ongoing.
I've always been more partial to Xbox over PlayStation. I don't know why. I've never been a fan of PlayStation. Like, I had it at
On
the
September
beginning when I was a
21st,
kid, like PlayStation 1 and
The
stuff.
torso of a young male, aged somewhere between 4 and 7,
But
was
as I
dragged from
grew
the
up,
Thames
I
River
would
in
always
London,
go for
England,
Xbox.
wearing only a pair of bright orange shorts made exclusively in Germany. His limbs and head were nowhere to be found. With nothing to identify the
I
remains
haven't
the investigators
read
named the
anything
donor,
about the new one
Adam.
since I stick to
A
PC
search
now.
for his missing parts, his true name, and his slayer was quickly launched. After being examined by experts, it was determined that Adam had been poisoned by a substance that rendered him incapable of movement.
About as
His
good as
throat
our
was then cut
politics,
open.
honestly. It's a mess.
After being completely
No.
exsanguinated, his arms,
That is so
legs,
saddening.
and head were
That
expertly
is so
removed.
saddening.
Trace minerals in his remains suggested that he had only been in the UK for a few days before being slain. A DNA analysis suggested that he was of southwestern Nigerian
I just
descent.
hope.
That was of particular
Like,
interest to
look,
the
I
authorities,
know
and
deep
led
down
detectives
people
to
don't
consider a
change,
truly
right?
chilling hypothesis. That Adam
If they're
had been brought to the
mean-spirited
UK by
deep
human
down,
traffickers
it's
for the
not
sole purpose of
gonna
being
all of a
slaughtered in
sudden
a ritual
like
sacrifice.
go away. Like, hey guys, I
That might seem like a
reflected
jump,
and I
but let me
changed
explain.
the core of my being.
Nigeria has long had
It
a
doesn't
problem
work
with
that way.
ritual slayings.
But I just
A small
hope
number of desperate locals
hope
believe that burning
they
body
at least
parts can
will
bring good
not
fortune
publicly
and wealth.
spew that shit anymore.
In 2014,
Like, there's
a warehouse
enough
filled to the
bad
brim with human
energy
body parts and chained up prisoners
in the
was
world.
discovered in Soka Forest, Nigeria. This human abattoir was being used by human traffickers.
Big
to collect
issues
and
on
sell
Xbox
human
right
heads
now.
and limbs to
Is the
ritualists.
Game Pass here? Oh
27 people
yeah.
inside were saved,
Oh my god, I
though it's unknown just
completely
how many more
forgot
people
about
before
it.
have been harvested. Since this practice was already well known back in 2001, The UK
Like, me and
investigators
Zen
posited
even
that
talked
Adam
about
had
it.
been purchased by a wealthy
How did I
ritualist
forget about
living
it?
in
Holy
London
shit.
and had met with a similar fate at the hands of a witch doctor. In 2011, a woman in Germany named Joyce Foxageddon was approached by the UK detectives, who suspected that she may have been involved in Adam's case. Joyce told them that some years prior, she had actually fled a Yoruba cult in Nigeria and made her way to Germany. While living there, she met a young,
God, I hate
homeless
cults.
lad whose parents had been deported. As such, she decided to care for him. According to Joyce, that youngster was Adam.
So
though also, according
today,
to her,
so
his actual
I was
name
trying really
Chikwamosa.
hard to like keep up
After
with all the
searching Joyce's home,
comments,
detectives found
and
a pair of
someone
identical
commented
orange
that
shorts
like
to the ones
me
Adam
and
was found in.
Zen spew vile
A pair of
stuff,
social
like
workers in Germany
that
also
me and
corroborated
Zen
Joyce's
say
story,
unhinged
claiming that they
stuff,
had seen
and
Joyce caring
then
for a
that
skinny youth.
we have no right to
That's all to say,
prosecute,
her
not
story
prosecute, but
seemed to add up.
judge Tricky.
Joyce confided in the authorities
And
that a man named Kingsley
I
Ojo,
literally, I
a
asked
fellow
the
Nigerian,
person,
was the person
what are
responsible
you
for
talking
Adam's
about?
slaying.
Like,
Kingsley
can I
was
see
a
an
human
example
trafficker
of it?
who shipped
What you're
people from his
talking
home
about?
country to Europe. Joyce also
That
gave
threw
them
me
a
off
photo
so
of the youth
hard.
that she called Chikwamosa. It seemed like Adam had just been given his real name back. After searching Kingsley Ojo's home, investigators did indeed find several ritual
I'm
items.
not saying like me and Zen are without
they were
fault,
unable to link any of them to
but
Adam's
I would
case.
never say
They also
something
learned that the photo Joyce had given them
that
was
actually
of a
is
youngster
about a
who was
person
still
who's
alive and well,
suffering.
living in Germany, meaning Adam
Every
wasn't
single joke we
Chikwamosa,
have is
and his
towards
identity
each other.
was still unknown. In 2013, Joyce changed her tune and told the authorities that she had made a mistake.
Xbox is even coming up with a console that's just like the first stick that only streams games. A lot of concern. What?
21 years have passed
Why?
since Adam's torso was found floating in the River Thames.
Why would they
And
even
in
do
all those
that?
years, none of his missing
What's
body
the point
parts have
of
been
it?
discovered, and his slayers have never formally been identified and brought to justice.
You very much have the right to
That being
judge
said,
people who
it's
say dumb
strongly
shit.
suspected
That's the
that
thing.
Kingsley Ojo was indeed
That
involved
stuff
in his demise,
is not
and that Joyce was
stupid.
likely an unwilling
It's
accomplice.
actually vile and
The Met
dangerous
continue
to
search
spread
for
such
answers
stuff.
in Adam's case.
It's actually dangerous to spread such
Adam has
such
not
stuff.
and will not
She's
be
a
forgotten,
huge content
said Chief
creator.
Inspector Kate Kieran
People
in a
will
2021 interview.
try to
He
imitate
deserved
her.
better,
That's
and
the
we will
sad
not give up on
reality.
him.
They will try to imitate her. And I even
A
said
big
this
thank
in the
you to all of my
comments.
supporters here on
It's like
YouTube
a
and
kid
Patreon,
that sees an
especially my
adult
biggest supporters.
smoke. Where the kid thinks,
Dustin
oh,
and
that's so
Tiffany
cool.
Gina Valera, Hamish, Ian Billock, Infamous Sempapi, Jesse Juck, Leonardo Martinez, Monica Mendoza, Mrs. Yvonne Rankin,
So,
Peter Logdredge, Connor Lothan,
you know there
Taylor
will
and
be
Monica
people
Gruick,
who will look at
Leonie
it
Dorita,
and be like,
TNS Mark,
oh, she's so
Zen,
edgy and cool.
Alex
I'm
Greenfield,
gonna start
Asia
talking
Mina,
and act like
Asriel
she
Warakai,
does.
Brad Hammer 33,
And
Chief Kochuake,
I'm not trying to
Colin
specifically
Monsma,
dogpile on
Verily
her.
Verdant,
It
Hamish
just
K,
she's
Sonic
just
Narcotic,
an example
Lydia
that we all know of.
Nefis 1988, and Itai Alon. Thank you guys so much for your continued support. Until next time, my friends. The devil's in the detail.
You should switch on the autoplay thing.
Today's video is sponsored by NordVPN. If you follow
They
this
do it
channel,
because of
you'll
cost.
already know the
They're
world's a pretty
partnering with
scary place at
Amazon
the
and
best of
trying to get
times.
away from
And let's face
consoles
it,
because
the
they
best of
lose money
times,
on
these
console
ain't.
sales.
With so many of
Oh,
us
I had
spending
no
longer
idea that they're
browsing the web at
partnering
home,
with
it's more
Amazon.
important than ever to stay safe and secure online.
But even the Amazon sales
Trouble
are
is, the
going
internet
down.
knows a lot about us, and there are plenty of people out there trying to get their
Like
hands
from
on that data of yours.
what I read,
One of the best ways to protect yourself
like
is with a VPN.
Shein is like a
That's where Nord
huge
comes in.
competitor to
Want to
Amazon
stay hidden
now.
online?
And
NordVPN's
honestly,
double data
Shein
encryption
has better
provides you with increased
quality of
anonymity.
stuff.
Want more peace of mind? Their VPN
Some
protects
people
your
even they
communications
buy
and
on
personal
Shein
data
and
makes
resell it
hacking
on
into your
Amazon.
devices virtually impossible. With NordVPN, your information is always protected, Whether you're searching on a
by the
couch,
way, sorry
working online
if
in
I
your
started
local
up the
coffee shop,
political
or chilling
talk
with some
getting you.
Netflix in another
You're
country.
completely fine. Don't worry
Speaking of
about
which,
it.
the VPN is super handy when it comes to watching all your favorite content, which would otherwise be region locked. Perfect if you want to watch some creepy Japanese horror movies this spooky season. Right now, Nord has a special cyber deal on. Head over to nordvpn.com/masquerade or use coupon code MASQUERADE and you'll make a huge
I just
68%
feel
saving
bad.
on their
I
2-year
keep
plan. They'll even throw in an extra
stopping
month for
drawing.
free and give you a surprise gift. Find that URL in the description or comment section below and take advantage of that devilish deal.
Nope, no political talk was brought up. It was just a bad situation and why people taking masks off. Yeah. Wait, then, did you
On
hear
September 16th,
what I said?
2009,
What
Mitrice
someone
Richardson,
claimed about
a
us?
24-year-old psychology major, was taken into custody after
That
failing to pay
supposedly
her bill at a
we
Malibu
say
restaurant.
the same unhinged stuff.
She was taken to the Lost Hills Sheriff's Department. The officers who arrested her quickly realized that she was displaying signs of psychosis and that something wasn't quite right with her. They contacted her family, and Mitrice's mother informed them that her daughter was bipolar and was experiencing a manic episode. She begged them not to let Mitrice go while she was in that state. The officers promised her mother that they'd release Mitrice at 5 AM the following morning after she'd calmed down. For some bizarre reason, though, they didn't do that. Instead, they let her leave at 12:28
I'm gonna need to make this separate
giving
from
her back her
this.
cell phone, ID, money, or her car, which was at a
Maybe
towing
I'll
station
simplify the
11
hair a
miles
little
away.
bit. So
She was stranded
yeah, so
and alone
far,
in
so
an
the top
unfamiliar place,
part,
in the dead of night,
it's
while in a
like
dangerous
1,
state of mind.
2, 3,
Pretty much a recipe
4,
for
5,
disaster, right?
5 sections
Well,
already.
that proved to be the case. Mitrice was sighted 6 hours later in the Santa Monica Mountains, about a 2-hour uphill hike from the sheriff's department, resting in a local residence.
Even if I don't
backyard.
rig Zen's model anytime soon, at least he'll have an updated one. Something
It's
that
not
he'll
clear whether
actually
these screams
enjoy.
were investigated. Unsurprisingly, Mitrice disappeared that night without a trace and was never seen again. Well, not alive at least. 11 months would pass by without any news of Mitrice's well-being.
Hi Fish,
Needless
how are
to say,
you doing?
Her family were worried
Are
sick.
you having a good day?
It was a hot August day in 2010 when Mitrice was finally
Wait,
found
1
in the
second.
wilderness of Dark Canyon.
Yeah, I heard. I don't recall
local
if we
ranger had
ever
spotted her
touched
submerged
sensitive
in a creek.
topics without understanding
Her
what's
half
going
mummified,
on. Yeah, I
half
asked the
skeletal
person for an
remains were
example.
protruding slightly from the
There's
water's
nothing.
surface. Her head was
Sadly,
missing,
I cannot
and her
be a
clothing
decent
had been
human
removed.
being.
Her skull was later found nearby.
Okay,
and had been placed upside down.
I'll be right back.
The ranger contacted the LASD immediately.
The porcelain
The
throne is
first officer who
calling
arrived on
me.
the scene was either incompetent or ill-intentioned. He spent 90 minutes there alone before he contacted the coroner's office. 2 helicopters were dispatched to the scene, one carrying more police officers and the other carrying the coroner's team to examine the area. The chopper carrying the officers arrived there quickly enough, but for some unknown reason, the coroner's helicopter was continuously delayed. The team waited and waited to no avail. Their transport never arrived, leaving the police officers alone at the scene for more than 6 hours. The authorities explained this away by saying that there were no other helicopters available at the time, but that later turned out not to be true at all. Suspicious. Also suspicious was this. Despite the coroner's instructing the officers not to tamper with the body at all, the cops ignored their instruction, sloppily gathered up Mitrice, and airlifted her back to the station, leaving behind several of her bones in the process. Sheriff Lee Backer quickly declared Mitrice's death to have been an accident. Well, that didn't sit right with anyone. How did they account for the state of her remains? The poor girl had clearly been decapitated. Actually, said the police, her head had been attached to her when her remains were found. The first responding officer had simply dragged her body out of the water by the skull, and in doing so, had accidentally detached her head from her torso. Well, people might have been able to believe that, had the ranger who discovered Mitrice's body not taken a picture of the scene before any officers arrived. The photo clearly showed Mitrice's body in the water, already headless. The cops had just been caught in an obvious
Okay, I'm
lie,
back.
just like how
But I'm
they'd
a
lied about
decent
not having a
fish.
spare chopper to airlift the
What
coroners to the
kind
scene.
of fish? And I'll decide based
So,
on
the
that.
cops had already been caught lying.
Back to
We
work
know
for
that.
me? Okay, good luck with
Next
work.
question. Why were all of Mitrice's clothes missing? The sheriff's department
Okay,
said
back
that animals
with-
had likely scavenged them.
I'm trying
As
to
experts
slide
pointed
on
out,
the
that
sketching
means the
glove
animals
back
would have had
on.
to unbuckle her belt, untie her shoelaces, remove her socks and a few t-shirts. A few of those items, sure, but everything? All without damaging her body? It just didn't add up. Now, they had also said that she perished in an accident, and not at the hands of another human being, right? What kind of accident? Well, said the police, she'd clearly wandered off up the mountains and been bitten by a rattlesnake. Okay, that explanation was possible, but far from probable, since California only has 2 people die annually from rattlesnake bites. The most disturbing fact to come out of the investigation.
Man, I hate drawing like thin hair strands like this because I don't have a steady hand.
That could only happen had her remains been stored in an extremely dry environment for a long period of time.
Shut up, Nightbot, I'm already having my coffee.
Or an attic. Mitrice's family demanded to see the sheriff's department's security tapes from the night Mitrice was taken to the station, the night she had gone missing. The sheriff's department said that the cameras were used for monitoring only, and that they didn't actually record anything. That turned out to be yet another lie, and the surveillance video of Mitrice was found in a station captain's desk.
Hey, why did they lie?
Existence. When the footage was finally released to Mitrice's family, it had been heavily edited. One deputy who had denied being present at the station that night could clearly be seen in the footage. His name has been kept from the public, and he was transferred to a different area before Mitrice's
Shut
family
up, Nightbot.
could even view the tape. The LASD hadn't tried hard to find Mitrice when she went missing, and had almost certainly been doing their best to sabotage the investigation into her demise after she was finally discovered. They did this by continuously breaking.
LifuLifu agrees with me. For once. How's it going? Oh, we're just chilling. I'm trying to sketch out a model for my duos.
Suspicious the details of this case are. If it's the latter,
he has a model, but
never be served.
He doesn't want to be a bunny boy.
Rest in peace, Mitrice.
I'm just helping him with rebranding. I'm trying to make it similar to mine, like the same kind of art style.
It was just an
just
ordinary
in a
shift
guy
for
form.
Gas station manager Leah Rowlands, back on the morning of March 10th, 1997.
What's up? I'll keep listening. Stream or working at work. Oh, good luck with your work.
County, Nebraska. And though the
By the way, Amazing Garden, that looks cool. It's a rebranding model for my duos. The bunny boy. We're bullying Nightbot.
Was more than welcome.
Poor Nightbot.
By all accounts, an outgoing, generous, and good-hearted woman, Leah was well liked in her community, which makes what happened to her that fateful morning all the more senseless. At 10:30 a.m., a red Pontiac Grand Am pulled up outside the gas station. The driver stepped out and filled up his tank. Strangely, he was barefoot. He entered the store, where Leah was attending to her mother and daughter.
I swear to God, if his model will end up being better than mine, I will throw a fit.
He snatched a can of soda off a shelf and drank half
I have
of it,
model
and
jealousy.
even had the audacity to stare right into the store's CCTV camera. That's the thing with this case. The whole thing was captured on the store's cameras. Once the mother and daughter had left the store, the man confidently approached Leah at the register, pulled out a gun, and appeared to demand cash. Leah clearly didn't want any trouble, as she complied and gave him all the money in the register, $150 total. The man then told her to lie on the floor.
Also, the faster I sketch out Zen, the faster I'll be able to sketch us for thumbnails and emotes.
Leaned over the counter and fired 3 shots into
So
Leah.
that's another reason why I'm putting my own rigging on hold for now.
A senseless waste.
I think she looks like decent enough, the model, to be used already.
Empty soda with him.
Persona envy, 100%. 100%.
Had a wealth of evidence to work with. Not only had his fully exposed face been caught on CCTV,
the only thing I have going for me. Oh my God, you can't even see me. Hold on. The only thing I have going for me is the hip sway. That's it. That's all I have going for me.
Well, that's the thing.
Wait, I need to adjust my window thing.
The police never found the guy.
There we go. Like...
Today, 23 years later, his identity remains unknown, and justice is yet uncertain.
But his is starting to look like super badass.
The guy's fingerprints didn't match with any on the police's database, nor did the ballistics. Due to the grainy outdoor cameras, it
I
took
want
the
to look
investigators
badass
a long
too.
time to identify the man's red car, which ultimately led to a dead end. With no new information to go off, the case simply stagnated and went cold. Nobody knew who the unknown killer was. As for the guy's motive for this blood-boiling crime, there are two leading theories.
Can you
Firstly,
draw a
most
cartwheel?
obviously, this was simply a robbery homicide. The perp targeted the store and Leah at complete random, with the intention of taking all the cash in the register and silencing the only witness. Well, the only witness that wasn't a camera, at least. He was most likely just passing through and had no connections to the local area. Not to mention, his confident and self-assured demeanor suggests that this wasn't his first job, and that it almost certainly wasn't his last. Still,
Here's your
cartwheel. This case has been compared with other seemingly random robbery homicides. It's never been formally linked to any of them. The second main theory is that this was a planned hit. It seems odd that someone, even a career criminal, would take someone's life for a measly $150. Perhaps taking the money was simply an act to cover up the
More
real
badass, less dadass.
Leah and her ex-husband had recently gone through a messy divorce, in which he had taken a large sum of money away.
No,
from
like
them,
model, like the model doing the cartwheel.
Explaining the
Those
reason
hips
she lived
definitely
their
do
father,
not lie.
that he was cruel
I need to
and
make
violent,
bigger
and that she feared for their
hip
safety.
sways, so that way when
Along
I'm
with the unknown
jamming
perp's
out to
disheveled
system
appearance,
for
this
down,
led some to
it's
speculate
like
that Leah's vengeful
the hips,
ex-husband hired
the
some
hip
sort of
sway
down
is so
on his luck guy to
dangerous it
take her
can
out.
knock you out.
With that said, Leah's ex-husband passed away in 2015.
Make the model do a
and was never
cartwheel.
named as a
That's what I
suspect in the
mean.
case.
You look like a
It's
magician that
disturbing to
knows how
think
to do
Not
that.
only could this guy have been free for the past 23 years, but that he could have also struck again, claiming lives for a few measly bucks and a can of soda.
You're
All the
asking me
evidence is
to
still on file,
rig
and the
something
case is
so
still technically active in
complicated.
Nebraska. It just doesn't
I-
seem likely that after such a long time, this case will ever
I
get solved.
had 7 mental
My heart
breakdowns
goes out to Leah's two boys,
while
who lost their
rigging
mother
just
for
me
so
swaying
little.
my own hips. And you think I can rig a cartwheel? The hips do lie.
On January
Okay.
27th, 1974, 2-year-old
Wait, I'm
Matthew
only
Allen
second
Horner
best? What
disappeared
the
while
hell?
playing in the backyard of his home in Claremelle City, Florida. He'd been having fun with his three elder siblings.
I'm the number one bullshitter.
While they moved to the front yard to
I
climb a tree,
bullshitted my
Matthew
way
stayed
from
put in the back, playing
through
alone with
drawing
his
my
friends.
model and rigging my
It was
model.
around
I didn't
5:50
know
PM.
how to do
At
that. I
5:30,
was just
the children
bullshitting
were
my
called
way
back
through
inside,
it.
But Matthew wasn't among them.
I was
Convinced
just
he was
tinkering
nowhere to
around
be
until it
found.
made sense.
Somewhere in that 15-minute window, he'd vanished. His family were of course sick with worry and stress. His father Vernon and mother Virginia knew how friendly and outgoing their young son was.
Maybe I should
They'd
like
often approach strangers just to give them a
reduce.
hug. They feared the worst. They searched high and low, but couldn't
the
find their beloved
amount
Matthew anywhere.
of like straight hair.
Vernon was able to track down an ice cream truck that had
Bitch,
passed
don't
by their
argue
house
with
minutes
me. I
before the
have
youngster
a
went missing.
PhD in bullshitting.
Every so often, the Ulrich children were allowed
Also,
to buy a sweet treat
I'm
from the truck,
starving.
so
I
they
did
hoped
not
and prayed
eat
that
anything
Matthew had
since
just heard that
yesterday.
familiar jingle and followed it. The driver said that a child resembling Matthew
Everything was
had come
going
up to
so
the mission to buy
hectic.
ice cream, but he turned the
I
kid
like
away since he
hips.
didn't have any money.
Same. Hips are so
Fortunately, the Ulrichs lived in a
underrated.
small, tight-knit community,
One of these
and more
days,
than
I'll just
800
stream
people
upside
in the
down,
local
so
area came together to
instead
help
of my
lift them
face,
up.
they're just hip swing.
Heck, the ice cream truck driver even drove around the neighborhood for hours, playing his jingle, hoping that Matthew would hear the music.
So I'm
and
gonna
follow it
eat.
home. He should have been easy
I'm
enough
literally
to identify,
starving.
even for the folks that didn't know him, since he always wore his favorite brown suede cowboy boots. Unfortunately, all of their efforts turned up nothing. By the 29th, the authorities and locals had thoroughly searched the 3-square-mile area about 8 times. They checked all of the canals and ponds nearby and found nothing.
Yeah.
They even tracked down the child who fit
Me
Matthew's
too.
description that tried to buy the ice cream. It hadn't
Your
been
day
from
just
Matthew after all.
ended.
Confident that the Ulrich family was
Thank you
young,
so
had
much
just wandered off by
for the
himself,
YouTube
the
sub,
local authorities
Ajax.
called in the FBI. They weren't able to
I like
find any
muscular
evidence of foul
hips.
play, and with no other clues to work with, the case went cold.
I cannot
Vernon
even
and Virginia
count
all
how
were
many
beside
times
themselves. One moment their happy
I
son was
bumped
there,
into
the
Zen with
next
my
he was
hips
gone,
and he flew
snapped
away.
up and removed from their lives entirely.
Those hips are deadly.
A scary thought. Their close friends and neighbors, Ronaldo and Mary Pays, an older couple, consoled them as best they could. They knew Matthew as well as anyone, what with Virginia often bringing him over to ride on the ponies in their garden. Ronaldo and Mary pays.
Why do my eyebrows move when I chew?
Remember those two. 16
It's not the
years
rigging,
passed.
it's my face.
Long years, detectives turned up no clues.
Thank you so much for the YouTube sub, JD.
Matthew was either alive or dead, though most assumed the latter. They were right, of course.
Thank you so much for the Twitch follow. The Devil's Show Hall. Oh my god, I almost read it wrong.
The house he had once lived in with
how's your day going?
Mary sat empty until 1992, at which point his daughter decided to sell the property. As part of that process, 19-year-old
like I'm looking in the mirror, it's not the rigging, it's literally when I chew my eyebrows go up and down. What is wrong with me?
Note, as on December 31st, when young Timmy came to clean out the tank, he found something.
How you doing, the devil?
As it was unexpected. After cracking the concrete seal and removing
or then getting hit by LifuLifu's hips. Ah, not again!
Submerged in foul-smelling muck. Thinking it was just a coconut, he got on with pumping out all the waste inside.
It's pronounced the devil's hellhole. I am so stupid.
Stuck inside Timothy's hose was a small jawbone, ribs, and pelvic.
Oh my god! Not a single brain cell found in LifuLifu's head.
Timothy called his father, who hosed down a few other items that his son had removed from the septic tank. Among them,
the devil's show.
Matthew, who'd been missing
I am so done with myself.
Had only ever been a few houses away from his home, after all. Investigators knew that Matthew hadn't come to rest in that tank by accident.
Yeah, is it true?
Given the concrete seal and lid, it was impossible for him to have simply fallen in.
Guys, I don't have the throwables enabled because I literally just swapped out to my 2D model yesterday. And there were so many comments on YouTube that I haven't had the chance to set it up yet. We will refund all the points though. Also, cannot throw at me anything. Haha, suckers.
The kid could not have put himself in there, said Jack Espinoza of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
She knocked me over once with her hips. Okay, why are you exposing state secrets? Thank you so much for the YouTube sub, Young.
Ronaldo Pays was a friendly, good-natured family man, and after Matthew's disappearance, his wife Mary came to the house.
What is everyone eating?
Sold them. They even stated that the Pays family thought of Matthew as
that's all I care about.
It just didn't seem believable that they were responsible for all of this. Still, Occam's razor and all that. Though this case is still officially classified as unsolved, all the evidence
also Zen's favorite trick
for Matthew's demise.
I don't know if it's gonna be TMI.
Matthew died accidentally and Ronaldo
but Zen's favorite trick, like he'll grab my ass
intentionally. Did his wife know that their neighbor's son was inside their septic tank for all
then like
years?
I would like clench like my butt cheek and he would just go damn. Just damn.
The family had Matthew's cowboy boots bronzed to commemorate his short.
I'm not eating. It's 12:50 p.m. for me. Oh, you already had your lunch?
Stolen from them.
Good afternoon, Lifu. First time this channel. Hi, Lucius.
I'm glad it's over, said Matthew's sister, Cindy.
You don't have to be so formal here.
All we can do now is go on. We can't stop time. We can't wonder how it could have been.
Well, what did you have? The devil's shell. I swear to God, the second I enable throwables, you will bury me in it, aren't you?
In our world, it's not unusual.
I'm at the EST time. Same. I'm EST, but I haven't eaten yet since yesterday. I'm a little late on it.
Are sometimes willing to take things a few extra steps.
It was more of a goddamn.
Was a nearly blind, mostly deaf 87-year-old lady living alone in her small Southside home in Chicago, Illinois.
I'm gonna go hard on you.
Opportunist. Her case begins in April 1981.
What do you expect? You have a name like that, you walk into a VTuber's channel. You should have known that I don't have a brain cell.
When they arrived, there were no intruders to be found. Sigrid told them
the only thing I have between my ears is two hamsters shaking hands.
Moving around the living room. Apparently, one of those figures covered her in a sheet, hit her in the head and face, and put her in the closet while they searched the house for valuables.
Thick thighs, shirt.
She focused her barely functioning
I even forgot about that.
Rummaging around anymore. She fled in terror to her neighbor's house to phone for help, saying that her phone had been bugged.
I even forgot about the command.
Sigrid had a black eye and the sheets in her home were red and bloody. Despite this clear evidence, though, the responders were skeptical.
I forgot I had a
Sigrid was
Discord
telling the truth.
command since
They believe she may have simply had
we
an accident
haven't
and either imagined the
like
whole
worked
incident
on
or
it.
made it up for attention. Still, they took her phone in for repairs.
I
and
kept
found
telling
the voice
everyone it's
transmitter
not
inside
public
had been
yet.
ripped out by somebody. They fixed it for her and returned it.
Does
unsure
it
of whether
still
or not she
work?
had been
I
wrongly
think the link
tampered
still
with.
works, yeah.
Throughout April, Sigrid would continuously call up the
It's
police
just
from her
not
neighbor's house
active.
and
I
tell
don't
them
know
that
how
the
to run a
intruders had broken in.
Discord, especially an
The
active
authorities
Discord.
never failed to respond, but continued to
I'm
remain skeptical.
incompetent.
Each time they arrived, they found Sigrid alone at the house, with the voice transmitter and her phone removed. They gave Sigrid a new phone, one with a
I
tighter
just had my
receiver
food and
strip,
I'm
which
so
they glued
hungry.
shut. 1 week later, they returned to her house again and found that the receiver and cord had been pulled out.
Time for some seaweed and
As
dates.
Sigrid continued to report break-ins,
Has any
one
of you
night,
ever
the
had
cops decided to
seaweed
routinely survey her house,
with a
driving
dry
by every
date
so often to
chaser?
check things out. They had her neighbors trim their
If you
hedges to
haven't,
give
you
them better
should give it
vision.
a try.
Even though a social worker suggested that she move out, Sigrid was a proud woman and refused to abandon her castle. Sadly, all those extra precautions were for naught, as on June 16th, Sigrid was ambushed outside her own home after returning
Let's
from the
see.
bank.
Whenever I had seaweed
She
from this
refused to give her
brand
money to
before.
the men who had accosted her and was able to escape and run to her neighbors once again. They described Sigrid as being absolutely terrified. She would continuously visit them for support during these months of crisis.
it's not that
and
bad.
they recall how she would often break down into tears mid-sentence, sure that the unknown figures harassing her were going to take her life.
It's not that bad.
They're going to get me. I just know it, she told them. She was right. On June 26th, Sigrid's neighbors tried to contact her, but to no avail. Concerned, they phoned the police and asked them to go over and check things out. Responders arrived at Sigrid's house and found her lying face down on her bed, dead.
Don't worry, I
Her hands tied
responded,
behind her
Devil's
back with a
Shell.
scarf. The coroners determined that she had had a heart attack. There were no signs of a forced entry. Here's where things get even more unusual. On June
Oh my
30th,
god.
only 4 days after she had died,
I
the
just
police closed
realized
Sigrid's
I'm
case,
gonna need to
claiming that she had
remake
died of
my
natural causes and that there was no need
my
to
3D
investigate
model
further.
now.
They'd done relatively little to protect her in the months leading up to her demise, but this was ridiculous. It was quite obviously a
Should I
homicide.
do that on stream? Are you guys
Regardless,
interested in
they
seeing
stood by
that?
the decision and maintained that there was no foul play involved in Sigrid's death. Why did they do that? Did they really believe that she'd tied herself up and then just coincidentally passed away from heart failure? That didn't seem realistic. When Sigrid's family entered her house in August to pack away her belongings, they discovered a large amount of blood on the bedsheets where Sigrid had died. They took photos of the reddened pillows, mattress and headboard. This seemed to confirm what they'd always believed to be true, that Sigrid had indeed been murdered. They demanded that the police release the records about Sigrid's case, but the authorities refused to do so. In September,
Have you read
that
my
same
comment
year,
on that
a
one
judge
vid
ordered Chicago
about the
police
mask
to release
off?
the records that they requested
Which
Sigrid's
one? There's
sister.
3 of them now.
Her family have since hired a private investigator to
I did
uncover
try
more
to
information.
rapid fire respond to every
As it
single
stands,
comment.
Sigrid's case remains unsolved.
No, it's not muted. I was
There are
chewing my
lots of unanswered
seaweed.
questions attached to this mystery. The two most obvious being,
Well, why are you
who was
jealous of my
responsible,
seaweed?
and why were the police so determined to undermine the investigation? Perhaps we'll never know.
I reckon you work for the YouTube shop Eugene. What? Why you?
Hey guys, Lazy here, and thank
I'm
you
having
very
a
much for
date.
listening.
A date
A huge
chaser
thank you to
after
Robin
the
Nicholson
seaweed.
for making the thumbnail for this video. If you haven't already, check them
I-
out via the links down in the description. Also, a massive thank you to all of my supporters on Patreon and YouTube, especially my biggest supporters.
I love
Amanda
seaweed,
Alicia L,
but I'm not jealous.
Phantom Knight, Alba Madrano,
Hi, I'm new to your
Alex
channel
Greenfield,
from Texas.
Anime Web,
Hi, Texas.
Laura
I'm
Dragonball,
Jersey.
Azrael Warakai,
Oh, I'm
Connor
from
Locke,
Europe, but I'm Jersey
Wilfred
now.
K. McDonald, Expand Dong, Gina Valera,
We're Jersey over
Adrian
here.
Howard, Infamous Sempapi, Kelly Rocco, Lord 210,
I have a good day.
Leonardo Martinez, Kelly Rocco again, Monica Mendoza, Nadine, Philip
Seaweed is
Westra,
what Patrick is
Jupiter
probably
and
about
Nectar,
to smoke.
Ricky Cohen Jr., Sarah
I mean, I never
Ramirez,
tried to smoke
Z,
it,
Carla, Silas Geist,
but you know,
Sloan
I'm no
Coffey,
punk. I'll try it.
Valecki, The Only Dorita, Tom King, and Decaying Girl. Thank you all so much for your continued support. It really helps the channel.
I'm no punk.
That about wraps things up for this one, guys. Wishing you all a very happy October and Halloween.
And like a true Armenian,
I'll smash you. And remember,
I'm just
the best things.
Oh my god, these dates.
In the dark.
So good. So good. I know my ancestors are so proud of me right now for eating dry dates. So good. It's Holland here. Howdy, partner.
Today's video is sponsored by Hunter Killer, the ultimate murder mystery subscription box for fans of true crime. We've all been spending a lot of time at home recently.
Just roll seaweed into a joint and smoke the fucker.
Phone before the screen starts feeling like a prison. You might have tried everything to break the monotony.
Any idea about a hybrid elf vampire? I don't know, tell me your thoughts. Hybrid elf vampire.
The aim of the game is simple. To solve a homicide
investigation. The first thing I think about
box that comes conveniently delivered to your door is part of a larger, ongoing.
It's something what I'm drawing, but also Baldur's Gate. Like, are you asking if I know any models that exist or examples of it?
It's like being part of a Sherlock Holmes story you can actually feel and touch.
Are you asking me about like in a vague general idea on it?
Or like I do, with friends and family. I found it to be a great way to stay social.
Yeah, automated savage.
And I love more than playing detective. And let's face it, these days it's a way cheaper and safer alternative to a night on the town.
I licked my fingers. That means I'm done with the dates.
To give it a whirl. Head over to hunterkiller.com/lazymasquerade.
You know the snack is over when you lick your fingers.
Again, take advantage of that spine-chilling 20% discount by going to hunterkiller.com/lazymasquerade and using promo code LAZY and find out if you have what it takes to crack the cold case waiting for you.
So let me think. I mean, the main thing that comes to my mind thinking about it are blood elves, but they're not really vampires. But I can see that work. Like,
but for those
so
of you who haven't
with like with
hole,
vampires, right? Their ears are usually like something like this, right? It's like usually shaped like this.
1982,
but like elves have like ears like this, right? You can just combine them into like a semi-hybrid. And both of them have very fine facial details, like
snuck off without him and brought the family's miniature
that genuinely works.
He was seen by other paper carriers picking up his newspapers that morning.
What's your favorite snacks when you were a kid back in the day?
6 and 7 a.m. while delivering those
well,
papers,
I already told the story on stream before.
And has never been seen.
Broccoli.
Or has he?
Because my mom, when I was a kid, my mom said broccoli is nuggets. But when people talk about chicken nuggets, it's broccoli that they're talking about. So my mom would like bake the broccoli and give it to me as a snack. And I would always be like, yeah, I got chicken nuggets again today. And as an adult, I found out that's broccoli. But I still love broccoli now.
Either way, they both said that something didn't feel right about the interaction, and that Johnny seemed to get spooked.
So, it's broccoli.
One of his neighbors said that afterwards, as Johnny cycled off back
my
towards
mom
his home,
punked me
the car
so
began
hard.
following him. The other neighbor who witnessed this,
my mom is like the OG troll.
The license plate number, though sadly, he never was able to remember it. I keep hoping I'll wake up in the middle of the night and see that number on the license plate as distinctly as night and day, said the neighbor. But that hasn't happened. Realizing that.
By the way, you have a Discord? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Try on YouTube the exclamation Discord command. Maybe it works on YouTube. When I was a kid, I was obsessed with dinosaurs and kept referring to broccoli as trees. Oh my god. We are siblings at souls. Mine was dino nuggets with chocolate milk. I did love me some Nesquik.
His father contacted the police immediately.
Naiba is spamming. Naiba is a bitch.
Unfortunately, the authorities were slow to react. Procedure at the time was
So,
that Johnny had to be gone for at least 72
imagine
hours
teeny
before
tiny
he could be
LifuLifu
classified
with
as a missing
broccoli that
person.
she keeps calling
Frustrating
nuggies
policy
and
that
Nesquik.
thankfully is no longer in place today.
Oh, it doesn't work?
To begin with, the cops assumed Johnny was simply
I'll post a
runaway.
link manually.
That didn't make any sense to anyone that knew the kid. By all accounts, he had a happy home life.
Oh
and was
my
a
God.
level-headed young man who showed absolutely no signs of wanting
Devil
to run off by
shell?
himself.
Judge me all you
Soon,
want. I
the
thought
investigators came around to the
at
idea that
first,
someone had taken him.
because of the name, I thought you were a girl. I
2
make
months
that
passed
mistake a
with no
lot.
sign of Johnny.
Here.
Suddenly, there was a report in Oklahoma of a young boy screaming to a woman, "I'm Johnny Gosh, help me."
Yoo-hoo was my
This young
favorite.
boy was then
I
dragged
had my
away
first
by 2
Yoo-hoo
other
last
women.
year.
Noreen, Johnny's mother.
And I don't
believed
mean the
that
Sims
based on the
Yoo-hoo.
boy's
I mean like the
description,
drink
this was
Yoo-hoo.
indeed her son.
Oh wait, it was Woohoo in Sims.
In the years that followed, little other evidence was ever collected by the detectives, and there were no other leads of any kind.
Yeah, I had my first
It was
Yoo-hoo
like
last
poor Johnny
year.
had just faded away.
Honestly, I
His
fuck
parents
with
took
it.
matters into their own hands and hired several
You
private
thought I was a
investigators to
girl?
turn up whatever
Yeah,
they could.
because you know,
They were
Devo
even able
in
to
the
get their
name.
son's face plastered on milk cartons across the USA.
Also, like,
Ultimately,
never
this
trust
turned up
my
new information.
opinion on names.
2 years later,
I'm
another
so
kid from
bad
that
at
same
names,
neighborhood
I
also
called
went
myself
missing
LifuLifu
under
twice.
suspicious circumstances, leading many people to draw a connection between the two cases. So,
I'm a
so
guy?
far, sounds like a pretty standard missing persons
Well,
case, right?
not in my
But
lore.
here's where things take a strange and interesting turn, and where the rabbit hole becomes that little bit deeper. According to Johnny's mother, Noreen, almost 15 years after her
But
son's
I made this
disappearance,
mistake so
in
many
March
times.
1997, at around 2:30 a.m., she was awoken
You are
by a
LifuLifu
loud
though.
knock on her front door. Startled as one would be, she looked through the peephole to see who was
Oh
waiting
yeah, a
outside.
lot of people pronounce my name as
She saw
LifuLifu.
two
I never
glowing figures.
understood that.
One of them spoke. "Mum, he's
Also,
coming.
does any
Come.
of you know how
Can I
to
come in?"
make a Discord active?
Noreen
Like,
couldn't
I
believe
have
her
no
ears,
idea how
and
to be
as they
active.
adjusted, she couldn't believe her eyes either. It was Johnny standing outside, now no longer a boy, but a 27-year-old man. She said there was no mistaking that it was him, and when she opened the door, he revealed a unique birthmark on his chest.
Pronounce
proving
it
his
as
identity.
LifuLifu. Exactly, it's LifuLifu.
Apparently, he was accompanied by another, unidentified man. We talked for about an hour or an hour and a half.
Oh my god, I
said
just
Noreen.
saw someone post
He was
like
with
their
another man,
art.
but I have no idea who the
It's
person
so
was.
cool.
Johnny would look over to the other person for approval to speak. He didn't say where he was living or where he was going. That night, Johnny asked his mother for help.
I want
and
to
told
learn
her
how
that
to
he had
draw
indeed been
like
trafficked
that.
when he was younger, and
I
that
want
he
to
had
draw
never
like a
escaped
cool
and was in
kid.
hiding, that his life was still in danger and that he couldn't stay. Johnny and the unidentified man left just before sunrise, and Noreen never heard from her son again after that. Question is, did this visit genuinely happen, or did a grieving Noreen simply imagine the entire encounter? Could it have been some kind of sick, well-researched prank? That all remains unclear.
Yeah, I will definitely will need
In
to
2000,
redraw this
Noreen published a book
when I
that
paint it.
detailed her supposed encounter
Do you
with
like
her son,
WWE?
titled
I
Why
used to
Johnny
watch
Can't
it a
Come Home.
lot as a kid.
Then, in 2006,
But I
she
kind of
reported that a set of
stopped
photographs had been left on her doorstep. She notified the
after
authorities
like I
and
found
posted
out like
some of
all the
pictures
shit
on her
that went
website.
down behind the scenes. I
One photo
stopped
shows three
watching
young
it.
lads bound and gagged.
Like
Another shows
the
what
stuff
appears
that
to
was
be a young
happening was
Johnny,
so appalling.
again, gagged and tied up, with a branding on his shoulder. Who had sent these pictures? 12 days after they arrived on her doorstep, the Des Moines police station received this anonymous letter. Gentlemen, someone has played a reprehensible joke on a grieving mother. The photo in question is not one of her son, but of 3 boys in Tampa, Florida. About
Stuff with
1979,
Vince?
1980.
I don't know what his
Challenging each
name
other to an
was.
escape
It
contest.
was like
There was an
one
investigation concerning
went on
that
the
picture
murder
made by the
spree,
Hillsborough
then
County Sheriff's Office.
what they were doing
charges
with
were
their
filed.
I think
No
they were
wrongdoing was
interns
established.
or I don't
The lead
remember if they
detective on
were,
the case was
were
named Zalva.
interns or full-time
This
employee.
allegation
Like
should be easy enough
they
to check
they
out.
were using those women as property.
Nelson Zalva was indeed a real officer.
It was
and said
very
that whoever had written the
disturbing.
letter was telling the truth, that the first photo was of some kids just playing a game. He had seen it and investigated it before. However, that other photo, the one showing what appeared to be Johnny, was new. He'd never seen it before.
Oh, okay,
No one
that
has
was
ever
the stuff with
conclusively
Vince. Okay,
identified who
okay.
the boy in the photo is, And
Yeah,
whether
that
or
shit
not
was
she
like,
just playing a
holy
game
shit.
too,
Like, how is that even
Noreen believes wholeheartedly
every day?
that it's
Like,
Johnny.
you find out some news, then you're
More
like,
photos would arrive on her doorstep
how
over
are
the
we
years,
straying
some
so
of them
far
even
from
confirmed hoaxes.
acting like
Stills
human
from horror movies
beings?
and fakes made by sick losers tormenting a bereaved mother.
Can you make an art
Some of them
channel on
remain
Discord?
unidentified.
Yes, of course. Hi Dante,
Noreen's
how are
posted
you
most of them
doing?
online in hopes that someone might come forward with information
Let
about
me
them.
do that right now.
In
Also,
hopes
let me
that they'll
make sure you
somehow
have a
lead her
roll.
to the truth.
Roll. There we go.
Theories about what happened to Johnny are numerous and varied, ranging from him being taken by a ring
I
of
asked the same
high-profile
thing.
predators to be
Yeah.
sold, to him simply
It's
being murdered
it's
by an opportunist,
scary.
to a whole load of other possibilities.
Wait, what is
Honestly,
that
this
fish?
rabbit hole is deeper than the Mariana
Smooch,
Trench,
that
so
was a
it's no
kiss
wonder
for
there are
you.
so many opinions about it. There are loads
That's
of
so
documentaries
funny.
and podcasts about Johnny's vanishing online, so I'd recommend
Okay,
checking those out for a
channel
more detailed analysis of the
text.
case.
I'm gonna call it art.
Ultimately,
Me
despite Noreen's
up.
belief that her son visited her all those years after disappearing, nobody really knows whether Johnny's alive or
Done.
dead. Well, somebody knows, I suppose.
Or we have an art text channel there now.
Let's be honest, we've all got a few skeletons in our closet. Some of us, literally.
Pull it on
This little
stream?
mystery is
Okay.
absolutely bizarre.
Oh,
and has a
the
bunch of
meme, the
unanswered questions
meme.
attached to it. Let's take a look at the
Let's
body in the drag
see.
queen's closet. Dorian Corey was a relatively well-known trans woman, drag queen,
It
and
will
fashion
take
designer
me a
living in Harlem.
second.
She'd regularly appeared in high-profile shows in the city, and even featured in the documentary Paris is Burning. Unfortunately for
If
her,
I just saw
she
your
never had
Jack
much
Black
money to
video,
speak
did
of.
you know that in 2017 Johnny
In
Depp also
1993,
joked about
Dorian passed away at the
assassinating
age of
Trump?
56. It's not
Look,
the
if we'll
circumstances
be
of her death that are
if we'll be going through people's history on jokes on assassinating Trump, we'll be here for a year. Just discussing that and going through everyone's history. I think what exactly people found the most appalling is specifically people cracking a joke once it actually like was an actionable thing. Do I think it's a good idea to joke about it? Absolutely not. Even without anything happening, it's out of line and in poor taste. But what's even worse is cracking the joke when something so horrible happened. I summoned the unstoppable LifuLifu to the field because my grandpa has no pathetic cards Skype. I don't know what that means. But yeah, I'm not saying Johnny Depp was right with saying something like that. Okay. The meme. Look at this. Smooch. That was a kiss for you. Whoa. Art me up. Let's see. Oh, that's a move. That's me. That is me, though. That's good, Wolf. That was a Yu-Gi-Oh reference. I'll excuse myself. I showed once again that I'm an uncultured swine. Once more, I beg for your apology. I hate politics, yeah. Who's that? Favorite singer? Shush. I don't know who the singer is. Let's check him out real quick. I saw you told the world you're a single girl. I won't lie, that broke my heart. That's some amount I can play. That's it. Good voice though. But it's not the kind of music I personally listen to. Sorry if there's a place for the stuff I put in general. No, you're good. You're good. Don't worry. Yeah, makes me wonder how many other celebrities have joked in similar ways. Yeah, look, joking about someone's life is never a good thing. Like, people just need to remember we're all humans. We all deserve to live. Well, maybe not like those serial killers though. My search history is literally fish kissing. I like rock music such as Falling in Reverse. I'm more of a, Megadeth, Slayer, Anthrax kind of gal. If my head ain't banging, I ain't living.
Suspicious though.
Also, is this model you have?
Dorian's friend and caretaker,
So
Lois Taylor, and two of
is
her
this a
pals
model
were
you
going
have
through
on?
Dorian's closet in search of Halloween
Wait, what do
costumes.
you mean?
Dorian had given them
The
permission to
model
do so
I'm
before
using
she
right
died.
now, I drew it and I
found
rigged
inside
it.
was
I'm not done with the
unexpected, to say the
rigging
least.
though. This
After
model
writing
that I'm
feathers,
working on
fabrics,
is
and
for the
sequins,
bunny
they
boy in the
noticed a
video.
large, green-played
He doesn't
garment
want to
bag
be a
on the
bunny
floor
boy
that
anymore.
was far too heavy for any of them to lift.
What's my favorite
Unable to find
superhero
scissors,
comic book?
Lois cut it open with a pair of scissors, hoping to find some exciting Halloween props to use
Every
inside.
single DC comic book
Instead,
that has
she and
the
her friends
OG
found
Joker
something
in
else.
it. Not the new
The partially
pathetic
mummified
shit.
corpse of a man curled up in
I'm a
fetal
huge
position
OG
with a bullet hole in
Harlequin
his head.
and Joker fan.
A putrid stench escaped the bag and filled the room, and Lois immediately called the authorities. An investigation.
First time
was quickly
I
underway.
heard Megadeth was in the game Never
The
Dead.
body itself had been
Wait,
wrapped in
I don't
fake
know that
leather and
game.
plastic bags.
Sorry for the typo, you
After
good?
unwrapping
I mean,
it,
also,
several photos
this
from
is
old
a new model.
1960s flip-top
Yes,
vehicles
yes,
inside.
sir, yes, sir, yes, sir.
The victim's once brown
I've been
skin had
non-stop
turned
working
yellow and
on it.
purple.
I have like an
Their
archive
ears were
of
reduced
streams
to
me
mere
working on the
cartilage,
model.
and they had obviously been dead
What
for
genre
a
is that?
long time.
It's called thrash metal
So,
with an
naturally,
H.
the detectives on the case were faced with several
I put
questions.
a falling
Whose
reverse
body was
metal
it?
song in general.
How long had they been deceased?
I'll check it
How
out.
did they end up in Dorian's closet? Was she keeping it there? If so, why?
But yeah, the bunny boy
Using
will
a
be
chemical
looking
solution
different as
to
well.
harden the
I'm
body's
just
brittle
sketching out a
fibers,
visual
authorities
aid
were
for
able
him
to
to
retrieve
figure
a
out
set of fingerprints.
how he wants to look.
They now
Thrash
knew
metal?
who the
Yes,
museum
yes,
is
sir.
belonged to.
So
The cadaver was
I
Robert
listen to
Bobby
thrash
Williams,
metal
a former
and some
criminal
of
with
new
an
metal,
extensive
but
record.
like specific bands
He
like
hadn't been seen
Korn.
or heard from
Once in
since
a
the
while,
mid-
like
to
as a
late
kid, I
60s.
went to their concert. They
That,
were
along with the
amazing
footprints,
live.
led them to conclude
My
that
brother
Bobby had been dead
surprised
for
me
the
with
past 20
Korn tickets for my birthday. And after that, I became a fan of theirs. So, and of course, System of a Down. As a true Armenian, of course, I listen to System of a Down. So, we're cool.
years. Still,
My
that didn't explain
ADHD
why he was
is
in
kicking
Dorian's
my
house.
ass.
Had he been inside her closet for the whole 20 years? Was the drag queen actually a murderer? That didn't seem likely. Dorian was a calm,
What if it's like
thoughtful, and
this?
peaceful person.
Like, whoop.
So, let's dive into this diva's rabbit hole and explore a few of the leading theories on the hows and whys. Theory number one.
I'm just trying to
Dorian
figure out
and
like
Bobby had a
way of
turbulent
reducing
relationship
because
that took a dark turn.
I don't want to rig like separate strand.
Bobby
Like
was a very
I don't
secretive
want like
person.
20
He
different
didn't really
strands of
open up to his
hair that I
brother
have to
about
rig.
being in a relationship with a woman named Dorian, who he often fought with, sometimes physically. Bobby was a very aggressive person, so if the pair really were in a relationship, perhaps Dorian killed him in order to protect herself.
I should have switched on
maybe even
a
to
video
get
about
revenge.
skinwalkers.
Theory number two.
There's
This
a
has never
song
been
by the
confirmed by
band called
authorities,
Never Dead
but
that they put it
supposedly, a note was found pinned to
in
Bobby's
the
front
game
entrance that simply
as a
read,
main theme.
"This poor man broke into my home and was trying
Oh
to
no,
rob me."
trash metal was way too fast for me.
It was written
ADHD
in
brain
Dorian's
to handle it. Actually, for me, it's like the
Like I said,
opposite. It helps
Bobby
me
had an extensive
concentrate.
record. Perhaps he had broken into Dorian's home and she acted in self-defense. Finally, theory number three.
In that case, never
Dorian
listen
was
to
covering up for
System
the
of a
real
Down
murderer,
Chop Suey.
hiding Bobby's body in her apartment to protect whoever had taken
You will
his life.
cry.
Dorian had moved apartments in 1988, and it seems unlikely that she would have lugged a dead body to
Maybe
her new
like
home.
this?
It's more likely that the body was already there in the apartment when she
This?
moved in.
No.
She may have moved to that new place specifically to help
This?
protect the previous occupant
Maybe like
and safeguard their secret.
like this.
Thing is, all of those theories fail to explain one important thing. Why didn't she get rid of the remains over the course of 20 years? Panic.
Oh, actually, you know what?
According to
A Devil's Shell?
Figueroa,
You should
who
listen
worked the
to it.
case.
It's a good
People just
song.
wrap up a
I
body
love that
whenever's
song so
available.
much.
It's just spontaneous. You wrap it up. Then you put it in a suitcase.
Mm,
Then you put it in the closet.
you want to handle
Then
this now.
you just look at it periodically and wish that it would go away. On top of that, she lived in a bustling part of New York City. Not exactly
Now I
the
want to
easiest
listen
place
to System
dispose
for
of the body.
Down.
After killing him, Dorian likely routinely
But I would get
covered Bobby
strike
in
so
baking soda
hard.
to suppress any odors. But then again, if she was innocent of any wrongdoing, why didn't she just come clean to the cops after killing him? Well, Dorian was a black trans woman living in a poor neighborhood. Given this incident had likely happened in the 60s, she probably feared that nobody would have any sympathy for her, even if she had acted in self-defense. Ultimately, we
That's
don't know
so
which of these
sad.
theories is correct. And because this isn't exactly a well-known case, no matter how far we dig into this rabbit hole, we'll probably never get a definitive answer.
Wake up, girl. you know the song? It's a good song, right?
There's nothing like a good
My
sleep
dad
at nighttime.
kind of conditioned
Almost
me
all of us have
listening to
childhood
System for
memories
Down.
of sitting around a
Like,
campfire
when I was
with
a
our friends,
kid, I
telling
would be like,
scary
oh,
stories.
System for
It was
Down.
a
That's like
strange
what
shared
my
pleasure
parents
through
listened
fear.
to. And my
Still,
dad would always
all of
like,
the tales we heard
you
about
gotta
killers with
listen to
hook
System for
weapons
Down.
watching us from
They're
the dark
fellow
tree line beyond the
Armenians.
Bible.
We
None of us ever
gotta
really
support
believed it
each
was true,
other.
or
And
that we were
I'm
ever
like,
in any
Dad,
real
that's
danger.
so not cool. That's so
Well,
not
had we
cool.
heard
And
about
now
this next
I
case,
like
we
grew
all
up
might
and
have
like,
felt a little
fuck
insecure
yeah,
around this
System for
campfire
Down.
scrolling out. This is
Now I
Tulsa's
got a
most
headache.
infamous cold
No. No, no,
case,
no,
the
no.
Oklahoma
I cannot
Girl
listen
Scout
to that.
murders.
I tried listening to a couple seconds of that
It
song
was
just now.
1977,
It's
and
way
camp
too
season had
fucking
just started in
fast.
Oklahoma.
I
Camp
I
Scott
love
was
their
one of the
music,
finest Girl Scout
especially the
camps in the state, and was
lyrics.
celebrating its 50th anniversary.
Obviously I
Just
will
50
not go
kilometers outside of Tulsa, it boasted
political
410
right now.
acres
There's
of
just
land,
some
with
shit
its
that
very own creek
happened.
and clusters of platform tents spread out among the trees. A little slice of heaven on earth for any nature-loving kid.
Yeah,
In
this swoop
preparation for the big
definitely
camp
should
out
like
of the season,
remain
the
like long
councillors and
here.
councillors in training
I like
held a
this
training
swoop.
session by themselves to ensure everyone knew what they were doing,
That
and that
swoop
all
is
of the young
good.
scouts would be totally safe during the week-long break. During this training exercise, one councillor brought along a box of
Thank you so
donuts
much
to
for the
share out
YouTube
during the
sub,
evening, which she
Mandalore,
wrapped with her personal
Mandalore
belongings.
show, Mandalore Shadow.
After
I
a
cannot
break from the
read.
day's activities, she opened up the box
My
of the
brain
note,
cannot read
and
at
all of the
all.
donuts were gone. In their place
Oh
was a
wait!
sinister note, which
Thank you so
said
much
that
for the
3
sub,
campers
Redneck
were going
White
to be
Trash.
murdered.
Oh,
She took
the
that sinister note
name.
to her supervisors, and they all
I
brushed
like
it off.
Toxicity. That's another good
Clearly,
one.
this was
Yeah,
just some tasteless
I
prank.
like
Nothing to be concerned about, right?
Was it called Lonely Day?
It was Sunday, June 12th, and the
I think it was
first
called
buses full
Lonely
of Girl
Day.
Scouts arrived at Camp Scott. School had just been let out for summer, so spirits were obviously high. The weather didn't match the
You
youngsters'
not check
vibes, though,
Discord?
what with it being
I'ma
a misty
do
and
it.
rainy day. All of the scouts were split into
Jimmy?
age-appropriate
Oh,
groups
I like
and sent to their
Jimmy.
designated tents, each of which held
I
about
like
4
Jimmy.
to 6 campers. The rest of the evening was filled with a whole host of fun activities, ranging
Wait,
from
I see
archery
someone
to
who
swimming
I didn't
to
give a
making
role
s'mores around a
to.
campfire. And, of course, telling a
feel
few
bad
ghost
now.
stories while doing so. But the festivities of that first night were short-lived, as the weather took a turn for the worse, and a sudden thunderstorm forced everyone to run back to their tents. There, they were
Hey,
safe from the
what do you
elements,
mean?
but
Don't...
not from the unknown person who had been watching them the whole day. The
No!
Kiowa unit of tents was arranged in a horseshoe pattern,
Yo,
with a
that
campfire
is...
and common
That's
area in the
messed
center.
up.
What made the Kiowa unit a little different was that it had an extra tent number
What
8,
is this?
which was situated a little further back from all the other tents.
What is
much
this?
Closer to the trees.
Look at that motherfucking forehead,
The heavy
damn!
rain and complete darkness made it difficult for the Kiowa unit's
For people who
counselor
are
to see into
new,
tent
this
number
is the
8.
first model I drew.
6 a.m. on the 13th, and one of the
Wolf,
counselors
I'ma
was
hunt
urged
you
to get a
down.
shower. As she cut through the trail that led to the bathhouse, she
That
met a
is
gruesome and
all kinds of
heartbreaking
messed
discovery.
up. That is
3
just
sleeping
messed
dogs were lying
up,
in the
man.
middle of the trail,
Damn.
piled on top of one another. Bewildered, she unzipped the top bag. After doing so, she ran back to the camp and told the other counselors what she had just found.
My disappointment is
The 3 sleeping
immeasurable.
bags contained the bodies of Lori Lee Farmer, Michelle Heather
I'm a
Goose,
soul
and
music
Doris
type of
Dennis
person,
Miller. 8
but it's like Laugh My Ass Off, Party Rock, then that's a different story. You see, I'm more of a
whoever had taken their lives had also done other things to them, which I can't bring myself to talk about in this video. I'm sure
that was a good stretch. You should listen to Linkin Park Lost. Oh, I'm very familiar with Linkin Park music.
The camp was of course immediately evacuated, and sniffer dogs were brought in to track down
evidence. Think my opinion about Linkin Park, and it's just my opinion.
A footprint.
Good music, not for me. Too slow.
Printed in blood, found in tent number 8. There was a single, unknown.
But it's a very catchy and good writing.
A local in the area also reported hearing, quote-unquote, quite a bit of traffic on a small remote road between the camp and his property between 2:30 and 3 a.m. That appears to be the time.
Actually, like the lyrics work. The lyrics were always god tier. It's just the rhythm itself is a little slow for me.
A guy with a sordid reputation, to say the least. He'd been in and out of jail.
I like to make music and remix music too. That's why I like the slow music style. Or remixing a fast one, I dare you. Do it.
So, needless to say,
do it, punk.
Well. He was found hiding out in a Cherokee medicine.
I'll be chilling here playing tic-tac-toe on Lifu's forehead. That's messed up.
Himself, claiming to be 1000% certain he was guilty of taking the scout's lives.
I don't appreciate this kind of attitude towards my forehead.
Didn't add up.
Actually, you know what?
For instance,
not even my forehead.
Wear a 9.5 shoe. It also wasn't his fingerprint on the flash.
I decided not to use that model, so it's not even my forehead.
Pointed to him not being the perp. DNA evidence at the scene would later be analyzed, and the results showed that the odds of
sounds more of a like normal problem.
7,700.
I guess I could try, but I do listen to rap. I mean, there's nothing wrong with listening to rap.
Still, Hart was sent back to the same.
I'm gonna judge you, but
he still had 305.
You have your own taste. You are your own person, but I'ma still judge you.
As he died in 1979 of a heart attack after lifting weights.
Are you listening to Maximum?
So yeah, if you're not in great shape.
Armenian? No, sir.
If Hart wasn't responsible for the Girl Scout murders, though, who was? Well, this all happened over 40 years ago now, and the case remains unsolved.
I would say I am very,
one guy or several.
I want to say elitist about the music I listen to, but I want to say elitist about the music I listen to.
There's a plethora of theories floating around, but no smoking.
I'm not going to be one of those people who tells others, oh, you should listen to this instead of this, but I'm very picky about what I specifically listen to.
I believe somewhere out there, someone knows something. I hope they realize.
Yuki stuff is cool, check them out. You know,
as a side note, 2 of the victims' families.
There is one person I listen to that is not a trash metal musician. And thank you so much for the Twitch follow, Classic Dante. Are you gonna judge because I'm a judgy McJudgy pants? Joke's on you, I don't have pants.
Is a notorious case
Hi Dante.
For the past quarter century. And which continues
what
to
was I talking about?
Yeah,
judging. So I'm pretty close-minded about the music I want to listen to. Like, I will never discourage people listening to music, but it's like
the operator who picks up hears a male voice in great distress.
I'm very stuck in my way when it comes to my own music. You see, I don't listen to heavy metal. I listen to thrash metal.
The voice belonged to a 22-year-old man called
thrash metal and some new metal. I was on your YouTube live stream and realized you do Twitch too, so I came here to follow you. Yeah,
in various rooms. The father,
sorry,
Robert,
big yawn.
58. The mother, Margaret, 50.
Good yawn.
Their daughters.
Yeah, I do Twitch and YouTube at the same time. 18. So since for some people YouTube fucks up, for some people Twitch fucks up, so it's like
the only one left breathing.
Choose.
Have been shot,
just choose.
Of a violent struggle between the unknown perp and Stephen, who had also been partially strangled. Fibers from a green sweater were found under Stephen's fingernails. suggesting he fought back.
I think especially like since for some people
had been left
their
typed up
their
on the family computer.
their countries don't have
Sorry,
Twitch servers,
to stay.
so it's like easier for them to watch me
David
specifically
said that
on
he had just come
YouTube.
home from his morning paper route. He entered the house without turning on the lights and washed his hands to get all the black ink off them.
Actually, it's not even Twitch servers. Not that they don't have Twitch servers, it's Amazon servers.
He immediately ran around the house to investigate.
Throwable's not working.
One of his sisters.
Get wrecked, Dante.
His father in the lounge. All of them wiped out.
Seriously? Check the art channel. Let's see.
David's father, Robin, might have been the one responsible. He and his wife were estranged, and Robin was living in a caravan in the garden.
Wait.
They figured that after being rejected by his family.
Did that person draw that? Or is that from the manga?
David, perhaps the only one who sympathized with him.
Wait, I am so confused.
Thing is, an analysis of the scene proved that it would have been difficult for Robin to have taken his own life. And with no known enemies to speak of, all fingers now pointed to the only other suspect.
Before and after kickbox lesson?
David.
Oh, did you spray it? Oh no, never mind, I'm stupid. Yeah,
with his rifle, and that for unknown reasons.
That's normal. I used to do kickboxing too. That's pretty normal. Well, I tried. Get cocked. Get cocked, brother.
Then, after arriving home.
Well, I'm going to make some lunch. I hope you have a good stream. Thank you so much, Arnold.
At which point, he
don't be a stranger. Bring me back some food.
A fake message on the computer to make it seem as if his father was the one responsible. He'd probably annihilated his family to get his hands on a large inheritance. That theory also accounted for the green fibers under Stephen's fingernails. David had been wearing a green sweater that morning, which he'd
I'm wondering too. Yeah, like there's no text along with it.
It also accounted for the
so I'm just confused. It's so nice to look at. What are you drawing, by the way? So you've seen the bunny boy on my stream. I'm making his new model. So I'm just drawing a visual aid for his model. So he can figure out what he wants.
Joe Karam, former rugby player.
I don't feed stray cats. My brother, I am not a stray.
And believed that something was off about the verdict. After doing some investigation work himself,
hi, Gajara, how you doing? How the day treating ya?
As far as to write 4 books on the subject.
Wait, Gajara, was that you who followed me when I was trying to record a video? I see ya. I see ya.
In 2009, and on the basis of evidence that was discovered after.
Yeah, Zen got tired of being a bunny boy, so he asked me to help him rebrand.
Years in jail for a crime he hadn't.
Thank you so much for the YouTube tab, Hyperwolf Sama. See you guys, I can read.
A grant of over 900,000 New Zealand dollars to cover his legal expenses. That's a bit less than 600,000.
I can read. I'm a real boy now.
David found it difficult to get work, though eventually he did find love. He married in 2012 and changed his name to William.
Okay,
Davis,
so I still don't know about like his clothes though.
Remains. If David wasn't responsible for the murder of his 5 family members, who was?
Love your videos. I watched like 5 videos in a row. They're not even that good. All the praise goes to Rev. Like,
and the nation's left divided.
Honestly,
many believe
I did not expect
just as many people who are sure
getting any subscribers at all from videos because I'm reacting to someone else's content. I did hit up Rev and ask them if it's okay with me reacting to his videos.
Robin's fingerprints were found on the barrel of the
rifle,
though this could have been from him trying to push it out of his face while someone else.
I do feel bad. Like I feel like I don't deserve the subs because it's just reaction videos.
This is something that people do after a
okay, then I don't feed uncultured cats. Well, it's a good thing I'm not a cat. Ha ha ha. I'm an uncultured swine.
Was that he was in shock, though many people just don't buy that.
Ah, yeah, wasted points, wasted points. Delicious points wasted. I discovered you from one of your most recent videos.
Who claimed to have seen David stumbling
yeah, it's the whole
shortly after returning from his paper round, which would
assassination attempt. People should just not even.
And information that will lead you down the same deep rabbit hole as the people of New Zealand. and each new tidbit might just have you swaying
Oh
from
boy.
one suspect to the other.
People are mean.
There's an amazing 10-part podcast called Black Hands that covers the case in incredible detail. If you're interested in diving deeper, I recommend starting there.
Oh. Do you guys like Minecraft? At evening, we'll be playing Minecraft again. We got attacked by those flying things last night, and
Hey guys,
chat
so
said
Lizzie,
that it's
much
because
for
we were
listening.
sleep deprived.
I'd like to say a huge thank you to Robin Mickelson for making the thumbnail for this
I
video.
thought everyone was
If you haven't already checked
capping,
them
so I
out, then make sure
googled
to
it
do
after
so
the
by
stream.
clicking the links
Not
down
because
in
I
the
don't believe my
description.
chat, but also I don't
Also,
believe my
huge thank you
chat.
to all of my supporters here on YouTube and
Yeah, but let's keep the
especially
good
my
vibes
biggest
going.
supporters.
No negativity,
The
don't
Lefty,
worry. We don't have
Stand On,
negativity here.
Leonardo Martinez, Hungry and Hammond, Aura
FIFA
Dragon,
full farm. Thank you
Rico
for the
Jr.,
follow, Argua.
Dennis K,
Sorry.
Phantom Knight, The Only Dorita, Lord Two
I may have had too much coffee.
Warakai, Silas Geist, Alba Madrano.
Also, no, I don't play
Infamous
Minecraft.
Happy,
Aww.
Seek,
Well,
Carl,
in that case,
Decaying Girl,
in that
Condola,
case, you will enjoy it. We're very new at Minecraft,
Kelly
but
Rocco
like
again,
we're having fun.
Sloane Crawford, Sarah Ramirez, Anime
Oh,
Witness,
also for people
Gina
who don't
Valera,
know this,
Procupidon
so
Nessa,
me and the
Philip
bunny
Westro,
boy in the video,
Alex
we are
Greenzel,
actually a married
Colin
couple, and we
Monica
VTube
Mendoza,
together.
and Crawford
We
Came
run
Over.
the channels
Thank you
together.
guys so much for your
During the
continued
day,
support.
it's just
It
me
really
because
helps the
he's
channel
at
out.
work.
Follow me on my
But
social media
yes,
channels and my new
this
Discord,
is why.
and you'll be hearing from me again very, very soon.
Yeah.
Until then, guys, you will stay spooky.
You
And
have a
remember,
coffee addiction?
the best
Yes.
things happen in the dark.
Coffee it smells so good. Like, oh my god. Just thinking about coffee makes me salivate. Oh, I just found this channel through one of your latest videos, enjoyed it, and now I'm watching some really nice looking artwork being made. This is a good day. Oh, you're so sweet, Taco. You're so sweet. How are you doing, Taco? I play Minecraft virtually. Damn, a lot of people joining today. Yeah, since yesterday. You guys are crazy.
But if you want to keep those spooky vibes alive,
I do enjoy
as we
playing,
move into festive
watching people play
season, you should really
Minecraft.
check out
Oh, in
Hunter
that
Killer,
case, you
the
will not
ultimate
enjoy
murder-free
us playing
subscription kit
Minecraft.
for fans of true crime.
We're like two
Unlike
idiots,
watching
not
an
even knowing what we're
investigation
doing.
on TV, Hunter Killer makes you a part of the
It's
action,
like the
placing you in the
equivalent
shoes
of
a
like
detective
hitting a
and
rock
tasking
until
you
it
with
does a
catching
thing.
an elusive murderer.
I did
So
watch
by solving
yesterday's
puzzles,
Minecraft.
decoding
I'll
ciphers,
love
and examining clues,
I'll love see you
you'll
play it
progress through
again.
each boss
Yeah, shit
and
was
narrow
so
down
much
your list of
fun.
suspects until you and your
I
fellow
did not
detectives
expect
can
it.
pinpoint the
Like Minecraft was so much
Not ready to
fun. I'm
subscribe?
addicted.
No problem. There are plenty of all-in-one experiences available in the Hunter Killer online store.
I like
In
my
mind,
coffee black.
Hunter
Damn,
Killer's
I'm
the
not
perfect
allowed to
alternative
have
to another
black
samey
coffee.
night
I
glued to a
have
screen.
what
My
they
wife and I just
call
started the new season,
stress-induced
trying to solve the murder of
hypertension.
the Therocentrics, and
So I'm
covering
not
the secrets
allowed
that
to
exist
have
in the small town of Mallory
black
Rock,
coffee.
and investigating
So
its
I add
suspicious
a little bit
residents.
of fat-free milk into my coffee.
So,
I
with
don't like
Christmas fast
creamer.
approaching, it's the perfect time to
That's
either treat
exactly
yourself or
what
to
I
give that
like
true crime lover
watching
you want
people
a
play
gift that they can
Minecraft.
really sink their teeth into.
You
Head
know
over
what?
to
You have a point
hunterkiller.com
there.
/lazy masquerade and use promo code LAZY to get $10 off your purchase. Again,
So,
take advantage of that $10
yes,
discount by
full
going to
disclamer,
hunterkiller.com
I
/lazy
do
masquerade and using
Twitch
promo
and
code
YouTube
LAZY
full time. No,
and
I
find
am
out
not
if you have what it takes to
monetized.
solve the mystery inside.
I recently parted ways with my job because of the whole stress and hypertension. So this is what I do all day, every day, unless there's a health complication. So you guys will see a lot of me.
Patricia Martinez Bernal was pushing a baby stroller through its steep and
Check
colorful
Discord
streets,
meme once again.
basking in the beautiful
Better
weather.
be good.
By
Den's
her
hair
side
won't
was her
draw
boyfriend,
itself.
Juan Carlos Hernandez, 33 years old. But the couple
My
weren't as
honest
alone in
reaction
their
when
walk
people
as they
ask
thought.
me, "Oh my god, what
They
are
were
you
being
doing in my
spotted
house?"
from afar by police
What the
officers
fuck?
who were particularly interested
Honestly
in
though,
the
why they
stroller.
reacting that way?
Several women had
Gross.
recently gone missing in Ecatepec.
What? I
One of
cannot
them
walk
was
into
a
your
19-year-old
house and,
father
you know, check
who
what kind of
disappeared from
underwear
the
you
face of
have
the earth,
anymore?
along
What
with
is
their
this?
2-month-old daughter. The cops believed that Patricia and Juan were
I hope you're
behind the
doing
vanishings,
good
and
as
that
well.
Luna was now
I'm
inside
doing
that
really
very
good.
stroller.
I'm doing really,
They acted
really
fast,
amazing,
surrounding the couple shortly
bombastic,
after they left
crazy
their home.
good.
One of the officers approached the stroller and pulled away the blanket, concealing the baby inside.
My concern is
But what they
always
found
like,
wasn't a baby.
what if like
No.
I'm streaming too much?
Inside the
Like,
stroller
would people
was
get
the torso
sick of me?
a fully grown woman, wrapped tightly in black plastic.
Let's
fact
all
that a
play
woman's torso had
Minecraft
just been
and
found
terrorize
wasn't newsworthy in
children.
itself.
Think of the
Not in
children.
Ecatepec, at least. The suburb had the highest rate of femicide.
I
in the
actually don't
entirety
play
of
on
Mexico. So,
public servers. I
unfortunately,
play
the sight of the
so I
unmarried
play on
woman
private
didn't come
server,
as a shock to
and me
anyone.
and Zen play through LAN.
Like I said, this was just another ordinary day in
Bitch, you
Ecatepec.
mind your own business. Let me do my
But
thing.
Patricia and Juan weren't your ordinary couple. And as the authorities were about
Literally,
to learn, this
should I
wasn't
tell to
just
Zen?
a one-off slaying. Far from it. The officers immediately searched the couple's home.
Mind your business,
Inside their
bitch.
refrigerator, they found even more body parts wrapped in plastic. In a lot that the couple owned,
Honestly,
they
I'm
also
just
discovered eight
waiting
buckets covered in a
for
thick layer of concrete.
one of the VTubers
Once
to go full
investigators
Will
had broken the
Smith
concrete seals, they found
when
what
the
Juan and
VTuber is being
Patricia had been
cancelled with
concealing in the buckets.
"Take my
A mass
VTuber's
of
name
human
at
organs.
your fucking mouth."
It was determined that the remains belonged to 8 separate women, though DNA tests could only confirm who 4 of them were.
Also, how
This was
do
unprecedented.
they?
Sure, Ecatepec was known as something
How
of
do
a woman's
VTubers get
graveyard,
like
but for the
loyal
most part,
viewers?
those slayings were
Not
impulsive
loyal
and unplanned.
viewers.
Patricia
People
and
who
Juan,
defend
however,
them
had been systematically
to hell and back.
eradicating the female residents of the suburb.
Like, it's an
And they
actual
weren't
question.
famous
It's
about
not a
it.
dig.
They were proud. Both Patricia and Juan immediately confessed to taking the
Alright,
lives of 20
I'll go
women
to
in
sleep.
total.
See ya later, suckers.
To say
Good
that
night,
Juan
Wolf.
wasn't
Thank you for
independent
hanging
would
out
be
with
an
us.
understatement.
Get some sleep.
He despised them. His mother had been particularly cruel to him as a young boy, tormenting him both physically and
What type of
emotionally.
cream you like
She
in
worked as a
your
labor
coffee? I don't
nurse
like
and would
cream.
regularly invite
I don't
strange
like
men into
cream.
their
I don't like
family home,
creamers.
forcing
I
Juan
drink
to watch her please her clients.
lactose
On top of
free
that,
grade
one of his
A
female
milk,
caretakers also did
fat
unspeakable
free,
things to him and treated him like an animal.
ultra pasteurized.
According to Juan, that was where his hatred stemmed from.
That's the
and why
milk
he
I
felt it
drink.
was his duty to rid the
If you
world
want
of
to
as
know the
many
brand,
females as
it's
possible.
called Friendly
That,
Farms, established
and the fact that he believed he was a demon
1979.
that needed to drink human blood at least once every 3 months.
80 calories
And
per
drink it, he
serving.
did.
Expiry
After finishing
date
off his
August
victims, Juan
20,
would slice them up
26,
and prepare them
2024.
as dinner for himself and his girlfriend. Steaks. chili,
Hold on, let me put the
tamales,
milk away.
his menu
Is
was
it good? I personally prefer it that way more.
So,
Like,
we know what Juan was
you
getting at
you,
with all of
you
this.
get the flavor of the coffee
He took
more
pleasure
and the
in
smell
taking
of
the
the
lives of
coffee
these
more
men.
without the
He
sweetness of the
enjoyed eating their
creamer.
flesh. He thought he was a demon. The guy was clearly deranged. But what about Patricia? Why did she go along with all of this depravity? Well, Patricia had had a particularly difficult life. She ended up on the streets at a very young age and had to sell her body to survive. It was while looking for new clients in a bar that she met Juan. According to her, he was the first man to treat her kindly and not hurt her, and said that he was very good with children.
Okay,
Something she found admirable.
I'll put the milk away.
Yeah, maybe
Does
she
any
wasn't
of
the
you
best
have
judge of
like
character.
Aldi's like nearby,
When
like the
Patricia
grocery
found the
store
body of Juan's
Aldi's?
first victim back in 2012, she was, of course, appalled. And the only
You
reason
can
she
take
didn't
the
call
European
cops
out of
right then and there
Europe,
was because
but you
Juan
cannot
assured
take
her
the
that
Europe
she
out of
could
the
go down
European.
alongside him.
I
After
moved
that,
to
she
US and I
began
still go
assisting
to
in
a
the slaying,
European
and
food
soon developed a taste for
grocery
blood
store.
herself, both figuratively
Uh,
and literally.
Coffee talk makes me sad. I love
So
the
what was their
smell,
modus operandi?
but I just cannot stand the
Well,
taste.
first,
In
the
that
couple would
case,
build a
Taco,
sense of
you should
trust
try
with
it with
their
the
victims,
creamer.
befriending their female neighbors. Another
Get
woman that
the
they'd met in
mild
Ecatepec.
roast
Then, once they had gained their trust, Patricia would
and
invite them into her
add
home.
hazelnut
They had
creamer
closed to sell them at a
specifically.
huge discount, you know, because they were
I'm more of a
friends
tea
of
person
or
than
that they wanted to
coffee.
hire them as a
Oh,
housekeeper.
Arnold, I'm both. I
Then,
love
once
coffee
they
and
were
I
inside,
love tea, especially
Patricia would
peppermint
lock the
tea.
door.
Peppermint tea is my shit.
Juan would emerge and place the victim in a martial arts style joint lock.
I mean, here in
Then,
the US, we
using
have
a large
IKEA
broom,
and
he'd
Aldi's.
slit
Yeah,
their
yeah,
throats.
I know. I'm in
On
Joyzy.
2 occasions,
I'm in
Patricia
Joyzy.
herself was the one who delivered the fatal slash.
Hi, Oasis. How you doing?
What the couple did with the remains varied depending on their mood. Sometimes they'd simply dump the body in a river.
Not the
or an empty
biggest
lot
fan of
or a
IKEA, but
sewage canal.
I did find out, like,
That
I
was
was so
because
sad. So, Midsummer happened last month, right? And I didn't know that Audis have, like, groceries for that. Like they have food for that. And I only found that out like last week, I think. I was so sad. I could have just went to IKEA and I'm disappointed. Okay, then no, it's okay.
It's too much of a stir. This was a Catapec after all.
Really? Thank you for the tip.
I'll
give it a try. Just don't go for the Colombian roast. Let me remember what kind of roast it was. Hold on. I'm gonna do my research for you. But yeah, it does need to be like light roast. I guess it doesn't matter. Yeah, so get the Colombian light roast and get hazelnut creamer. There we go. You love it. It's like crack.
Splitting them in half and slicing the meat from their bones.
My nearby it's at 7-Eleven.
According to Patricia,
get some snacks.
A kilo of steaks from one body alone.
What?
As for the organs,
by the way, me and Zen don't even go to a 7-Eleven. We go to a local gas station because we know the people who owns it. Own it. They're so sweet.
You see, Juan and Patricia practiced Santeria and had sold at least one set of their victims' bones to other believers.
How good is Clip Studio paid?
Had promised their lost
I've been practicing and on getting better at drawing with digital art, and I wanted to find a website with more utility. Oh yeah, no, absolutely the same. Like, so the model you're seeing, it's like I just started learning how to draw, and Clip Studio is so good at it. Like, I am having so much fun learning on Clip Studio. Like, I am so new at drawing and rigging.
The police themselves.
This is the second model I'm drawing.
So their desperate madres came together to do some detective work.
I'll take notes, thank you. That is not how it goes, Taco. And thank you so much for the YouTube sub, Voxner. Question: since I got to get back to trucking, does your stream schedule usually look like?
One of the victims.
Oh, are you asking how my stream schedule usually look like? Okay, so I stream art from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. EST. Then we stream gameplay from 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. EST.
When they entered their home, and that misplaced trust was a mistake, which they would all.
So 12 to 4 and 8 to 11.
Between their daughters and the couple, the police would have been none the wiser.
Also, buddies, drive safely.
Their grotesque escapades.
Darker the roast, the less caffeine and volatile aromatics are left. The less flavor, but more bitter overall. Well, I usually stick to like medium roast personally.
And their story caused public outrage in Mexico. The case truly
I'm like,
spotlight on just how many women were being slain. Not just
I don't know how many of you have been in Europe. Have you heard of the coffee called President? So they have. So it's the coffee is called President. It has like a green foil on it. That coffee is the best.
Of 654 years. Thankfully, there is a glimmer of a happy ending to all of this.
I have to go, unfortunately. See you later and have a great stream. Thank you, Dante. Have an amazing day.
They sold the infant to another couple for 15,000 pesos. Investigators were able to track her down and returned her, alive and well, to her maternal grandmother. The couple who purchased her were charged with human trafficking. In January of 1983, a group of
this is ending up not spooky at all. I mean, the stream.
Near Seoul, South Korea. Little did they know, they were about to make a grisly discovery. One of the youngsters pointed out a mannequin lying in a pile of leaves in the distance. An odd thing to be in the middle of the woods. As they drew closer, they realized it wasn't a mannequin at all. It was the
That's looking
corpse
fantastic.
of a young woman,
Yeah, like
closely
100%
stiff
clip
with
studio.
rigor mortis.
Alright, the main
Whoever
thing
she
that
was,
people don't
the
know about
anguished
the clip
expression on her
studio.
face
Hold on, I
suggested that
will
she had died
I will
in great
put on
pain.
the whole display screen share.
Morticians estimated
I will
that
show
she'd been
you
dead
the
for at least
main
a month when the
power
boys
of
found
clip
her.
studio.
Her fingerprints identified her as 24-year-old.
The reason why it's better to learn
from the city.
through
In
that.
parts of Asia, there are
Alright,
certain
so
barbershops
first,
that offer more
you
than just
have...
haircuts and provide
Hold
other
on, let me get
services
my
to their
keyboard.
male clientele. Let's put it like that.
So you have 3D models, right?
It was at one such barbershop
You
that
can
Miss
literally
Kim
go
worked
plop
at. She needed the money, you see.
and like
With no external injuries
adjust
to speak
it the
of,
way you
it was
want
confirmed that Miss
and
Kim
like
died
sketch
from
it.
poison.
Because anatomy
It
is
seemed
really
unlikely
hard to
that she
learn.
would climb up Mount
If
Hope
you
in the middle
don't
of winter
like,
just
if you
to take her
don't
own
want
life.
just a face,
Given the nature of
but
her
you
work
need the whole
and the type of
body.
customers it attracted, police
Plop.
began their investigation at the
And like,
barbershop.
see, like you can
One of
adjust the
Kim's most loyal
poses
customers was a 42-year-old man named Dong Sik Lee, a plumber by
depending on what you need.
trade. Lee's true passion, however, was photography. He'd won numerous awards for his work. Something
It's
he couldn't
so
help but bring up in
useful.
conversation,
And like
and
another
often
big
held
thing,
private photo exhibitions for other enthusiasts. Detectives surprised Mr. Lee by knocking on his door one evening.
so
and
when
asking him
you
about the
like
death of Miss Kim.
are in clip studio itself,
Mr. Lee
right?
said that he didn't know anything about it, that he only enjoyed making use of Kim's professional services.
So
and nothing
you
more.
go on to the main page
Naturally, though, he
and
couldn't help but
you
bring up
get
the fact
this thing
that he was an
called
award-winning amateur photographer.
free material. So like
That
when you
admission
click on like
proved to be his
assets in the corner,
The investigators
you
asked
can
if they could
check
see
like
some of his
all
pictures.
these like assets
Lee
that
said
you
he
can
didn't have
just
much time,
import into
but the
yours.
investigators
Like for
insisted.
example,
Police
girl says
quickly
hi,
led
right?
them into the
So
room
like
where he kept his photos.
it's already like a pre-made
Among all of
pose
these hundreds of
which can
photos
aid
were
you in
images of
like
scantily
drawing the
clad
body
women
itself.
posing as murder victims.
Well, let's
The
say you
investigators
need like a
questioned the
pattern,
man,
right?
To which he replied, "I have an affection for cadavers."
Like,
Well,
you
the
type
photos
in
were
like,
obviously
okay,
staged.
I need a
These weren't
pattern,
pictures
right?
of real dead women.
And
Lee's second wife
let's
was
say,
also in one
oh,
of the
this looks
photos,
cute.
pretending to be dead.
Panda
In reality,
pattern.
She was alive and
So
well.
you download the pattern,
Clearly, Lee was just a weird guy who viewed death as art and was playing out his bizarre fantasy.
then you
with
go to
paid
your
models.
assets.
But just as they were finishing
Like
up,
it
one of
takes
the
some time
investigators noticed Lee
to
stealthily tried
download it.
pocket
But
one of
like
the
let's
photos.
say you downloaded the pattern.
He grabbed it from Lee's
And then
hand
you just
before
use the
sharing it with his
pattern.
colleagues. One by one, the detectives examined it and looked up at each other with knowing expressions. There was no mistaking it. It showed
It's
what
really
appeared to
good.
be
Like
a dead
I cannot
Miss Kim
stress enough
lying on a pile
how
of leaves, wearing the
friendly
same clothes
Clip Studio
she'd been
is
found
to
in.
learning.
They immediately searched Lee's basement
Alright,
and found 20
I'm
even
done.
more disturbing photos. They were all of Miss Kim.
It's very light
and
roast in
they were
US.
time-sequenced,
We call
showing
it
her
green
writhing on
coffee.
the ground, clutching at her
Wait,
chest
US
and
has the
gasping for
president
air.
coffee?
They'd been taken as she lay.
That
dying.
I'm genuinely mind blown about this.
Lee
Yeah,
was immediately
like,
taken into custody.
like
Of
look at
course,
my
he
model.
maintained that he hadn't taken Miss Kim's life,
I drew
and
it
that she was just
myself by
another model
learning through
posing
Clip
for the camera.
Studio.
He admitted that he had gone up to Hoop Mountain.
If
with
I
Miss Kim,
can, you
but
can
that it was just for a
100% do
photo
that too.
He said he left the mountain
Trust.
without her, and that someone else must
Trust
have come
in
along after
yourself.
that and taken her life. Very coincidental. Well, it was obvious to everyone that playing pretend wasn't doing it for Mr. Lee anymore. He had taken things a step further and decided to live out his dark, twisted fantasy. When forensic specialists zoomed in on the photos of Miss Kim, they noticed that the hair on her skin was gradually drooping more and more in each consecutive picture, something that happens as a person perishes. That proved that she wasn't just acting. As it turns out, Lee had manipulated Miss Kim during one of his regular sessions at the barbershop.
Oh, there's like a lot of comments
He'd
that
gone
got
there
held
many
by
times over the weeks and
YouTube
charmed her with
again.
stories about the
Let me just
award-winning
quickly
photos he had taken,
approve
the
it.
amazing exhibitions he had put on, and the models he had made famous. Oh, by the way, Miss Kim, you'd make a great subject yourself. I bet I could make you famous too, he had told her. After regular visits, he had gained Miss Kim's trust. So, when he invited her to a private photo shoot up on Mount Hoop, she of course said yes. This could be her big break, her chance to finally live a decent life. On December 14th, 1982, the pair walked to that secluded area of the woods for Miss Kim's first and last portrait session.
Done.
As Lee set up his camera, he remarked how chilly it was that day and offered Kim a tablet, which he said was cold medicine. It'll prevent you from getting sick, he told her.
I don't want to censor people from speaking their minds.
She did, and gulped down one of the pills. But it wasn't.
Thank you for sharing these things with me. I've been wanting to make my own OC, and there's a specific way I want to go about doing this. So knowing just a glimpse of what the website can do, I'm excited. Oh yeah, no, 100%. It's so good.
Lee was ready and waiting with his camera.
And by the way, yeah, making your own OC is the best way of figuring what exactly you want. Well, I'm gonna dust off my drawing tablet now. Thanks for being an inspiration. Hell yeah! And now we have the art channel in Discord too.
He was executed on May 27th, 1986. Before his sentence
There's nothing stopping us from sharing.
The way a human being dies, it's art.
Achievements.
I only took artistic photographs. From the outside looking in, Ramon was living
my clip studio advice, take it with like a grain of salt because I'm not that good at it yet. Like I'm still learning. I literally started a couple of weeks ago.
Was attending parties with the rich.
I cannot fucking sleep. Can you turn up the video volume? What the fuck? Here.
A Mexican living in the USA on a visitor's visa.
Better?
Family life suited Ramon well. As all of his friends would tell you, the guy was
also guys, if you like creepy stories, heavily recommend Lazy Masquerade. Good channel.
As one family friend said, she was great. She'd bring him coffee and get up every morning
let me mirror this.
Breakfast. I just thought it was really neat, their relationship. You know, they got along really well. Everyone thought Lulu was the model partner. Kind, generous, and loving. But there was one person who wasn't so keen on her. Ramon's daughter, Mia.
No
Mia
problem,
knew that the
Wolf.
face that Lulu showed the world was really a mask, and that beneath that warm exterior was a cold-hearted woman who only cared about two things: money and herself. Lulu hated Ramon spending money on Mia, or any of his other children for that matter. In Lulu's mind, Ramon's free time and money was reserved for her and her children.
Bitch, that's not how it works.
To her father, but her words usually fell on deaf ears. Ramon had been taken in by Lulu's charms.
You don't just stop having children the second you start dating someone.
All he had ever seen was the good in her, the mask that she wore. By March of 2009, Mia and her father had drifted further and further apart, to the point that when Ramon and Lulu got married, she didn't even attend their wedding.
Yeah.
But it seems that Mia wasn't the only one who knew about Lulu's dark side. Just after the couple exchanged their vows and were legally wed, Lulu's mother came up to Ramon and whispered something in his ear. "Now, she's your trouble." Nonsense, thought Ramon. My wife's no trouble at all. I can trust her. By 2010, Ramon's business was doing so well that he opened up a second gym in Houston, this time with his wife Lulu by his side. She worked alongside him as a personal trainer and also took care of the books. It wasn't long before the couple were making $20,000 a month in profit.
That's impressive.
But despite the sweetness of all that cash, this was when their relationship started to sour. Lulu began telling her friends that Ramon was lazy and that she was doing the lion's share of the work. Whether that was true or not, Lulu evidently decided she was entitled to a bigger cut of the profits. The gym was getting busier. Ramon was taking on more and more clients. But for some reason, the gym's earnings weren't increasing. He began to suspect that his once trusted wife was stealing money from the business. His suspicions weren't misplaced. Lulu was skimming extra money and was using it to pay for a divorce attorney. She filed for divorce and made baseless claims that Ramon was violent and physically aggressive towards her.
Oh, bitch, never lie about that shit.
The couple continued to live together during their separation.
That's not good.
Albeit on different floors of the house. This is where things took a supremely dark and unexpected turn. The divorcing couple had a mutual friend named Mundo. While Mundo was at their gym, he happened to overhear a conversation that Lulu was having with her daughter of all.
Oh, that scared me.
Inside the gym's office, Lulu was saying
Thank
that
you
one
so
of her
much
knew a hitman,
for the
a guy from
YouTube
Mexico
sub,
who chops
lazy.
people up for money, and saying how they could
Your
potentially
name's
use
a
it
mood.
to make Ramon disappear.
Okay, so
That
I
way,
need
the
to...
2 gyms would be hers and hers alone, as well as the house, all of Ramon's assets, and the cash from his life insurance policy. After hearing that, Mundo approached Lulu in private and said that he himself knew someone who could do the job for her instead. Someone reliable, professional, trustworthy. Lulu trusted Mundo and told him to set things up with the assassin. But much like Ramon shouldn't have trusted Lulu, Lulu shouldn't have trusted Mundo. Not about to let his friend be murdered, Mundo left the gym and called Ramon. "Hey man, Lulu wants to kill you," he said, before explaining the entire situation. Ramon was in disbelief. He knew his wife had fallen out of love with him, sure, but he didn't think she'd take things that far. In his mind, hiring a contract killer to take out your spouse was something that only happened in Hollywood movies, not in real life. Not to him. Ramon went straight to the police and asked them to help him, but there was very little they could do without any evidence.
Oh shit.
So, Mundo and Ramon decided to hatch their own sting operation. Using disposable phones, the two of them would message one another about the fake hit, Mundo playing himself, Ramon playing his own killer. Mundo then showed these messages to Lulu, who, in turn, became more confident that this contract killer was legit.
Like, I still don't know.
It also made it less
Should I give him a
that she'd
hoodie
go
or
ahead and
not?
hire a real killer in the meantime.
I feel
that, of
like
course,
it's
didn't
not
stop Ramon from looking over his
gonna
shoulder
be
during
on
those days.
brand
He lived in
with
constant
the
fear
looks
that
we're
someone
going
was already
for.
out to get him, and even slept with a pistol under his pillow, just in case. And remember,
Oh my god.
during this
I
time,
did
Lulu was
it
still
again.
living in the same house as him. All he could do was play dumb and hope for the best.
Okay. This
The
time
real
I
turning
disabled
point in
it.
this thing was when Mundo secretly recorded this conversation with Lulu.
Thank you so much for the YouTube sub. Frisk plays things.
Now, with Lulu on the hook, and with recorded evidence that she genuinely wanted to kill her husband, the authorities were finally able to get involved.
That is so
They
wild.
set up a meeting between Lulu and a hitman.
How can you be like so
a hitman
hateful
played
to
by
do
an
that?
undercover detective. On the night of July 20th, 2015, Lulu drove to an empty parking lot, bringing with her $500 as a down payment for the hit, as well as Ramon's own watches and jewelry. In a sense, she was making Ramon pay for his own execution. Lulu met the undercover agent, paid him, and drove off into the night. With cash exchanged, the cops could now prove intent. But to really give them an airtight case, there was one last thing they had to do. They had to watch makeup tutorials on YouTube. I'm not even joking.
Wait, what?
From those makeup videos,
I was wondering, I have a tablet that allows me to see what I'm drawing on my laptop, but it doesn't have a screen. Would it automatically connect to Clip Studio, or do I need to buy the connection? Oh, it will automatically connect. Just make sure you like select where you're drawing. Like every tablet has its own software.
I was very, very upset. Rage and sadness. All the emotions came through me. On July 23rd, a final
So like,
meeting was
for
set
example, with
between
mine,
Lulu and the undercover agent posing as
I
Ramon's
just,
assassin.
before I open
This
Clip
time, they were
Studio,
going to
I just
film the entire
calibrate
thing.
my monitor to
Lulu
make
arrived
sure
just as
it's
planned
like
and stepped
the
into undercover
monitor
agent's
that
car.
I use.
It's done, said the agent. We got him today, this morning. Lulu paid him $1,000 more, and after receiving it, the agent took out his phone and showed her the photo of Ramon, dead in a ditch. The dumbass fought, said
Oh,
the agent.
now I
He fought,
remember the story.
replied Lulu. She then laughed at the thought of it. There was no sense of remorse or regret or
That
even
is
shock
so
as she
horrible.
stared blankly at the picture of her husband. She was ice cold. The agent recounted Ramon's final moments and how he had pleaded for his life. Well, he won't wake up anymore, Lulu said, before laughing psychotically again. She
That
promised
is
to
so
get the killer
disgusting.
the $3,000 she still owed him, then exited the vehicle and drove off once more. The following morning, officers went to the gym and asked Lulu if
No
they could
problem,
talk for him.
Oasis. I hope it works.
They
Thank you
actually
so
said
much
they
for
were
the
going to
YouTube
wellness
sub,
check on
Jacob
Ramon and asked
Jenkins.
Lulu if she
Hope
knew
you're
who he
having a
was.
great day.
Lulu acted coolly, feigning ignorance, as if she hadn't just tried to have Ramon killed. Finally, the cops ended their charade and told Lulu she was under arrest. As they led her to the cruiser outside, it finally dawned on her. She'd been duped. With so much evidence against her, Lulu took a 20-year plea deal. She also had to give her share of the gym and house to her still very much alive husband, Ramon. The detectives determined that Ramon hadn't physically hurt Lulu like she had claimed, and didn't pursue any charges related to those baseless assertions. The former pro boxer had just survived the biggest fight of his life, and with his now ex-wife's plot foiled and her true nature exposed, he was able to start repairing the damage to his own reputation, as well as his relationship with his daughter, Mia. The one thing he'll likely never be able to fix, however, is his ability to trust any romantic partners ever again.
That is so scarring to go through something like this.
Just before we end the video, I'd like to say a huge thank you to all of my supporters here on YouTube and over on Patreon, especially my biggest supporters. The Nuon Goem 24, Lydia Glassley, Thomas the Handsome, Alex Greensall,
The
Azrael
name.
Warakai, Charlie Lackey, Connor Lotham, Crawford K. McDonald, Event Horizon Records, Gina Valera, Grace Archie, Infamous Sempapi, Leonardo Martinez, Mackenzie Griffin, Maria Mendez, Myra Lancaster, Monica Mendoza,
I still don't know
Natalie Escobedo,
what would be like the best way
Palmyra,
of sketching the
Peter
clothes.
Loggerach, Philip Westra, Procupidine Netta, Ronnie Franklin, Sarah Ramirez, Silas Geist, Taylor and Monica Gruenk, The Only Dorita, Zane, Miss Crypto, Damien Bennett, Hungry and Hammond, The Deck of Cards, and DNS MOM.
Thank you so much for the Twitch follow, Outcast
Well, that wraps things up for
Pexy.
this one, guys. Be
How
sure
you
to smash
doing?
that
How's
like
the day
button, or I'll
treating you?
smash you. Make sure you're subscribed and the bell icon's clicked, and you'll be hearing from me again very soon.
How should I make his
Until then,
pants?
you all stay spooky. And remember, the best things
The
happen.
things you find out what
In
other
the
people
dark.
are willing to do. Yeah, it's so gruesome. It's gruesome, it's disturbing. Like, how
So
can
knee
you
alone.
be like
I'm gonna
that?
fix it, and then
That's Garrett. Today we're listening to Lazy. It's Lazy Masquerade time. Before you're the one that the prophecy has foretold? What do you mean?
Founded by Megan Good, the Charlie Project is a website that profiles over 14,000
Does anyone
missing
know
people, mainly from the United
how to
States.
draw pants?
Named after Charles Brewster
Lifu the
Ross,
chosen
a
one?
lad who went missing back in
I'm the chosen
1874
potato.
and remained lost forever. The project
The prophecies
focuses
have
on
a
those
toad.
who aren't considered media-worthy, and catalogues as much information as possible into one database in an effort to make their stories more public, and to ensure that they're never
I'm the
forgotten
potato
about.
you all been waiting for.
Today, I thought we'd go over a few unsettling pages that I found on the site. There are some things
Okay,
you never want a
I will
stranger to
just
find online.
draw.
Your
Whatever
full name,
happens,
personal
happens.
email, or home
How
address.
about that?
And if there's one thing I've realized, it's that prying eyes are always trying
Lifu
to
the
get a peek
Savior
at that
is here.
valuable information
Rejoice,
of yours.
everyone.
In order to keep our data safe, we need to make sure we're protected. And that's
Maybe
why
I
I'm
should
excited
not
to be
mention that I'm
partnering with
building
today's
the
sponsor,
Church of
Aura,
Lifu in
the
Minecraft.
smart, simple way to stay safe online. Aura's app identifies data brokers that are exposing your personal information and automatically submits opt-out requests on your behalf.
Well, how are you doing,
They'll even
Outcast?
opt you out of junk mail and telemarketing lists. Aura monitors your emails and passwords to see if you are involved in a data
Oh,
breach
you're
and
not
exposed
saved
on
at
the
all.
and gives you recommendations on what to
Imagine
do.
thinking you're saved.
Their app features a VPN,
Pathetic.
password manager, real-time credit and identity theft monitoring, internet parental controls, and protects your devices from malware. You may already have an app that does one of those things.
Okay,
But with
how
Aura, you
how
won't have to
big
download
should I
and
make
pay
his
for a bunch of separate
pictorials?
apps. If you sign up right
I
now
think
using
Miura's
my
kind
link,
of
you'll
slopping
get a
too
2-week
much.
free trial. Simply go to
I want him to have
aura.com/lazy,
pictorials.
or click the link in my
Good
description, or scan the
pictorials.
QR code on screen. And let
Not
Aura
sloppy
do the hard work
pictorials.
of keeping you
I
safe
need to
online.
stop saying pictorials. But it's so much fun to say it. Just pictorials.
What happened to Angela is the greatest mystery which has never been solved. Here's what we know for sure. She was young, she was pregnant, and she was abducted.
Lifu the Destroyer shall
Angela
take
Hammond,
over the galaxy.
or as she
Now
preferred to be
we're
called,
talking.
Angie was a popular
I
young
used
woman
to listen
who
to
lived in
Lazy a
Clinton,
lot. Sadly,
a
I kind
quiet
of
farming town in
forgot about the
Missouri.
channel, so now I know
The kind of
what my
sleepy
next
place
weekend will be
where
like.
danger
Lazy
feels a million
Masquerade,
miles
practice
away.
art, and maybe coffee.
By all accounts,
Yes! Oh
Angie
my
was
god,
beloved
you
by
just
everyone who
described
knew her,
my
though
weekend.
nobody loved her more than her best friend and fiancé, Rob Schaefer.
You see me do that on
The two young
stream
lovebirds
a
were expecting
lot.
their
Like,
first
listen
child
to
together,
Lazy, have
with Angie
coffee, and
being 4 months
draw.
pregnant
Because it's a
at the
mood.
time
It's
of
an
the incident.
actual mood to do that.
On April 4th, 1991, Angie dropped Rob off at his home after a wiener roast in Montrose.
Wiener.
That was at about 10 o'clock, said
Wiener.
Rob during an interview.
Sorry.
I was gonna meet
He
her
could
back
not
uptown as soon as
resist.
my mom got home. I was watching my older brother at the
Wiener.
time. And she called me.
Wiener. Oh, okay, I'm done.
After cruising
Wiener
through
is a
town with her
fun
friend
word.
and dropping her back home, Angie called Rob from a payphone
Same as
at
Booby.
11:23 p.m.
I call my cat
The
Booby.
phone booth was located in the parking lot of the food barn store on East Jefferson
Whenever
Street,
they do something
smack
silly,
bang in the center of town, and just 7 blocks from Rob's home.
I call them Booby.
And she told Rob that she was too tired to meet up, and that she was just going to go back home and take a bath instead. The couple talked on the phone for several minutes. Then, Angie mentioned that a scruffy man with long hair was now circling the parking lot in an old, dirty truck. She described him as best she could.
Just kidding, that
As the
would be
pair
funny.
continued talking on the phone,
Make his
Angie
boobs
said that the
a
man
little
just
bigger.
parked up near the phone booth, and that he appeared to be looking around his truck with a
I
flashlight.
wish.
The shadowy figure then
I
began using the
do
payphone next
want to
to
make him
Angie's,
a
but appeared
toggle
to
of
be
him
having some
having a
trouble.
tutu.
Angie asked him if he needed to use her phone instead, but he said he'd try the other one again in just a minute.
You can never
Hearing
go
all of this through the
wrong
receiver
with a
concerned
very
Rob,
masculine
who
tutu.
could detect the mounting distress in his fiance's voice. And that concern turned to outright panic
So,
when he heard
the final
Angie's
model will
screams
probably not
from the
even
other
look
end of the
like
line.
this.
In the background, Rob heard the voice of a man say, "I didn't need to use the phone
Like,
anyway."
it took me so long to change
Rob
my
called
own
out to Angie
model
through the
while
receiver,
learning how to draw.
but the
Like,
call
I went
had
through
been
so
terminated.
many different versions
Without
until I
hesitation,
finally went,
Rob
yes,
jumped into
this
his car
actually
and
feels
drove
like
to the
me.
food barn parking lot. But as he sped through the town, he passed a green pickup truck and heard Angie screaming his name
How many
from
fingers?
inside it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I don't
Throwing his
draw
car
like
into reverse,
AI. Great.
Rob spun around and began pursuing
biggest
the
life
Bucks vehicle
achievement.
on 2nd Street and Culvert Drive.
I'm drawing like AI.
But this car chase only lasted for about a mile. In a cruel twist of fate, Rob's transmission failed, and his car came to a slow standstill. All he could do was watch as the truck carrying his fiancée
Almost
away
made his wrist a little too
disappeared into the
dainty.
blackness. My car started dying as I was making my right turn, said Rob. This guy turned off to the right. All I saw was his brake lights. and
Nothing
dust.
against dainty-handed man.
Rob managed to flag
You
down
pop
the passing
off
driver
things.
and begged her to follow the truck. Unfortunately, she refused, and instead
I just
drove Rob
have
to the
like
police
an
station
issue
at
with
around
drawing
midnight.
men. Like,
There,
I
he
don't know
reported what
why
had just happened to Angie.
I'm having difficulties drawing men.
The suspect was described as a disheveled white male between the ages of 20 and 35.
My brain just doesn't
wearing
go that
glasses,
way.
overalls, and a dark-colored baseball cap.
I close my eyes, I
Despite a
see
thorough search of all of the local
booba
towns
and
by
tie.
both lawmen and civilians, no trace of Angie could be found anywhere.
Well, I'll
It was
have to
clear very early
adjust
on that the only hope of finding the young woman
the
was
body
tracing the
a little
vehicle she
more
had been taken
later
in.
on. You see, like,
According to Rob,
look how
it was
thick
a late
this
60s
is.
or early 70s model,
Super
two-tone green
thick.
Ford
Dummy
F-150.
thick.
The back window was completely covered by a decoration of a fish jumping out of water. The license plates were caked in mud and
Is it me
unreadable.
or the arms are kind of short?
The authorities were able to identify
I think the arms are
1,600 similar
short.
trucks registered in Missouri.
Don't forget me when I'm
But
famous.
unfortunately,
It's never
none
gonna
of them were a match.
happen.
Detectives began to believe that Rob may have fabricated the entire story.
I'll never be famous.
After 1
But
week
you're
of
good.
intensive investigation, however, he was completely ruled out as a suspect. His story held up under questioning. He passed several polygraph tests and voice stress tests, and 3 witnesses later came
Yeah,
forward
the arms
and
definitely
reported
they
seeing
need to
a
be
suspicious
longer.
man in a green truck lurking around the payphones just a few short minutes before
How
the
long have you
incident.
been doing art now? 3
Rob
weeks.
had been telling the truth.
I've been drawing
Although his
3
car
weeks.
failing him at that exact moment did sound fishy to some, it was later confirmed that by suddenly
That's
throwing
what I
his car in
said, like,
reverse,
don't
Rob
take my
had
advice too
accidentally damaged
serious.
his own transmission.
I'm
A
learning as
completely
well.
understandable mistake given the circumstances, but one he would never forgive himself for.
Yeah, I think
With
maybe
Rob
like
ruled
around
out as a
here.
suspect, the authorities began to think that Angie may have fallen victim to a still uncaught serial killer. After some detective work, they found possible links between
Maybe
Angie's case
the hands
and those
bigger
of 2
too.
other women in west central Missouri. On January 19th, 1991, 3 months before Angie was taken, 42-year-old Trudy Darby.
His arm looks good.
disappeared
No,
during a late
it was
shift
too
at her
short,
convenience store
and
in
the hands
Mills
are
Creek.
too small.
Prior to
Oops.
vanishing, she had called her son
So
and told him that a suspicious-looking man
I'm
was
just
loitering outside.
at least fixing the proportions.
When her son arrived to check on her just 10 minutes later, Trudy was nowhere to be found. Her body was discovered 2 days later.
Yeah, the hands are still
submerged
too
in the Little
small. They're
Neango
just too
River.
small.
2 shotgun blasts had decimated the back of her head. Just 1 month later, on the 28th of February, 30-year-old Cheryl Ann Kenny disappeared after locking up a convenience store in Nevada, Missouri. Her vehicle was found in the car park, but just like Angie,
It needs to be
her
like.
whereabouts and well-being
Oh, that scared me.
mystery to this day.
Thank you so much for the YouTube
In
sub. One more
1994,
game.
half-brothers Jesse Rush
Well,
and Marvin Chase
a little
were
longer
found
than
guilty
me.
of slaying Trudy
I've
Darby.
only been drawing for about a week now. Oh, you got
They were the
this.
prime
You
suspects in
100% got
Angie's case
this.
as well, and particularly because Rush had alluded to taking
Thank you
the
so much
lives of
for
other
the
women.
YouTube sub,
In a letter, he
Kanan
wrote,
Walker.
"I'm glad they don't
I
know
hope I
everything
have
else
your
we did,
name right.
or I'd be on death row." In recent years, however,
Your drawing looks
for
amazing.
reasons
Good.
that have
Oh,
never
you're so
been disclosed,
sweet.
the
You're a
authorities have
liar,
determined
but you're
that
sweet.
the 2 half-brothers weren't involved in Angie's disappearance. Several other suspects have also been investigated over the past 3 decades, but none have ever been charged.
Oh,
On
shit.
the 30th anniversary
I'm
of Angie's
stupid.
disappearance, in April 2021,
Here.
Clinton PD announced a new theory: that Angie had been the victim of mistaken
Maybe like
identity.
this size?
Back in 1991, a man known only as Mr. A was acting as an informant. in a
Haha,
high-profile
Trouble's not
narcotics case.
working. Okay, you
On
guys,
April
you
4th
keep
of
on
that year,
spending those
the exact
points
same
like
day that Angie went
suckers.
missing,
I did not
Mr.
enable
A
it yet.
received an anonymous letter in the post, which had been made using cutouts.
When I
from
close my
magazines.
eyes, I see booba and
The
thigh.
note
I
threatened
can't
the life
relate,
of his
but
daughter,
damn, this looks
a
so
young woman
good. I mean,
also named
3
Angie,
weeks, you
who
might be
also
new to
happened
this,
live in Clinton, and
but
who
you
bore a
got some real
striking
talent. I'm
resemblance
very
that
impressed.
Angela had.
Oh, well, I used to be a traditional
Referring to Mr. A
artist.
by his court number, the letter read as follows:
I did used to
Hello,
do
number.
traditional art.
People like you.
Yeah, you
deserve
see,
what they
like,
get.
this looks more
We
like
know where
fitting
your
to the
foxy
body
daughter's
than
at.
this.
She will see us soon. Tell your wife she has
So
our
I'm
deepest
gonna
sympathy in her further loss.
erase this.
Goodbye. Investigators have since revealed that
Just
an anonymous
copy
caller
paste
contacted
this.
them, claiming to have information about Angela's case, and apparently mentioning details about the cut-and-paste letter which hadn't been revealed to the public. They're hopeful that this caller will one day contact them again.
Edit.
1 month after this new lead
Flip.
was revealed, in May 2021, Angie's mother passed away
Now,
without ever
edit.
finding out what fate befell her daughter and
Where was
unborn
it?
child. To this day, Rob Schaefer is haunted by the events of April 4th, 1991.
Oh wait, I'm done.
The image of watching the
I'm trying
boat's
to
vehicle
remember
get
how
further
to
and further away,
flip
with
it.
him powerless to do anything, is one that will never leave his mind.
There we go.
The beginning's the hardest. Because you know you were close enough to get them. But you just didn't get the job done.
Now your
2
model
months
looks
after Angie was
adorable.
taken,
Thank you.
Paul
It's the
joined the
first
National
model
Guard.
I drew and rigged.
He's now in his early 50s
But I'm
and has a family of
taking
his own,
a break
but
from
still maintains
finishing
contact
rigging
with
her.
Angie's
I had
living
too many
relatives.
meltdowns with it.
They all hold out hope that one day her case will be
Like
marked
my
as
hair is
resolved
actually
from
long,
the Charlie
but
project.
I needed a break from rigging, and my tail was not even rigged yet.
In 1999, Paul
I can do this,
was a
though.
38-year-old business owner and farmer. With his ex-wife, Michelle, Paul had agreed to a shared custody agreement
Whoop.
in which his daughter, Sarah, would spend every other weekend with him at his home in Thornton, Colorado. There,
That's all
Paul
I
lived
need
with his on-and-off
from
girlfriend,
life.
Teresa
Booba and
Donovan,
thighs.
a woman who had just given birth to a son. She claimed that the baby was Paul.
I had so
but
many
he had
meltdowns
his
from
doubts.
figuring out
After
how
all,
to
it
make the
wasn't unheard of for
booba
Paul to come home from work and find that
rotate
Teresa was next
and
door,
how to move my
partying with the neighbor.
thighs.
This late
And I'm
night
not done
partying
yet.
continued, even after the baby was born.
Rigging is so hard. Look,
While Teresa was out and about, who knows?
it's on my thigh now. It's tie is
Paul
on my
confided in his
thigh.
closest friends that he planned to kick Teresa out of the house. But before he did so, he needed to have a paternity test conducted. If the baby
Booba.
truly was his, he was planning to sue Teresa for full custody. On the morning of Sunday, February 7th, Paul took his 9-year-old daughter Sarah along with him to work.
Oh, thank you,
Paul ran a
Nightbot.
moving
I
company
forgot about my
with tough
coffee.
movers, and he figured that for Sarah, a day at the store with her father was better than a day spent with Teresa.
Delicious.
The pair drove to the store in Westminster, where they met up with Paul's employee, Lorenzo Chivers.
That's not bad.
At 5:30 p.m., a moving job was scheduled.
You wanted to
and
say
all
that's
three of them hopped
amazing.
into
The
one of
hip,
Paul's large
the
moving
hip
trucks
thing is
and set out to
amazing.
the client's
It's
house.
it's literally the very first
They
rigging
were
I've
last
ever
seen
done.
at approximately 6 p.m.
That's really
in
nice
Raleigh.
hip. I wanna
Later
do
that
it
evening,
more. Like
Teresa
I wanna
called
make the
Paul's
hip
mother,
rotation
Sharon,
like a little
and informed
stronger.
her that Paul and Sarah hadn't returned home.
I feel like it would
Teresa,
fit me
Sharon,
more
and
since
Sarah's mother, Michelle,
Amaru is
all
so
placed separate
sassy.
calls to the authorities
Plus,
and filed
I want
a
to
missing
make it
persons
as
report.
authentic to the original as
The
possible.
following day, one of Paul's employees, Jerry Bybee,
1
arrived for work
second.
at Tough
My
Movers.
mom texted me.
He noticed that one of the trucks in the lot had been parked in an irregular fashion, front first and crooked. Paul was a neat freak, recalled Jerry Bybee. So I'm thinking, oh, I can't wait to hear why the truck's parked like that, because Paul would have a story. Realizing that his boss wasn't inside the store, Bybee went to inspect the poorly parked truck. To his surprise, though, the lock on the front gate to the lot had been changed. When neither Paul nor Lorenzo showed up for work that day, Bybee called the police. On February 11th, 3 days after they had gone missing, an officer finally showed up at Tough Movers to investigate. He meandered through the parking lot, half-heartedly looking around the area, and even stepped
My
in a suspicious
parents
puddle of
just
water
saw
in
the
ground.
news about what happened in US,
According to Jerry
so
Bybee, who
they're
was
now
showing them
blowing
around,
up my phone
the
with
officer,
texting
quote,
me.
destroyed more
Hi
evidence than he was
Kareem,
willing
how are
to
you
look at.
doing?
That same afternoon, a close friend of Paul's, Rich Lesmeister, learned that his pal had gone missing and decided to take matters into his own hands. Both he and his wife climbed the fence to the store's parking lot and inspected the misparked truck for themselves. To their horror, they found bullet holes in the side of the vehicle. There was also a noticeable blood smear running along the exterior.
1 second, my mom is calling me. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Sorry, guys. My parents were freaking the hell out. Okay. My parents were actually freaking out with the news that are happening, and they saw the videos we posted, so they were freaking out.
Was found anywhere inside the vehicle. Despite the fact that a worryingly large piece of Paul's
My
scalp
poor
was found in the
parents.
truck, detectives initially theorized that the whole scene had been staged, and that the newly divorced father had run away with his daughter, Sarah. Lorenzo, they figured, was an accomplice.
Okay, back to the body.
However, they soon realized that the amount of blood in the van suggested something more sinister had happened.
I think I made his hips maybe
Paul,
too big.
Sarah, and Lorenzo were almost certainly
And hi, Karib, how are you doing?
Several of the lakes around Denver were searched, but the bodies of the 3 victims have never been found. In the eyes of the investigators,
I didn't
Paul was
draw a
likely the
male
intended
body.
target, with Sarah and Lorenzo simply being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Their moving truck had probably been ambushed when they returned it to the lot, and was then used to
I'll
transport
go on a
remains.
pilgrimage to the land beyond the sea and find myself. Farewell, LifuLifu, until we meet again, my lady. Please don't forget me, chosen one. You take care, outcast.
Those missing items seem to suggest
Don't be a stranger and don't get into drama.
And dumped in some unknown location.
Never get into drama. Drama is not worth it.
What could have possibly been the motive in this case? Why would somebody want Paul out of the picture? Well, several articles have suggested.
Wait, this saw your video? Yeah.
As mentioned,
I told my parents that look, my parents, they know I stream, they know how my model looks like, they know we post videos, they sometimes even check it out. So my parents actually check out our stuff, and sometimes they even check out the streams. Hi, Otaku. I mean, Dev. New motto. I'm not done rigging her yet, but I need to work on Zen's model. And I need a break from rigging. Drama, oh boy. Yeah, this shit is so crazy. Welcome back. Thought my earphones were messing up because I saw the mouth moving, but I heard nothing. Yeah, no, my parents were freaking out. They were calling me. Hi, Winter. Sorry, I have not enabled the throwables since I just switched to the model. Spend your points, yes. But yeah, no, that shit is just so wild. I just feel bad for my parents freaking out so much because we posted the videos. Yeah, you seem like you're moving a lot less. Oh, sorry. No, I was leaning away from the from the microphone. Sorry. But yeah. I'm not done doing the body rigging yet. But I just needed a break. Like it was causing me like actually having a mental breakdown. Like my model does move, but I haven't like rigged the upper body. Like see, like she does move, but I haven't rigged the upper body much yet. So I'm not close to being done. And like the turns are not fully rigged yet, and like the leans are not fully rigged yet. It takes some time, but it doesn't seem like people really are bothered by it. I appreciate everyone being so patient. These couple of days been so eventful. Like my brain's like coping with trying to stay on point. Okay, I don't think this looks right. Like I'm literally struggling with drawing a male body. Like, do men have like a like a cinched waist? Rigging does look like fun, challenging, but rewarding process. Oh yeah, no, it feels rewarding, but you will have meltdowns. Like, you will absolutely have meltdowns while rigging, especially since like you're like envisioning it one way and absolutely nothing will go the right way. Like, nothing will go right. Like, this seems like, oh look, the arms here look not right. Oh, because the wrong layer. But like, I think I need to Google for references.
Was truly his. After Paul's disappearance and presumed demise, Teresa sued Paul's mother Sharon for all of his
anime
in her
guy
words, Paul would have wanted his son to have
I
everything,
need some references.
especially since his daughter Sarah was now gone too.
I cannot figure out how like that
way she'd know
midriff
really
of a guy needs to look like.
Teresa refused. It also came to light that Teresa's brother, Tom Donovan, was a former
Thank you so much for the YouTube sub,
being
Avenged.
fired by him shortly before this whole
Hope you're
incident
having
took
a
place.
great day.
Tom went on to say that he was glad Paul was dead and that he wanted to shoot Paul's mother too. To make this web of connections even more complex, Teresa and Tom's sister, Bobby Jo Donovan, was also dating Lorenzo. They lived together with Lorenzo's son, Josh. On the night Lorenzo failed to return home from work, Josh called up his grandma and said that he was worried about his dad.
I need like a reference. Like, a lot of people draw them with like the arms folded.
Quote, something terrible
But
had happened to Lorenzo, and he wasn't coming back.
I need like a reference where he's just standing straight. Thank you so much for the YouTube sub, Bernard Bohr. Hope you're having a great day.
Josh's belongings and left them
did you watch some anime last week? Oh, I watch anime quite often. I really enjoy anime. But not last week.
Of the Donovan siblings. With the three of them
actually,
assets,
I haven't watched anime since I've been streaming full time. Like, streaming and doing content full time. I haven't had time to watch anime.
Sure. But many people have their suspicions. As for the three missing persons, they remain
I haven't had time to watch anything actually, now that I think about it.
Disappearances.
Okay, so the problem might be that
40-year-old Diane Augut was living in the sunny city of Odessa, Florida. Although a native New Yorker, she had moved to the Sunshine
I really like the model. I mean, booba hips and thighs, but what stands out to me is the eyes. I think they're beautiful. Oh, and I love those cute eyebrows. Thank you. Zen keeps making fun of me that it looks like rich girl eyebrows. Like, how they like doing that in anime. Keeps calling it the spoiled rich girl eyebrows.
She was diagnosed with bipolar disorder, which only worsened over time.
Okay, so maybe
took a toll on all of her relationships, and by 1991, her marriage collapsed, with Frederick taking full custody of their kids. This led to Diane self-medicating with booze and other substances. Over the next few years, her life continued to unravel. She fell in with a rough crowd, began committing minor offenses, and eventually was sectioned in a mental health facility against her will. Following her release from the institution,
really stupid
Diane
brush
moved in with her
strokes
sister, Deborah, in nearby
What
Hudson.
if it's like...
But just 2 weeks later, Diane...
Alright, how about I do this, right? So, we have the torso, right?
Her entry on the Charlie Project. Diane disappeared on April 10th, 1998. That morning,
so, we have the torso.
Deborah went to a doctor's appointment.
So, this is where
Diane
the waist would be, right?
It's believed that she
And
left the
then
apartment
we
at
have
approximately 11
the
a.m.
midriff, right?
Unable to contact her,
So that
Diane's mother
means
reported her missing on April
it
11th,
will have to
terrified
extend
that her daughter had gotten
from
into some kind
somewhere
of trouble.
here, right?
The same day the missing persons report was filed, the bartender at the nearby Hayloft Tavern reported that Diane had come
So,
in for a few drinks,
I think in that
but that he had to cut her off
case,
after she started
this
walking
needs
in
to be
circles.
a little thinner.
Afterwards, a motorist reported seeing Diane walking north on US Route 19, very close to New York Avenue. That was sometime between 3 and 4 p.m. Those
Like
were
same
the
as...
final confirmed sightings of her.
Maybe it would be
An
just easier if I
unconfirmed
just
sighting
do
was
this.
also
Like,
reported at the Coral
this
Sands Motel, only half a kilometer from New York
have to
Avenue.
be thinner.
Detectives tried to track Diane down along US 19, but couldn't find a trace of her anywhere. 3 days later, on April 14th, somebody made a call.
What would you say
to
was the most
Diane's mother.
challenging to draw for
Nobody
you?
was at
A
home
male
at the time,
body.
but the caller left a
Male
message.
body is the most challenging thing
When Diane's
for me
mother
to
returned,
draw.
she listened to the voicemail that had been left for her, and the words
Oh.
that poured out of the machine would haunt her for decades.
See. So it would be like
Help! Let me out!
this,
The
right?
voice was unmistakably Diane's.
So
Terrified
that
and shrill.
means
Her plea was interrupted by the sound of rustling,
when
as
I
if
draw
someone
the
was wrestling
shirt,
the phone from her grasp.
actually,
A
let me
second voice
just
could be heard
draw the
screaming,
legs as well.
"Hey!"
So the
me
legs
that.
would be
Before the message
like
abruptly
here,
ended.
right?
Diane's mother tried returning the call, but nobody picked up. After
So
checking the
this
caller
one
ID,
is slightly to this
investigators learned
side.
that the call had come from a place listed as Starlight.
That would be the
The exact
knee.
location of Starlight has never been uncovered, or at least never disclosed by the authorities, though a few businesses
This one
with that
would
name
be
have been
straight.
identified near Odessa.
The knee
That
would be
includes
here.
the Starlight Lounge, now called Teasers, a
With the leg
gentleman's
going
club
in like
Tampa
this
that
here.
was known to have a dodgy clientele. It was used
You
as
see,
a hunting
like the
ground
legs
by
are too
serial
thin
killer
now.
Bobby Joe Long back in the 80s. There was also the Starlight Barbershop in Largo and a Starlight Ballroom in Clearwater. Others have theorized that the call may have been placed from the Starlight Motel in Port Richey, and that
So
Diane
maybe
had been
like
taken there by
this
people she knew.
thickness.
What happened to her after she placed that call remains a mystery.
So
The same
which
day that
means
the voicemail was left, a local woman was walking along US 19 when she came across a, quote, joke finger resting on the roadside.
the shirt.
Thinking that was odd,
Let's say there's
she
like
later mentioned
fold
it to her
here.
boyfriend. The following day, he drove
So
out
it
to
would
take a
like
look at the
fold
object
like
himself.
somewhere here, right?
He found it lying right where his girlfriend said it would be, though upon closer inspection, his worst fears were confirmed. His girlfriend hadn't found a joke finger after all. It was the real middle finger of a human being, severed at the first knuckle.
That means
A DNA analysis confirmed that the body part
pants.
did indeed belong to Diane.
Like
It's the only piece of her that's ever been found. Experts determined
this.
that the appendage hadn't been removed cleanly and may have been detached after being slammed in a car door. It's unknown whether it was left by the roadside deliberately or not. However, the location where it was
let's
found
erase this and
possibilities.
see how it looks under
That
it.
Diane was forced into a vehicle as she walked US 19, and that she lost her finger as the door was slammed shut. Or that her finger was removed at some point thereafter, perhaps as punishment for making her desperate final phone call, and was then discarded along
Yeah,
the
it
same
still
route
doesn't look
she had last
right.
been seen. Later that week, on April 18th,
It just
Diane's
doesn't
home in
look
Odessa
right.
was saluted. It's unknown whether this was related to her disappearance, or if it was a mere coincidence. That same day, though, the manager of the totally convenience store in Odessa opened up one of the outdoor freezers behind the building. Inside, she found a pile
don't even
of neatly
know.
folded clothes. Since the manager knew who Diane was, she immediately recognized that the clothes belonged to her. This was quickly confirmed by Diane's sister, Deborah. According to the manager, she had last inspected the freezers 3 weeks prior, and as such, the clothes could have been placed inside at any point since then. Why they had been left at a store that Diane frequented and not
baffled by
destroyed
this.
remains unclear, but it seemed as if whoever had left them there wanted them to be found. Following the discovery of Diane's clothes, the case seemingly hit a
Thank you
dead
so
end,
much for the
and
YouTube
media
sub.
stopped reporting on it completely. It appeared as if it were destined to go cold. But with
Hope
this
you're
being
having a
Florida,
great day.
one should always expect the unexpected. On November 25th,
Maybe I should just go back to
more
the
than 2.5
the
years
hoodie
after Diane
thing.
disappeared, and just one day
I
after
don't
a local
even
newspaper
know.
ran a story on her case, there was a surprising development. A customer at a Circle
Not like
K
the hoodie
Pasco,
idea
Florida,
was bad.
found a clear Ziploc bag at the store's lottery counter. On it, in black permanent marker, someone had
It
written,
was a good idea,
Diane.
but just I don't know.
That customer just so happened.
Just don't think it fit him.
Diane's brother. After opening the bag,
Thank you so much for the
detectives
YouTube
found
sub,
black
Hiram
pink
Ochoa.
lipstick, taboo perfume, and a tube of generic brand toothpaste.
Hope
The
you're
items
having
were
a
all brands
great
that
day.
Diane frequently purchased, and the toothpaste was the same kind provided by her mental health facility. And yet, despite checking through the store surveillance footage, no meaningful leads presented themselves. It's unknown who left the bag at the store, or why, but given that it was discovered by a close contact of Diane's the day after a front-page story of her ran in the local paper, some speculate that it may have been left there by her family. A way for them to reignite the search for their missing relative.
Maybe I just like the self-esteem, but
So let's
how
talk
did you get the
suspects.
courage to draw it in
Well,
front of
this
a
won't
lot
take
of
long.
audience?
The only suspect to ever be publicly named was 52-year-old Gary Evers,
I
the
don't know.
co-manager of the Coral Sands Motel.
Not like
the
I am
location of Diane's
secure
final
enough to do
unconfirmed
that.
sighting. The authorities have never announced
just-
why exactly they considered him a person of
I don't know how
interest.
to explain it.
He didn't have a record at the time of Diane's vanishing.
It's more of a
However, on June 27th, 2000,
I just need to stop being so afraid of everything.
Motel. One of them struck Gary's girlfriend in the face.
Like
In a fit of
I
rage,
just got tired
Gary
of
Evers later
overthinking,
confronted one of the
and
men
I keep
who he thought
repeating
was
myself,
responsible.
if people have
A
a
man called
problem
Bob
with
Cranes,
how I draw, or the fact that I'm
with his trusting
literally
9mm
learning
in hand,
and they have a
confronted
problem
group
with
of
that,
witnesses.
I
Gary
probably don't
unloaded
want those
2
people
clips into
around
Todd's face.
anyways.
As it would turn out,
But yeah,
Todd was
I don't
innocent.
know what vibe it gives with the
Gary
hoodie.
was
Like
sentenced
that's
to
what I'm
life
trying
behind
to
bars
understand
for Todd's
too.
murder, and he passed away in prison in 2012. He was never officially charged in connection with Diane's disappearance.
Maybe if I make it like a little.
Possible links have since been made between Diane's case and that of 2 other missing women in the Pasco County area. Rhonda Ann Brown in
Oh
January 2000,
wait,
and Kathleen Wanda Hesega in October
that is a little
2002.
slimmer.
All 3 women were heavy
It's
drinkers,
actually not
and
bad.
all 3 women were last seen
Maybe
walking
that's
along
what the
roadside.
problem was.
It's unknown whether they all fell victim to the same unidentified killer or not. But then again, there are a plethora of
I think
unanswered
that's what my
questions related to
problem
this
was.
case.
It was the
We can only hope
the
that in
width.
the near future, Diane's family are given the
I
closure
can
that
respect
they
that.
so desperately
Look,
crave, and that
I'm
the
not
tale
saying
on the
like
Charlie Project can finally be marked,
I don't care at all
resolved.
what people are thinking.
So those were just
But
a handful of pages from
what
the
I
Charlie
can
Project.
do at least is
If you browse
concentrate
through the
on
site long enough,
not
you'll notice
caring, like
just how ordinary
learning how
most
to
of these
not
missing people are.
care if they
Young,
have any
unassuming
judgment
folks who all
towards
woke up
me.
one morning
Like all you
completely
can
unaware
do is
that that
try
day they
to
were about
not
to
care.
vanish from the face of the earth. Sure, some of these people made a few bad decisions, but the majority were just going about their business. It's worrying to think that any one of us could
Hey, does that
one
even
day
look good?
have our own entry on the project.
Did I just leave the hoodie
But
on
even more
for him?
horrible is the thought that for every person catalogued, there's probably someone out there who knows what happened to them. It makes you wonder how many sinister individuals walk among us,
I don't even
and how
know.
many of them we may have passed in the street, unaware of who they are and what they've done.
Decisions are hard.
A
So
huge thank you to my top tier members on YouTube. and
whatever
Patreon.
you guys decide
Narcotic,
if he should have a
Hate
hoodie
Control,
or not,
Itai Allen,
let me know.
Nefes
I'll
1988,
go with that because
Lydia
I'm out of
Q,
ideas.
Alex Greensall, Asia Mina, Asriel Warakai, Brad Hammer 33, Chief Kochuake, Colin Monsma, Connor Lothan, Dustin and
I
Tiffany
do
Vanderpool,
want to
Gina Valera,
prep
Hamish,
the
Ian Billock, Infamous Sempapi,
main
Jesse
color
Jones.
for him.
Leonardo Martinez, Monica Mendoza, Mrs. Yvonne Rankin, Peter Logdredge, Philip Wester, Taylor and Monica Gruenck, the only Dorita, DNS Mum, and Sane.
The main color is gonna be this. No, wait. It's too out there. This is his main color.
Today's video is sponsored by Blinkist. If, like me, you found yourself wanting to read more books and learn more, but just can't find the time,
no, not this
you should
one.
really check out Blinkist, the digital learning app that takes the world's best-selling non-fiction books and distills their key insights into powerful, 15-minute, made-for-mobile packs. Every title can be enjoyed in either text or audio form, and they're all hand-selected, condensed, and recorded
his secondary
by real people
color.
who are as passionate about learning as you are.
Well, this is
You
his
can switch
accent
between audio
color.
and text versions of books whenever you like to fit your mood or activity. And with apps for
What about
iOS,
just a normal
Android,
code
the
and
web,
add
and
things
even
like a
send to
long
Kindle
code?
feature, you really
Long
can take
codes are
Blinkist
very hard to
anywhere
read.
and learn in a way that suits you. Based on your interests and user history, Blinkist provides you with personalized reading recommendations and expert curated lists, meaning you'll always know what to
And
read
his
next.
skin color
Dive into thousands
will
of
be
titles
something
across
more
27 categories, from
his skin
philosophy
color is
to
gonna be
psychology
darker than
and health and
mine.
nutrition to personal growth.
No, that's
2 books I recommend you check out on Blinkist
not even-
are The Story Factor, which explains how powerful narratives can be and unravels the art of storytelling, and The 5 AM Club, which shows how embracing a revolutionary morning routine can deliver epic results and improve your life.
it's gonna be his skin
The first
color.
100 people to go to Blinkist.com/lazymasquerade are going to get unlimited access to Blinkist for 1 week.
His
That 7-day trial is completely free, and you can cancel at
secondary
any time
color
during that
would
period.
be
You'll also get 25%
no. I don't
off
want
if
to
you
do
want the full
blue on
membership.
blue.
Find that link in the description box below. Stay curious.
What's the
and become
opposite
best
of
you yet
blue?
with Blinkist.
Yeah.
Our planned camping spot for the night was full. We'd backpacked all day to get to that location, and there wasn't anywhere close to set up our tents. We called our guy on the outside to come and pick us up, as it was getting late. We didn't have anywhere to set up camp, and a storm was approaching. We hiked to the nearest exit point on the trail, met our pickup guy, and he drove us a few miles to the nearest campsite we were familiar with.
Let me
and that
open
we
a
could basically
color
drive up to.
wheel.
It was a long logging path, pretty deep in the mountains, that we'd all hiked in the previous years, so we were kind of familiar with the area. Anyways, we hop out the van, and it's pitch black outside. No moon. It's April in the mountains, and still pretty chilly. We're cold, hungry, and exhausted. That's when we notice a man staring at us from behind a tree. I know this sounds like a no-sleep story, but it's 100% true, and probably the most scared I've ever been. We noticed this guy. No headlamp, no equipment, no backpack. He's just standing there. One of our group, a former Marine, yells at him to come out and explain what his deal is. This guy walks a few feet out from behind the tree, and we all shine our lights on him. And I kid you not, this dude's white t-shirt is covered in what looks like blood smears. He's pretty rough looking. Long hair, long beard, crazy eyes, and he was wearing a red-smeared t-shirt and shorts in 1-degree weather at night. We're all pretty freaked out, and this is an experienced hiking group who've all seen some stuff. We ask this guy what his deal is, and he simply says, "We can't camp here."
Like, if I add
we tell him
the
that's exactly what we plan to do.
dark
And he
dusty
says,
red,
I don't think that's a good
it
idea
will
for any
not
of you.
be popping enough.
We kind of turn to discuss as a group, and when we look back, he's hidden back behind the tree. As a group, we basically decide none of us are getting any sleep that night if we stay there, so we pack up the van and leave.
No, not enough
As we were
contrast
pulling out,
between
this
this.
guy pulled out one of those red-filtered flashlights and ran after our van. I'm not kidding. He followed us for at least a quarter mile on foot. He was fast as all hell. We passed a park ranger on the road and flagged him down to tell him how weird this dude was acting. He said he'd go and investigate. I didn't hear anything else about it for 5 years. For the longest time, I thought he was probably a moonshiner who was just living in the woods and didn't want us near his still. People hunt out there all the time, which could maybe explain the blood smears a little bit. But I was recently at an event with some of those guys again for the first time in
I don't
years,
like any of
and
it.
that creepy dude from the woods got brought up in conversation. One of them, who still lives
I
nearby,
know I'm being too
brought out his
picky,
phone and said,
but it's a bottle for
I forgot
Zen,
to tell you
so
guys. I saw him again. He pulls up a news article,
I'll be right back.
and there he was, so obviously the same guy. He'd been arrested for murdering some poor girl on that trail. Timelines didn't match up, so I fully believe we saw this guy shortly after he'd murdered someone else. He hasn't been charged with anything else as far as I'm aware. I'm not backpacking without a gun anymore. I was dating this guy for about 2 months. It was just
Well,
another
never
Friday
mind.
night.
I'll
I
go
ordered a
later.
pizza and
Well,
went
it's
into
getting
his
late in
bedroom to watch
Sweden,
TV
and
while
my
I waited for
duties
him.
are calling. I'll
He was
catch
on
you
his
again
laptop in the
later.
dining
Have a
area.
great rest of your day.
He started
And thank you
acting
for the
odd.
inspiration and
Kept
advice.
saying that he wanted to
Bye,
cage fight my
Taco.
ex-husband,
You
who
take
he'd never
care.
met.
And also, we used to be
I remember
neighbors.
getting and paying for the pizza.
I'm from Estonia.
Then he asked me, "What did you do that for?" I had no idea what he was talking
Okay,
about. He proceeds to attack
I'll
me.
have to wait
He pins me to the ground
until I
and begins
can go.
choking me. Well, I was sure he was going to kill me. I managed to reach up between his legs and grabbed and twisted as hard as I could. He rolled me over, bit my shoulder, then let me go. I still have the scar from that bite.
Yeah, let me just
I
try
ran to his
something.
bedroom, looking for my phone. This was back before most phones had screen
Well, as
locks,
you
but
can
I was in
imagine,
such a
I've been
panic,
in
I didn't
Sweden
realize I could call for help with
quite
this
a
phone.
lot of times.
I made the mistake of telling him I was calling the cops, but still hadn't found my phone yet. He struggled with me, then stopped and went into his closet.
Bye,
I managed
Taco.
to
Take
find my
care.
phone by
Good
that
luck
point,
with your
but
stuff.
didn't get a chance to call. He came out with my ex-husband's gun that he had stolen from my house. He struggled with me on the bed. I thought for sure I was dead at that point. Then he abruptly gets up and stands at the foot of the bed. 1 second he's standing there, the next he's gone. Apparently, I totally blocked out the part where he put a round through his head. I finally managed to call 911, but I didn't know his address. The cops finally showed up, but he was already dead by then. He was a bodybuilder. Turns out, he bought some illegal roids off the internet. The presumption was he either took too many or had a bad reaction that caused him to flip out. I haven't thought about that whole incident for a long time. This happened 14 years ago, and retelling it has had an effect that I didn't know was still there.
Oh, someone's mowing the lawn right at the window.
I was home alone one evening, since my wife was working late. She's a doctor at a local hospital, and late nights are a common occurrence. I'd recently been working on my baking skills, and thought I'd surprise her by baking her an apple pie for when she got home.
Everyone's wondering what I'm doing
I
right
took it out
now.
of the oven
I
and set it on the
am
kitchen
checking
counter
out
to rest.
some
Then went into the
pictures
living room to watch
of
TV and wait for my wife.
my favorite
We live
anime
in a safe
list
neighborhood, so I had left the back door
just
unlocked
for an
there.
inspiration
That
to
way, she
hit.
could get in through the house's side gate and enter directly into the kitchen. It was around 10 p.m. when I heard her come in through the back door. I shouted a hello from the comfort of the living room. Weird thing was, she didn't shout hi back. I heard her moving about in the kitchen,
I
and
know I
yelled for her
want
to
to
take
keep
some pie
it
if she wanted some,
like
but
more
she still didn't say a word
casual,
back to me, or even come in to say
more
hi.
on like a casual
Must have been a hard
side.
night or something. After a few minutes, the show ends, and I get up and walk into the kitchen to see what she's doing. She's not there. I look at the pie on the counter and see that a single slice has been cut out. She obviously hadn't taken a plate, because there were crumbs all over the floor, leading into the adjoining dining room. She must have gone in there to eat at the table. But the lights were off, and the dining room was pitch black. I asked if she was in there, but again, didn't get anything back. Maybe she'd gone upstairs and I hadn't heard her? I decided to go up and check, but first went to cut myself a slice of the pie I'd made. Now it had cooled down. I reach for the knife, but that's when I realize it's missing. The large carving blade we keep in the block on the counter. It was gone. I get a weird feeling that something isn't right, and turn back to look into the pitch black dining room. I stare into the blackness, focusing my eyes, and in the black I can make out a sort of outline right at the back of the room, like I could
I
see
still
something,
don't
but
know
couldn't at the same time.
what would work for
A black
him.
figure in a black space. It wasn't moving, and there weren't any sounds, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was in there and that it was looking right at me. I was too scared to turn on the dining room light or get any closer to the possible figure in the shadows. So, in a frozen state of panic, I took my phone out of my pocket, planning to keep my distance, turn on the flashlight, and shine it into the room. As my thumb ran over the screen, I saw that I had a message. It was from my wife, sent 10 minutes ago. Hey, busy night. I won't be home for a couple of hours. Don't wait up.
Thank you so much for the
slow, motionless figure in the
for the
darkness.
follow,
The outline was
Bumblebee
clear
Tuna.
And I realized it was because it had
Are you
gotten
having a
closer.
great day?
This wasn't my mind playing tricks on
Thank
me.
you for the
Someone really was
YouTube
there.
sub,
And whoever it
Kuro
was, it wasn't
Shinigami,
my
and thank you
wife.
for the YouTube sub,
I
Anthony
turned on the
Rivera.
flashlight and shone it
Hope you guys are
directly into the
having
dining room.
a good day.
There was someone standing there. It was a man. The light illuminated him, and he lifted one of his hands to shield
Why
his
are
eyes.
male models
The
are
light glinted off
so
the
hard
blade
to
in his other
draw?
hand. I realized he was in mid-step and moving towards me. I almost dropped my phone out of fear, but instead managed to make
Really
a beeline for the
are,
back
like,
door.
that is so
I ran
wild.
outside
They're
and got
so
a
hard
safe
to
distance
draw.
from the house. Not hearing any footsteps behind me, I turned back to look. The man was standing on the perimeter of my property, staring at me with wide eyes, the kitchen blade still in his hand.
Yeah, I'm back. Welcome
I
back.
continued to put distance between myself and him, all the while calling the authorities.
I'm still stuck at
When they finally
figuring
arrived,
out how
they
to
found
make
the man
like
inside my house,
what kind of
still
clothes
clenching
to
the
make
blade.
him.
Turns out, this guy was one of my wife's patients. He had some serious issues, had stopped taking his meds, and was going through an episode when he snuck into our home. He thought it was my wife home alone that night. When asked what he was planning on doing, he remained silent. I looked on as they took him away. His eyes were still bulging, but otherwise, his face was blank and expressionless. Last I heard, he'd been committed to a psych ward. I hope he gets the help he needs,
Like,
and I really hope he doesn't try and pay us a
I
visit
also
if
want
he
to
ever
make
gets out.
sure it
I don't know
doesn't
exactly
like
what his plan was that night, but I know it involved my wife, and you can
look
best
like
believe we
other
don't keep our door
people's
unlocked anymore.
models.
I'm just thankful that it really wasn't my wife home alone that night.
And also what I
Who
can
knows what
see
might have
is like
happened.
a lot of people make like very, very over the top intricate models.
This was maybe 20 years ago. In
And I
Manila,
don't think he
Philippines.
wants that.
There was a dead body on the side of the street with a sign around its neck saying, "I'm a cell phone thief. Don't be like me." I was 17, coming home from my girlfriend's house at around 3 or 4 in the AM. I live in an apartment and would regularly jump my backyard fence, climb up the second floor, and come down the stairs to climb through my window on the first floor. Didn't want to wake the parents. I get to the fence, hear a car screeching its tires. I get to the top of the fence, and as I turn back to land, I hear footsteps running towards where I am. I'm caught off guard, because no one should be back there at that time. I land and turn around to see who it is. It's a neighbor who lives in the building, a 32-year-old gangster cholo and frequent substance user. I felt relief because we were on decent terms, and he knew who I was growing up. But then I notice the Uzi in his hand. He half points it at me, shaking as he does so. I nearly crap myself, but he lowers it, realizing who I am. I say, "Hey, what's up?" He was obviously on something.
I
could
think I
tell by
have
the
an
way he was
idea.
talking. He asked me to hold his gun so he could go and take a piss, pushing it into my chest as he did so. I could feel him shaking from adrenaline, or whatever he was wired on. I look at it.
I like the
and
model,
it's
it
just
looks
cold,
cool.
hard
I think it
steel
looks too
in the shape of a
generic.
gun.
That's my problem.
It looked like death. I felt like I didn't have a choice. I was stuck for a second, but I managed to take a step back, raise my hands, and say, "Nah, bro, I can't." He says it's all good. Use your shirt to hold it just real quick while I take a piss. I repeat, "Nah, I can't. Put it on the floor and do what you gotta do. I'll keep watch." He proceeds to take a leak, turning my way every other second because his loaded gun is on the floor between us. I look the other way, trying not to make him any more nervous. I look into the sky and hear a helicopter approaching. It's low, and its searchlight is scanning the area. I tell him, "Yo, I gotta go." He asks if I have keys to the backyard door. I nervously pull them out and say, "Yeah, I do. But let's go though." I hurriedly run to the door and open it for us. He lives on the first floor as well, and we go our opposite ways. A huge relief. I have to jump through my window still. I can barely manage to get the screen off because I'm shaking so much. 10 seconds later,
That's
I'm
almost
in and
his
nervous
height,
from what's
right?
just happened. I wash my face, change my clothes, get ready for bed. I put Adult Swim on to try and relax and drift off to sleep.
Is his height?
20 minutes later, as I'm drifting off,
No.
I see a red laser being pointed through my curtains. I nearly shat myself, as my bed was visible through the curtains, and the dot seemed like it was shaky and searching.
Thank you so much for the YouTube
My only
sub,
thought was that my
Lost
neighbor had gone
Demon
and got more high,
Candy. I hope
thought
you're
about what
having
had
a
happened,
great
and
day.
decided I'd seen too much. I'm literally hugging my wall, standing on my bed to avoid the laser beam.
Okay,
I thought I was dead. Then
you think.
the red light shuts off and flicks on and off a couple of times, and I notice the angle isn't
Okay,
floor level.
so that would be
It's
his
coming
height.
from the second floor. A neighbor girl I used to talk to had 2 younger sisters, and their window was across from mine, but on the second
Are
floor.
these buttons?
Most likely, they saw me jumping in through the window and decided it was a good idea that night to shine a laser beam into my room. I was furious
Okay,
and sent her sister a few texts, blowing up about them shining the laser into my room that late at night. She understood without me having to explain, and they
He's
stopped
on the
immediately.
thinner side.
But damn, the thoughts that were running through my head. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry about the situation.
Thank you so much for the Twitch
This next
follow,
story is narrated by
Ram
my friend, Soundfish.
Hakusuka.
He's new on
How you
YouTube
doing?
and an excellent story. So make sure
Thank
to
you so
check out
much
his
for the
channel.
Twitch
The link in the
follow,
description box
Night
after this video.
Shadow. Hope you guys are having good days. A good day, god damn
I
it.
used to work night shifts at a convenience store that stayed open until 3 a.m. The place was in the middle of nowhere, which was great for me, because after 11 p.m. there were rarely any customers. Even before 11, things were usually quiet. Some shifts went by without a single person stepping foot inside the store. That basically meant I could treat work like paid personal time.
No, that's
I'd
not.
often play music and zone out behind the counter, or finish up some college
Okay,
assignments that were due.
I'm gonna stop
I
obsessing
only
about
worked
the
there
head.
twice a week, so staying up into the early hours wasn't a big deal. Most college students stay up half the night on
Just need
weekends
to
anyway,
make sure
right?
it's the right
The
height.
store had 2 security cameras on the ceiling.
So I need to concentrate
One
on right
position
height.
behind the counter, which basically covered half the store, and a camera at the back that covered the other half. We could keep an eye on things from the back office, where the monitor was located. Well, one night,
What's your Twitch
was
channel?
working
It's
night shift
LifuLifu.
alone.
I'm not really
As per
original with my
usual.
name.
it was just after 3 in the morning. Closing time.
Okay,
I was counting some money in the back office when I got this weird feeling that something was off. And I looked up toward the CCTV monitor. There was a man standing in the middle of the store. Big guy by the looks of it. Very tall, but otherwise normal looking. Strange thing was, he was staring directly into the overhead camera, and he wasn't moving an inch, like a stiff piece of cardboard. Not looking around or approaching the counter or anything. Strangely, I hadn't heard the bell at the entrance go off either. It automatically chimed whenever anyone comes into the store. Thinking I must have just not heard it, I walked out to tell the guy we were closed. But when I got to the counter, there was nobody there. Only one door separates the back office
it's like
from the
rotating the whole thing.
store. So it's not like he could have run anywhere in the
So
few seconds it
this
took for me to
would
move between
be
rooms.
This,
I went to check the store entrance,
a little bit like this.
which I'd already locked. Yep, still locked.
This
Nobody
one
outside
I would
either.
do
I went back into the
like
office
this.
to make sure the camera was working properly. Sure enough, the feed was live.
Can I
and
make
operating
this like
normally.
wider?
I figured it must have been a glitch. Some old footage probably got cut into the feed somehow. I'm no technical whiz kid,
Or
so I thought that explained it.
I cannot
Then I
make the
got
body
back to
parts
counting the
wider.
money.
That sucks.
Maybe a minute passed, when my eyes were again drawn to something on the monitor. My heart nearly sank into my stomach when I saw the same tall man on the screen, now standing at the back of the store, pressed up against the fridge, arms at his sides, his back turned to the camera. I grabbed one of the metal poles we used to unhook ceiling latches and opened the door to the main store. "Hello?" I shouted out. "I'm sorry, but we're closed."
I am like so lost
No
right
reply.
now.
I looked up and down each aisle in turn, but saw nobody. The man was nowhere to be found.
Thank you so much
And
for
with
the
the entrance
Twitch
locked,
follow,
There
Skull.
was nowhere for him to have gone. I bolted back into the safety of the office. As soon as I'd locked the door behind me, I looked at the monitor. And there he was, pressed up
I'm
close
guessing it will be like something
against the office
like
door
here.
that I just ran through, staring through the small window.
I need to
My
put
eyes
the
darted
arms
to
a
that
little
window
in.
and the door, and there was nobody there. No face or anything. But there he was on the live footage, clear as day. I grabbed my bag
cannot
and
move the
scrambled out the
arm.
back door of the office that led into the parking lot. After locking the back door, I got
can
into my
rotate
car
it,
and
but
drove
not
a few
move
minutes
it?
before pulling over.
There's no way.
I toyed with the idea of calling the cops, but instead called up my boss to tell him someone was in the store. Knowing
told
he'd
you
be
I'll
annoyed
give
that
you
I
a
woke him
follow.
up.
Well,
but not knowing what else to
regardless,
do.
I'm still gonna say
He
thank
was
you.
sort of a big
Goddamn.
brother figure to me, a mentor, the kind of guy who had a tough start in life and wasn't afraid of anything. I at least knew he'd help me out. My boss groggily answered his phone, and I told him the situation. He asked me what the guy looked like, and I described him as best as I could.
I know the guy you're
Can I
talking
make
about.
the shoulders wider?
Yeah, he scares me too.
My boss came down to the store about a half hour later, and we went back in together to finish counting the money and to take a look around. We checked the video from that night, but there was no trace of the man in the footage. My boss didn't call me crazy or get angry at me for wasting his time, though. He seemed to understand completely.
Thank you so much for the
Thought I was the only
YouTube
one who
sub,
saw it,
Dante
me.
Glory.
But if I told you before, would you have
Okay,
believed me?
so
According
what's
to
the
my
shape?
boss, he'd seen a large man on the monitor about 3 times over 2 years, who
I
vanished
don't want
whenever he
the
went to look
shoulders
at him in
going up
person.
like that.
He just said I got unlucky that shift. I want to chalk this experience up to me hallucinating, or my mind playing tricks on me in the early hours. But the fact my boss said he'd seen the same figure, well, either he was screwing with me and swapped out the footage, or there really was something unexplainable going on in the store. Thing is,
Like
my
here.
boss wasn't one for screwing around.
Hi
From
Kimmy.
then on,
Hi Alan. How
We
you
always
how
had
you
at
both
least
doing
2
today?
people working the night shifts. But I didn't stay working there for long after that.
Maybe like this.
This happened a few years ago, a couple of weeks before Christmas. My
I think
husband
the
works for a
legs need
finance
to be a
company,
bit longer.
And every year, they throw a big Christmas party for all of the employees. Hubby isn't one for large social gatherings, but he felt obliged to turn up and stay for the whole event. That meant he wouldn't get home until after midnight. I honestly quite looked forward to those annual nights at home by myself. That night, just like all the years before, I ordered some takeout and binge-watched my favourite TV shows. Come 10 PM, I was already half asleep, and my husband had told me not to wait up for him, so I threw on my PJs, got into bed, and quickly fell asleep. I don't know what time it was, but I was awoken by my husband kissing me on the cheek, and then running his hands
Yeah,
affectionately
maybe
down my body.
this.
I was too tired
If
to open
I
my
were
eyes or even
open.
speak, so I just let out a groan to acknowledge his presence. As he kissed me, I noticed the unmistakable smell of whiskey on his breath. It was rare for him to drink, but it was Christmas after all. I heard him leave the bedroom and head back downstairs, then heard him rummaging
Let's
around,
see
probably making a nighttime snack or getting some
if the
work
body
things
shape
organised.
will be better
didn't
with
think much of
this.
it and fell back
I
into a
will
deep
still
sleep.
keep the same
I
on the
was
neck.
again awoken by my husband finally
I don't
getting
want
into
to change
bed
the neck
and
thing.
snuggling up beside me. The next morning when I woke up, I turned to my husband and asked him what time he got home. He said around 1:30 a.m. I then asked him how many drinks he had had. He replied, none. I laughed and called him a liar, said I smelled the whiskey on his breath last night when he came home. He said he'd maybe brought the smell of the party back on his clothes or something. I told him no, it was definitely on his breath when he kissed me. He said he hadn't kissed me. We checked downstairs. There was food missing from our fridge that neither I nor my husband had eaten,
Thank God.
as well as a used
Flip
plate on the table.
Studio has the 3D
Nothing of
thing.
value had been taken, but a framed
It
photo
really
of me
helps.
was missing from the living room. Police
Oh,
said
you're
there was
from
no sign of a
UK?
break-in. We have no idea how whoever this was got in the first place, but someone other than my husband had gotten inside during that small window of time I was alone and sleeping, and my husband was still out. How he knew to come at exactly that
Oh my
moment,
God.
I have no idea.
Timmy, someone
went to stay with
pointed
my
out
parents
your
until we found
username
another place to
in
move
one
to.
of the videos because you were commenting while we were reacting.
The blue ring octopus
Ready
has a
to
venom
shock the
that causes
world?
paralysis,
What?
causing people to die of cardiac arrest or because of hypoxia.
Can I first know what I'm shocking the world
There's
with?
no antidote. The only
That'd be
cure
great.
is CPR or life support for the hour or so it takes for the venom to leave your body. There was a man who was bitten by a blue ring octopus. As the lifeguard was performing
Wait,
CPR,
octopuses
he was
bite?
lying on his back on the beach, facing the sky, eyes frozen open. Unable to close his eyes or communicate with the others, he lied there as the sun slowly went out
How's
his
the
retinas.
weather right now in UK?
He became permanently
Are
blind.
you guys having a heat wave again?
I went onto the Verrückt water slide at the Schlitterbahn. If that sounds familiar, it was the tallest water slide
What is
in
a
2014
Schlitterbahn?
and was also the same water slide that a young boy died from decapitation.
Oh no.
I went on this ride a month before the boy died. So the ride had a narrow raft that had 3 seats in a single row. I remember sitting at the back of the raft and looking for a seatbelt or safety harness, only to find out the only thing strapping you in was a Velcro strap that went over one shoulder. That was it. And as soon as it went down the first drop, the Velcro strap
I'm so
instantly
bad
came
at
undone,
tracing.
and I started to feel myself lift out of my seat.
Okay, Ash
Felt as if time
Ketchum.
moved slowly as I grabbed onto these loose,
Just ate a ton of
cheap
food,
nylon
gonna
straps
sleep.
that were supposed to pass as handles, but they were so loose.
I
ended
swear
up
to God,
gripping onto the
Kimmy,
inner
every time
material
you
of the raft as
join,
hard as
you're
I could,
either
and
about to go
agonized over the
eat
fact
or
I had
you
to go through
about
another
ate.
drop. The ride itself was less than a minute
Honestly,
long, but it felt so much longer.
sounds like the best
Once we reached the bottom of the
kind of
slide,
life.
I sat there, momentarily stunned about what had just happened, and the rest of my family that were waiting at the end of the slide came up to me and were shocked when they saw me still sitting in the raft.
I'm jealous
trembling,
of that
with
life.
tears streaming down my face. When I told my family
Lore
what had happened, they
accurate.
informed the lifeguard that was monitoring at the
Oh
bottom of the slide,
no.
and they said they would report
Not
and
like
inspect the
this.
raft I'd been riding on. I was in shock the rest of the time we were at the water park and didn't go on any of the other rides. I told as many people as I could
crotch
about
would
the
be
lax
like
safety
here
precautions that the
then.
ride had. And then, a month later, I saw the incident with the death of the boy on the same ride and instantly got chills. It sunk in that I really could have died the same way that poor boy did if I wouldn't have had a death grip on the sides of that raft.
This 3D thing is so underrated.
My mum always told us her dead twin sister follows her. Her sister died at a young age. I always called bull because what's she wearing? How did she follow you from the Caribbean where she died? One day at work, my mum came
Yes,
to drop
I'm
off my
Ash
lunch that I
Ketchum
forgot.
and I'm looking for babes.
After she dropped it off, she went to say hello
Wait,
to the
that's
guy
not
playing
Ash
music at the back.
Ketchum, that was Rock.
A
He would
customer she
always
walked
look for
past
babes.
stopped, turned, and went to kiss his knees and did the Holy Cross. I asked him if he's okay, and he stared at my mum and said, "A woman is following that lady over there." My stomach crunched because it was too random.
It is Photoshop? No, I'm using Clip
A huge
Studio.
shout out to Sound Fiction.
I
If you
don't
enjoyed his
use
narration, please make
Photoshop,
sure to check out
especially
the
after the
description
shit
box
they
below
pulled.
and go and visit his channel.
Absolutely
Just before we
not,
end the
not
video, I'd like
happening.
to say a huge thank you to all of my supporters here on YouTube and over on Patreon, especially my biggest
I
supporters.
don't use any Adobe
Thomas the
products
Handsome,
anymore.
Alex Greensall, Azrael Warakai, Charlie Lackey, Connor Lothan, Crawford K. McDonald, Event Horizon Records, Gina Valera, Grace
No,
Archie,
in Clip
Infamous
Studio
Senpai,
you can
Leonardo
use a
Martinez,
3D
Mackenzie
model and
Griffin,
adjust the
Maria
complete body
Mendes,
and pose.
Myra Lancaster,
Um,
Monica Mendoza, Natalie Escobedo,
because shapes
Palmyra,
can be difficult
Peter
sometimes,
Lolcherich, Philip Westra, Procupidine Natter, Ronnie
especially
Franklin,
if you're learning.
Silas Geist, Sloane Crawford,
Shit
Taylor
is
and Monica
hard.
Gruenk, The Only Dorita, Zane, Ms.
Like,
Grifter,
I just need like
Damien
a base
Bennett,
guide.
Hungry and Hammered, The Deck of Cards, TNS
I won't be
Mum,
even drawing the
Hamish K,
toes.
The
Like,
New
I don't
Ongoing 24,
need the toes.
Bomu 38,
Be drawing
and Lydia
shoes.
Glassley. Thank you guys so much for your continued support. It really helps the channel out. Well, that wraps things up for this one, guys. Be
Need
sure
like
to
a
smash that like
base
button
guide
and I'll
of
smash you. Make sure you're subscribed and the bell icon's clicked.
the kind of
and you'll
body
be hearing from
shape
me
I
again
need.
very soon. Until then, you all stay spooky.
Oh, that one? I've never
And
really
remember,
tried to studio paint. Oh, that's how it's
the best things
extremely
happen
helpful. Hold on,
in
I'll
the dark.
show you something even cooler. So, obviously, you can get like unlimited patterns and assets, whatever you might need.
Video files and play. That is disgusting. That is very, very weird.
Oh shit.
That is the weirdest thing to.
Sorry, Garrett. They were watching someone else. Oops. So, here, like, you can literally import stuff, right? To use as a guide. You can import background. I don't have it
Can you
downloaded
believe it?
yet.
It's officially been
Anime
3 years since
characters,
we went on our American
if you
road
need
trip
help with the
together. The
proportions,
series in which I covered one true horror
pre-made
story from every
poses.
US state. Since we've all been spending
If
too
you're
much
having
time
like
indoors
a
recently,
difficulty with
I
that
thought
as
it was
well,
about time for us to do some traveling together again.
you can
This
change
time,
the
though, we're
gender
ditching the roads
as
and
well.
taking to the skies.
Thank you so much for the
That's
YouTube
right.
sub, Young
Welcome
Blood
to the
Ray.
first
Hope you're having a
episode
great
of
day.
Lazy Masquerade's Horror World Tour. From the Far East
Yeah,
to the Wild
I'm
West,
struggling with it as well,
from
especially with
maniacs to
male
urban legends,
bodies.
we'll be exploring 50 true horror
Yeah, so
stories
like
from 50
the
different
library
countries,
is pretty
spread across 10
ginormous
islands,
here.
5 haunting tales apiece. I'll try to keep it to 1 or 2
Pretty
stories
big,
from any
pretty
given
big.
continent per video. That should help keep
It's
things
definitely
varied, and we'll get to hear
superior
stories
to
from every
Clip
part of
Studio,
this mad
and you
world.
see, now I have
So, now that
at
boarding's
least an
complete,
estimation
sit back, relax,
of how I
and
want it to
enjoy
look.
your in-flight entertainment on flight 666.
Now I at least have a vague idea what the body, like how the body should look. Now I can see, like, okay, for example, this is too big.
My
Like,
wife
this is
Rosie and I
not
used to live in Austin,
not
in a great little
unwanted,
neighborhood.
right?
The perfect
Like,
place
this is
to
too
raise our two
wide.
sons, who were just 7 and 9
So
at the
now
time.
I can just do this.
We'd moved to Texas to be closer to
Make
my
sure like
wife's
the
side of
mirror
the
thing
family,
is on
whom she
and
was
just do
really close
this.
with, and who were going through a rough patch at that time. Rosie's brother, Ted, had some serious issues. He was staying with their parents, who were taking good care of him, but they were getting on in years, and Rosie really
It's
wanted
a
to move
very,
closer to home, so
like,
that she could
new
lend a helping
user-friendly.
hand and offer Ted some support. I was
It's
between jobs,
women I
but
struggle
didn't
to
have
draw
much in the
more
way of
than
family
men.
to speak
For
of.
me, it's like the other
Plus,
way
a change
around.
of
Like, I
scenery
just
sounded great at that
can't.
time, so there was nothing
Thank you so
keeping
much
us
for the
rooted in
YouTube sub.
California.
Mega great. The
As such,
godly
we
white
upstaged
shark.
and moved
Holy
to Cowboy
shit,
Country.
that's a mouthful.
My wife, being a nurse, found it easy to get a new job
So
very quickly,
now,
and while I looked for work, I remained a stay-at-home dad.
we figure out.
It was a lazy Friday night.
Sorry,
Rosie was on call.
I'm
working a night
sleepy.
shift
We
at the
stayed up
hospital.
very late yesterday
Our two
playing
boys were already
Minecraft.
tucked up in bed, and I was downstairs.
Now
on
I'm
my
like,
laptop,
okay,
looking through
maybe
some
I
job
don't want this
listings
arm to
and
be like
taking the odd
this.
YouTube break
So
here and
I'm gonna
there.
just do this.
At around 11 p.m., my phone started
Like,
ringing.
as an example.
That was weird. Nobody ever called that late at night.
Right now, I'm not even
Worried that it might be urgent.
concentrating on the pose. I'm trying to figure out clothes.
It was my wife, Rosie.
Thank you so much for the
I answered,
Twitch follow,
and I'll never
Londro.
forget how
Hope you're
frank
having a great
and
day.
serious she sounded.
Now I can just sit down
John, get the kids out
and
of the
figure
house.
out the clothes.
What? Rosie, what's going... John,
Yeah, I'm
get them out of the house.
in the
now.
middle of
Just take them
doing
somewhere
like a
safe.
visual
Darling, calm down. Tell me
for
what's going on.
the bunny boy, how
It's
to
Ted.
like
He's just
what kind of
killed
model
Mum and
he
Dad,
wants.
and I think he's on the way to our house right now. My head went light. I scrambled to think of questions to ask
Come on,
her.
drop the opacity
What
of
exactly
this.
did Ted do to their parents? How did she know he was coming here?
Like, I already
What
know
was
he
going to
loves
do
the
when he
hair,
arrived?
he loves the eye
In
shape and all
hindsight,
that
I
stuff.
can think of a million questions I could have asked, but in that moment, my head seemed to be empty of any rational thought. My fight or flight switch had just been triggered
Now
instantly.
it's
As
clothes
I
time.
unnerved, Rosie just kept on insisting I get the kids and go, now. I took a breath and started
Maybe
thinking
like
straight
something
again.
like
Told her I was on it, and that I'd call her back soon. I hung up and bounded up the stairs to wake the boys.
let me think.
But when I reached the top, I could hear a car pulling
So
up
I
outside
know
our
he
house.
likes
Oh, no. Don't let it be him, I thought to myself.
shirts, right?
I looked out through the upstairs hallway
What if
window,
I do this?
and down below in our driveway, his
What?
car parked on our lawn with the driver's door open
Gonna be
was Ted.
like slouching
Our
here.
upstairs hallway light was on, and he could clearly see me, standing at the window, looking down at him. His hands were both hidden in the mid-pocket of his hoodie.
Hair is good. Thank you,
slowly
Donuts.
removed
Did you
them
bring me some
and held
Boston
up
creams,
a
huh?
large kitchen blade. Until a few
So,
moments before, it had just been a
It's
relaxed
hanging off
Friday
the
night
shoulder.
like any
It
other.
will be like someone
And now,
here.
in the blink of an eye, I had just been thrown into a do-or-die situation. But I wasn't scared for myself. I was scared for my sons. I rushed into their bedrooms to shake them both awake. There was no way to escape now, and no time to explain. I quickly grabbed a pair of scissors from one of the drawers, hurried them both into the upstairs bathroom, turned off the light, and locked the door.
Like stick out
I
here.
went to grab my phone to call the cops, but my pocket was empty. I'd left it downstairs after hanging up on Rosie. My boys were both confused and freaking out at this point, but I told them to stay calm and stay quiet. Opening the bathroom window slightly, I could hear footsteps walking around the perimeter of our house. Then, smash. One of the downstairs windows shattered.
So
Ted had
sloping
broken in.
over that thing.
I clutched the scissors tightly in my hand, told the kids to stand in the bath, and closed the shower curtain. For the longest time, we could hear Ted moving around downstairs, going from room to room, looking for us. Then came the sound that scared me the most. The sound of footsteps going up the stairs. This was it.
I haven't
There was no
been
getting out of
able
this
to
one.
use the
I kicked in the bathroom door. I was gonna rush him and pray that I could overpower the
tables.
guy.
What?
He was bigger than me.
I still
and
draw
of
with a
course
mouse.
he had the weapon
Oh,
advantage,
you
but
mean
maybe
your
my instincts as a father would help me
tablet?
take him down. I
Maybe
had
a
to
suit
protect my
or
sons, even if it
overcoat?
killed me.
No, considering I'll have to also
Thankfully,
rig it.
I didn't have to play that game
I
of
don't think
coin
so.
toss. The terrifying sound of Ted
I
moving
don't
up the
think
stairs
so.
was interrupted by police sirens. Rosie had already called them and told them
I
about
will
Ted,
draw that
how he might have been
in a
coming
bit.
to our house
Let
that
me
night.
just figure out
Another
this
call
first.
from our neighbor who saw
Right,
Ted breaking in
no,
and
you
made
know what?
them
I
drive
want
faster
the
to our location.
I want the thing.
It was miraculous timing.
Slouch
That's
like
all I can say. Ted didn't even try to run. He waited for the
I want
cops
it
to
to
come
slouch
charging
like
into the
here,
house.
right?
He wouldn't drop the blade,
So like
so
this
they
is
ended
where
up forcefully
the
restraining
shoulder
him
seam would
and
be.
taking him into custody.
Here.
Finally, it
Why
was
is it
safe for
not
us to leave our
doing
makeshift
that
panic
thing?
room.
There we go.
Turns out that Ted came prepared.
So
He had brought along zip ties, tape, and plastic bags with him.
this long.
Information that became all the more horrifying when we found out how he killed his and Rosie's elderly parents. He had held them down,
Means it's
tied
super
their hands behind
baggy.
their backs, and taped plastic bags over their heads so they couldn't breathe. That was no doubt the fate he had in
Like,
store for us. Why?
Doing the whole
That's the big question.
fuckboy
Ted was
curve.
just unhinged. Had been for a long time. But that night, he just snapped. Thankfully, one of my in-laws' neighbors saw Ted leaving
And
his
then
parents'
like
house,
give
looking very
him
suspicious.
the
When he left to come to
Tokyo
our house,
Revenger
he had left his
pants.
parents' front door wide open. Knowing about his condition, that neighbor decided to go inside and check on my in-laws. When they found them dead, they called for help, and then called Rosie to tell her what had happened. She, in turn, called me, fearing that Ted had some sick plan in mind.
Which means he would need the
Good thing she
Tokyo
did.
Revenger boots.
Good thing that neighbor checked things out. Because otherwise, I may have innocently opened the door when Ted arrived at our home, not knowing what he had just
How did
done.
their boots look again?
Not knowing what he was planning.
I don't remember how their
to us.
boots look.
It's hard to recover
So
from a
I'm gonna just
situation
pull
like
off
that, let me tell you.
and know
But
how they
we're
look.
trying, as a family.
I don't
Ted
I
was
don't remember.
institutionalized, and we moved away from Austin. Away from all of those bad memories.
This will be pretty bad right now. I'm just
Here's a
brainstorming.
little-known incident that made me wary when I was traveling
No, it
in
doesn't
South Africa.
fit. It doesn't
The story
fit
of
his
Alison
attitude.
Potter and her horrifying
Oh,
encounter with pure
I'm
evil.
suffering. I'm suffering.
It was the night of December 18th.
I'll be right back.
That evening,
I'm gonna get some
Alison,
water.
an ordinary 27-year-old woman, had been having a pizza party with her friends at her apartment in Port Elizabeth. After everyone else had left, Alison drove her lost friend back to her home, then made the journey back to her apartment. She pulled up into the parking lot, her mind no doubt preoccupied with the events of the evening, or of work, or of just getting into bed and relaxing. The same things that pass through all of our minds when we're in a calm and relaxed state of mind. But before Alison even had a chance to turn off her car,
Never mind
a man
again.
wielding a sharp blade emerged from the darkness and forced his
Looks
way
fine.
inside the car.
I don't know.
He pushed her into the passenger
I'm gonna
side
have to
took
ask
control of the
Zen,
vehicle and locked
what
the
kind of
doors.
clothes does he even want?
Alison's own car had just become a death trap, as she was now stuck inside with an aggressive man waving a knife around, shouting at her and telling her to keep her mouth shut. The man introduced himself as Clinton and drove Alison to another location to pick up his accomplice. Now with two men in the car, Alison's chances of escaping had just dropped significantly. Worst of all, this was obviously not some crime of opportunity. These men had a plan. For Alison, it must have been all too clear that something terrible was about to happen to her. They didn't want her car, or her money, or anything in her apartment.
Like I said,
They wanted
I'm gonna
her.
need Zen to look at it and
Clinton
like
and his
specifically
accomplice
tell
drove
me what
Alison
kind
to
of
the
clothes
secluded
does he
outskirts of
want.
Port Elizabeth.
Because
There,
I
they
cannot
roped
make
her.
that decision for him.
After they had finished, they
Like,
decided Alison couldn't live to tell
It's
her story.
something so personal.
At first, they tried suffocating her, which caused her
You
to
just
lose
cannot make that
consciousness.
decision for someone else.
Realizing that she wasn't dead, the two men took turns, plunging the blade into Alison's abdomen. They punctured her more than 30 times, disemboweling her. To make sure the job was done, they then slashed her throat 16 times.
But
These slashes were so deep that her head was almost separated from her body. The two men then threw Alison out of the
makes
car
sense,
and left
yeah.
her to die in the
He's
middle
at
of
work
nowhere
right
with a
now,
mound
so
of
I'll
sand
have to
and
wait
broken
for
glass.
him to come back from
After the men had driven off
from
in her
work
car,
to tell me
Alison amazingly
what
regained
like
consciousness.
what specifically he like
Realizing she was
envisions.
about to die, she wrote Clinton in the sand. with
Because
her
I don't
finger,
think
along with the message,
he even
"I love you,
picked
Papa."
like what he even wants to
But
be.
here's the craziest part of the story.
Like
After writing that message,
as far as
Alison
we
decided
got
that she wasn't
is
going to
like
die that
he
day
loves
after
he
all,
loves the
and
hair, he
somehow
loves the
found the
face.
strength to
He
crawl
wants
the
to
side of
stick
a
with
nearby
that.
road. Her
When
throat
it
had
comes
been
to
so
his
thoroughly
clothes,
slashed
he has
that she
no
had to hold her
idea.
own head on with one hand
And
as she crawled,
I
because she
cannot even
realized if she
blame
didn't,
him.
it
I
would have
went through
fallen off
so many
backwards.
different
But her
versions
injured
for
brachial
myself
had somehow
to
remained
finally be
functional,
like,
so
okay,
she could
I
still breathe,
want
if
this.
only barely. Alison had to use her other hand to keep her
It's
intestines
such a
inside her
hard
abdomen.
thing to do.
Imagine having to crawl without using your hands in that condition. Unbelievably, she made it to the roadside, where she
Give me a
collapsed
mechanic
and again lost
jumpsuit
consciousness.
and slap goggles on my
A
head.
veterinary student named Tian Elad, who was vacationing in
No.
Port Elizabeth, just so happened
I
to be
am not
driving
rigging
down
those
that lonesome
goggles.
road.
I will go mental.
He saw Alison
I
slumped
will
in the dirt
not be
and
able to rig
immediately
those
jumped into
goggles.
action. He used his veterinary knowledge to keep Alison alive as they waited for help.
Let me Google
Incredible.
car mechanic
She survived.
jumpsuits.
And not just that. Alison had paid close enough attention to the faces of her would-be killers that she remembered everything about them. She spent her recovery time in hospital.
Oh, so
looking
you
through
say
police
that right
photos
now,
until she
but
finally
later
came
on,
across the
I know
faces
you'll be
of the
like,
two men
hey,
responsible.
can you give me a different outfit?
Franz Dutoit and Thunes Kruger Two men with a long history. They were both quickly apprehended and sentenced to life behind bars. In the years since her ordeal, Alison has travelled the world to give motivational speeches, inspiring others who have suffered at the hands of the cruel to come forward and share their stories. For her tireless work, she's won countless awards. Life can sometimes
Utility
make us feel like a
belt.
victim.
That's what I'm saying. You say that right
Problems and
now,
hardships and traumas are dished out to
but
all
you
of
will
us,
literally
and sometimes
like
they can be divided very
come
unfairly.
back and be like, yeah,
Remind yourself
I want
that you do
something
not have to
else.
take responsibility for what others do. Life is not a collection of what happens to you, but of how you've responded to what has happened to you. This happened to my mum in Barcelona about 20 years ago. There was an active killer in the area at the time who was targeting women, specifically blonde women.
How about...
He'd been linked to 2 cases already, and residents have been warned that he
So
would likely
I
strike
know
again,
I
so
got
everyone
you
should be on their
obsessed with
guard.
Tokyo Revengers, right?
My mother, a blonde
What
woman
if
herself,
I give
had
you
been
something
working late
similar
one
to what Kenny
It
has
was
from
around
Tokyo
11:30 p.m.
Revengers?
She had left her car in one of those multi-floor parking lots, but it had
Like
been a long
either
day,
Kenny
and she
or
couldn't remember
Baji.
exactly which floor she had parked on. She knew it was either the 2nd or 3rd floor. 50-50 chance.
So are we
She
talking
took the
Michael
elevator
Myers
up to the
still
3rd floor
jumping
and started
uh,
looking around the very big,
jumpsuit
very dark
considering that was
space,
a mechanic?
clicking the button on her keys, hoping the car
I
would
don't
flash its
even
lights
remember
and reveal
how it
itself.
looks.
There were several cars scattered around the place, but for the most part, the floor was empty.
So one thing I
As you can
remember,
imagine, any sound would have
Zen,
been very out
he
of place.
like I literally I got him
A
obsessed
boot
with Tokyo
echoed as
Revenger.
she walked from one end of the lot to the other. And then she heard something. A footstep that wasn't her own.
So
She froze in place.
it's
and turned to
best
look
if I
directly
give him
behind
like
her.
a Tokyo Revenger inspired
There was a man,
outfit. I know
half
he'll
the
be
parking
happy
lot
about
away also,
that.
watching her from behind a concrete pillar. The left side of his body hidden behind the concrete. The right side totally visible, like he was only half trying to hide.
Like,
He must have been following her
thank you
quietly,
so much for the
but then
YouTube sub.
accidentally took a loud step. The place
Hair
was too
count
dark,
cake.
and he was too far away for her to get a good look
Hope
at
you're
his
having
face,
a great day.
but she knew he was looking at her. There were likely no other people in the entire parking lot at that time of night, so no one else to run to for help. And this man was standing between her and the elevator she had used to get to the 3rd floor. Thankfully, there was another elevator, about 50 meters
So-
in the direction she had been heading in.
Penny, Tokyo
She hadn't
Revenger,
checked the
let's
entirety
see.
of the 3rd floor for her car, but scared and wanting to get away, she quickly paced to the elevator.
Something
hoping that she had
Kenny
parked on
and
the 2nd
Baji
floor
inspired. So dragon,
As she speedwalked,
we need
the
a
sound
we
of her
need a
footsteps
dragon,
reverberated
100%.
throughout the lot. But she was sure she could hear another set behind her. She finally made it to the elevator, hit the 2nd floor button as
So a
fast as
dragon to
she could,
represent
and turned to see
Kenny.
that same man behind a different pillar. This time, much closer, poking his head around the corner. His face
We have the
masked in
hair to
darkness.
semi-represent
The old
Baji.
elevator took its time getting down just to one floor.
If it works, it
And when the
works.
doors did open, she ran out and scanned the entire level for her car. It was nowhere in sight. In a panic, she aimed her key in every direction, repeatedly hitting the open door button, hoping against hope that the car would flash and beep so she could find it and escape. But as she turned to look behind her, there he was. The man, coming through the stairwell door. He was walking, quickly, straight towards her. Panic set in, and my mum was going to run for the stairs on her side of the lot. She didn't think she could outrun the guy, but she had to at least try. But as she turned to run
I
for
will
that door,
change
Lady
the
Luck smiled upon her.
pose with
The
time
elevator
though.
on her side of the lot dinged, and a businessman got out. My mum had no idea who he was, but she ran up to this businessman and acted as if she knew him. "Oh, there you are, Manuel," she said loudly. "I've been looking everywhere for you." The businessman was confused at first, of course, what with a strange woman approaching him in an empty parking lot at midnight. But when he saw the shadowy figure behind her, he quickly realized what was happening. Oh, hey! I finally found you, he said, playing along. With that, the man who had been following my mum turned back the way he had come and disappeared back into the stairwell.
Yeah.
My mum thanked the businessman, who then escorted her to the 3rd floor to find her car. It had been up there all along, hidden around a corner. She thanked him for his help, believing that he had just saved her life, though of course the businessman said it was nothing. After that, my mum drove home as quickly as she could, making sure that nobody was following her. As soon as she got inside, she called the authorities and told them what had happened. Nothing came of it, of course, what with her not getting a good look at the guy's face. But to this day, she remains convinced that that man who was following her was the same who had claimed the lives of 2 other women in that district. That active killer who was never caught. Why is she so convinced of this? Because of the killer's modus operandi. In both of those previous cases, he had waited for the women to get inside their cars, then rushed them before they could lock the doors. Inside their vehicles, he took their lives. So, to that businessman, whoever and wherever you are, know that my family thanks you. Without you, my mum may not be here today, and I may have never existed in the first place.
It would be like falling here. We'll have a zipper here.
These days, I consider myself to be a good man, but that hasn't always been the case. In my past, I ran with a bad crowd, and to be honest, did some terrible things that I'm not proud of. This story doesn't paint me in a good light, and believe me, I know that, but I'm going to retell it the way I remember it, and I hope that you believe that people can and do change, because I'm not that kind of guy anymore. With all that out of the way, let me take you back to the days when I was a young man living in Rio de Janeiro. Like many young men in Brazil, I wound up in small gang life. As much as some of you will judge me for that, frankly speaking, I had nothing and no one in my life, had no money to speak of, and all of my old friends had gone down that path too. Running with a group, it gave me a sense of purpose, a feeling of belonging, like I had a family. But as I'd come to learn, you can't trust everyone in that life. I was 22 when this happened, just a street goon in my crew, a guy who pulled off small day-to-day jobs and ran errands for our boss, Carlos. Robberies,
Now there's a part
hold-ups,
here
street
and there.
deals, delivering a message, that sort of thing. But never killing. That wasn't my domain. I knew people in our crew who did that from time to time, but not guys like me, and not innocent people. We wanted money, sure, but we weren't psychos. None of us wanted to hurt anyone. It just sometimes came with the territory, I suppose. Anyway, it was around that time that Carlos decided to expand the crew. Now there must have been about 50 street-level guys in our crew, and for our day-to-day business, we worked in groups of 2 or 3. For the past year, I've been working with a partner. His name was Marcos. Marcos was a real cocky guy, but he always had my back, and we grew close during our year working side by side. Our boss, Carlos, decided to put one of the new crew members with us. You know, show him the ropes. This new kid's name was Luis. He was 18 or 19. Big guy, lots of muscle. Had these brown, crooked teeth, and these small, piercing eyes. From our first meeting, I knew I didn't like the guy, what with the way he held himself and looked at you. It's hard to explain, but when he talked, he always looked you straight in the eye, but never looked away, like he was constantly sizing you up, or had some dark thoughts going through his mind. And when he smiled and exposed those big, brown teeth, his eyes never smiled along with his mouth, as if all his emotions were a front for a creature with no soul.
That's a
Marcos,
gruesome
Luis and I were working
description.
the streets one afternoon. We saw a guy who looked like a naive tourist about to walk into this secluded alleyway and decided this was a good opportunity to grab some cash. We had just one gun between the 3 of us, and Marcos, our de facto leader, had given it to me. Louise asked me for the piece, said he was ready to take the lead on this one. As much as I didn't like the guy, the boss did want us to teach him. So I said, "Okay, tough guy, show us what you're made of." As I went to hand the piece over to him, Marcos stopped me. "Not yet," he said to me. "The kid's not ready to take the lead." Now, Marcos was usually a playful guy, but in that moment, he got real serious. He took the piece off me and started moving towards the alley, the one which the obviously lost tourist had gone into. Louise and I followed him. Together, the three of us ran up on the guy, surrounded him, and demanded his wallet, his watch, and his bag. The tourist complied, gave us everything we wanted, and cowered against the wall with his hands raised, clearly terrified. That was it. We'd gotten what we wanted, and it was time to get out. But as we all stood around the guy, a guy who clearly had nothing else to give,
Add more bulge, just a bit. I'm not done sketching that.
I looked at Louise, and in that moment, all I can say is he had this look of a hungry dog about to rip apart a rabbit. His eyes were wide, his mouth open and almost salivating. It was the only true emotion I'd ever seen from the guy, and it chilled me to my core. Marcos told him to shut up, and the three of us ran from the alley. That was the moment I knew Louise was more than just a weird guy. He was an actual animal, and I thanked the Almighty that I hadn't given the piece to him. If I had, things would have ended very differently for that tourist, and there'd be a large dark spot on my conscience right now. Well, a larger one. I told my concerns to Marcos, and he agreed with me. Louise was bad news, and he had almost certainly taken lies before. We told the boss about the situation, and he gave Louise a stern warning. Told him not to pull stunts like that unnecessarily. The crew didn't need that kind of heat. Louise said he understood. No more than a week later, Carlos had a new job for us. Some business owner owed him some money, and he wanted us to go and collect the debt.
I guess so, but I've seen so much horrible shit in horror movies that the description don't really faze me.
Arrived at the business owner's store, reluctantly bringing Louise along with us.
Really?
Marcos kept the one piece we had in his waistband, so even if Louise snapped again,
make sure the bulge in the pants is noticeable. What the fuck?
We entered the store, and to our
That's
surprise,
kind of messed up.
It's a woman behind the counter, the daughter of the owner. We asked her where her father was, and she says he won't be back until tomorrow. Marcos starts ranting, telling her our boss wants his money, and to hand over whatever's in the register. He keeps his piece in his waistband, though. Doesn't flash it about.
Instead of
the woman, again, obviously terrified,
plainly down,
opens up the register and begins to count the cash inside. The three of us stood there in silence while she counted, Louise standing in between Marcos and I turned my head to the left to look at Louise and saw that Marcos was watching him too. But Louise was looking straight ahead, his eyes fixed on the woman with the same look he had with the tourist. Marcos and I share a glance. I can see he's concerned. "Hey, Louise," he begins to say. But before he could finish his sentence, Louise pulled a piece of his own that we didn't know he was carrying and began to raise his arm as if he was about to aim it at the woman. Marcos immediately went to grab his arm, and the piece goes off. The shot hit the wall beside the woman, just barely missing her. She screams and runs for the front door. I begin to try and grab the weapon from Louise's hand, but before I can, he breaks free from Marcos's grip, points the weapon at his chest, and fires.
Yeah, I'll go more into detail with that later on.
I made a break for the exit. You can judge me for that if you want, but I know most people would do the same in my situation. As I ran, I distinctly remember hearing a mosquito fly past my ear.
Oh, that the blue Easter bunny? He's at work right now.
That sound was a bullet. I just kept on running. Maybe Louise was chasing me, maybe he wasn't.
Maybe I should make it longer.
I didn't turn to check. All I can say is, if he did chase me, I outran him. I immediately ran back to Carlos and told him what had happened. Then took all of the money I had stashed and got out of town. I didn't want anything to do with that life after that. Cut all ties with Carlos and went somewhere he'd never find me. I knew the punishment for desertion, but at that point was willing to risk it. In the end, I ended up straightening myself out. Opened a business of my own, which did better than I expected, and have since started a community project that helps young men avoid winding up in that same life I did. This was all before the days of cell phones and the internet, so although I'm pretty sure of Marcos's fate, I don't know exactly what happened to Luis in the end. But from what I know about Carlos, things won't have ended well for him. It will have been slow, and it will have been painful. If that really is the case, then I'm glad I told the boss what had happened before I left town. My family is from Vietnam, and we all lived there until my dad got a job overseas and we had to move with him. Now I realize that in a lot of other countries, people tend to be less superstitious. But I have to say, growing up in Vietnam, people are far more accepting of the supernatural, and most of my family have stories involving paranormal entities or unexplainable phenomena. I have just one such story. It was the early 2000s. I must have been about 13 at the time, and my elder brother, 15. Our parents had taken us on a trip to the countryside.
The next Picasso?
They lived literally in the middle of
Picasso
nowhere.
would slap you if he heard that
When you picture
comparison.
Vietnam, you might conjure up images of rice paddies, sprawling green fields, dense trees, tall mountains, and thin, solitary roads. Well, it was pretty much exactly like that, and very far from the nearest town.
So the pocket would be
That
here.
rural house had been in the family for a
And
number of
here,
generations, and my
under
grandparents
that
had no intention of
ripple
ever moving
thing.
to the big city where we lived. As such, about twice a year or so, we'd have to go on these week-long trips and stay with them in their old farmhouse, I guess you'd call it. My brother and I always dreaded these trips. We were city boys, born and raised, used to life in Ho Chi Minh City, aka Saigon. These trips always bored us to tears. There were no young families in the area with other kids to play with. There were just old people and farm animals. Since we rarely ever got to see our grandparents, we weren't particularly close with them, and my grandma could be a mean old hag.
Damn.
She once chased us both around with a bamboo cane, trying to thrash us. Grandpa, on the other hand, we viewed as a stranger. He never spoke to us, nor to anyone else for that matter. He was basically a mute. As you can tell, we really couldn't see the point of these visits at all. But still, they were family, so there was no getting out of it. To begin with, that particular trip went about as expected.
Truly, he would, but he can't.
Grandma was her same old grumpy self.
I'll do that for him.
The slightest infraction. Stop running in my house. This isn't a playground. Versus, why are you so slow? Get out of my way. Move faster. That kind of thing. Grandpa just stared at us blankly, never saying a word. My brother and I spent most of the daytime outside exploring the woods and fields, and most of the evenings in our joint bedroom area on the ground floor, watching movies on an old
that would be
black
like
and white
zippers
TV.
here.
On the night of the incident, we stayed up well past our bedtime, quietly watching some action film which we were far too young to be viewing. We kept the volume on low so nobody could hear us, and kept our voices down for the same reason. Our parents catching us and getting angry was one thing, but if Grandma found out we were up at 2 a.m. watching trash, we might have given the old bag an aneurysm. Partway
Damn,
through
they
the night,
really don't like
my brother
their
suddenly hit
grandma,
the mute
huh?
button. Shh, he whispered. Do you hear that? The two of us sat in silence in front of the muted TV, listening intently.
No.
Sure enough, we did hear something. Movement. Someone was coming down the hallway. We quickly turned off the TV, and both of us ran to our beds and pretended to be asleep. We
Maybe this outfit.
worried that we had just been rumbled by Grandma and were about to get punished.
Well, I'm gonna stop here. I feel like I'm driving myself crazy, which is not good. It's not good at all. Driving myself crazy over this. I'll draw a few versions for Zen to look at. And he can pick what
and
he
nobody
wants
came
from
in.
there, and
Instead, we heard their steps
I
get quieter and
I'll
quieter
start
as they rounded the corner and moved in the
fine-tuning
direction
it
of the
from
kitchen.
that point.
My brother and I lay in silence.
I'm gonna end the art stream here, and we'll be back in the evening with some Minecraft. Hope you guys are excited about that. I definitely need to make sure to save it. I once didn't save, and it was a bad time. I'm definitely having a block today. I think it's because we went to bed too late. Not good. Not good at all. But we'll be back in the evening. Yeah. Before I go, I'll stand and look down at everyone. No, I don't see the chat. There we go. Yeah, thank you everyone for watching. We'll be back in the evening with some Minecraft. So, whoever's going to bed, hope you're having a good night. For everyone who's getting the work done, hope it passes by fast. See y'all in the evening with some Minecraft where we need to finish our base. And I'll go watch some Tokyo Revengers for inspiration. Bye everyone. See you guys later.